Hello.
Our story begins with Watto in front of the supreme and almighty Jabba the Hutt. The slug sat with a disappointed scowl, chanting back in a disgusted annoyance at the Toydarian that flapped so repetitively in front of him. Watto pleaded that Jabba listen to his story, but the truth is, Hutts don't care if slavers lose their slaves. Everyone knew Watto bet against the boy Anakin Skywalker, so why would the crime lord hear a story about losing a bet? That was the price of gambling, and last time Jabba checked, the house always wins, and he was the house. But this was not that. As Watto tried to clear up, this was about a Jedi Knight on Hutt soil. Jabba tilted his head in surprise. A Jedi? Here on Tatooine? Hardly. The last time the Jedi actively interacted with a criminal enterprise was when they toppled the Siberian slave empire. They didn't do business out here, especially not with pod racing pilots. Watto shook his head. It wasn't about the boy, it was about his mother. Jabba let out a hefty chuckle. Everyone else inside the room followed suit. Watto turned to them in frustration, but the inkling of fear in his eyes forced a few of the bounty hunters to belly laugh. Jabba would of course laugh at Watto for being worried about the mother. She wasn't as useful as a slave child that just won the Boonta Eve Classic. But it was clear that the Toydarian was distressed, so Jabba allowed him a chance to tell his story. Watto explained that after the Jedi Master, Qui Gon Jinn, won the Boonta Eve Classic with a bet on the slave child, he left him in peace. The boy, his mother, and a band of misfits departed from the pod racing bays. But then, as Watto was cursing himself for his losses and looking over the products he'd have to put on discount to make even, a lightsaber ignited behind him. That was not very Jedi-like. Even people in the furthest corners of the galaxy knew that the Jedi did not swing their weapons around like barbarians, but this one did. Jabba watched the Toydarian mimic whatever Qui-Gon did. The emerald blade landed right beside his neck, and he demanded that Watto hand him the slave transponder for the mother. Of course, this confused the slaver, but Master Jinn didn't play around. Basically, the transponder, if activated, would automatically kill the slave if they got too far away. Call it murderous Bluetooth. Watto had to turn it off so Anakin could race in the Boonta Eve. Regardless, he eventually gave in, fearing for his life. He called Jinn's strike a planned attack from the Jedi Order, which is why the Hutts should be worried. Obviously, at the current moment, Watto was trying to make some money for losing his slaves to a Jedi, but the Hutt crime lord was not in a giving mood. The house might always win, but Anakin disrupted a great many dealings in the Boonta Eve. The Hutts lost big betting on the infamous Malastarian racer Saboba, who lost, as is the fun of gambling. But Jabba dismissed Watto for having interrupted his bog-smoking session. He told the Toydarian to never return unless it was something important. But this was a lie. Jabba knew it was important, and as the daimyo of one of the most important Hutt locations in the galaxy, he needed to open up long-range communication to Nal Hutta. When the bog-smoke session ended, he was immediately on call with the other Hutts. See, while he didn't take Watto seriously, the crime family was always wary of Jedi involvement with their territory. For example, they did not know that Qui-Gon or Quinlan Vos were on Tatooine during the Boonta Eve, but if they did, security would have been higher. The long-standing rivalry between the two organizations wasn't going to just go away. They had fundamentally different ideals, and the Hutts were not about to give up their wealth to be morally good. The fact that the Jedi were moving around inside of Hutt territory was mildly concerning to Jabba and his family. They didn't want to have to worry about the Order scavenging around their planets, freeing their slaves. So what were the Hutts to do? Nothing, technically. They couldn't just pick Jedi out of the crowd anymore. When they wore armor or golden and white robes, sure, those were much more distinguishable, but not anymore. They blended in well with everyone else around them, and the only times the Jedi did actually interact with the Hutts was for something unrelated to their actual operations. This was also partially a place of understanding from the Jedi Order. They were always willing to allow the crime family to continue existing, because the Hutts were crucial for order in the Outer Rim. The Jedi knew that the Republic would never spend their resources on these systems, so naturally, the Hutts could remain in power because, to a degree, they were better than full-blown chaos. The Jedi, of course, weren't thrilled with it, but it was unfortunately the best option. What concerned Jabba the most was the sentiment that this was a planned attack. While Qui Gon Jinn nor the Jedi typically showed an excessive interest in fighting the Hutts, they should at least be conscious of it. Jabba wasn't here ringing the alarms for the Hutt Leadership Council. He was simply informing them of the intel he had accidentally received. The reaction from the criminal syndicate, simple: expand their resources into the Mid-Rim to keep the Jedi preoccupied. Nothing was easier than baiting the Jedi Order. If the Hutts and likely Black Sun and the Pikes after them spent more credits on infiltrating the Mid-Rim and even distributing their spices up to the colonies, the Jedi would respond as they always did. Due to their anticipation of this, the Hutts would recall their forces, allow the Jedi to look victorious, and make everyone happy. The crime family most certainly would make money off of spending credits on expanding their enterprises. They might even build up loyalty to their products in those quadrants of the galaxy, meaning more smugglers to go around. The Jedi would likely forget about this quote-unquote planned apprehension of the crime family slaves, and the crime lords could return to their silence and peace in their own territory in space. The Jedi now victors, the Republic reclaiming their territory, and the Hutts with everything they need. Immediately, they started crafting up their plans for protecting their future. Deep inside the core, following the Battle of Naboo and subsequent death and funeral of Jedi Master Qui Gon Jinn, Anakin was sitting with his mother. The option to becoming a Jedi still sat on the table. He was accepted into their ranks on the dying wish of Master Jinn. To Anakin, though, things felt different. He was worried that he might not be accepted for who he was. But on the bright side, there was a place to stay. His mother was set up, thanks to the Jedi Master. But this also did not mean that Shmi was free from slavery. She might not have to work for the Hutts, but she had to find her own means of retaining credits. Qui-Gon promised to keep her residence paid for until she was stable on her own while he trained Anakin. Now that he was dead, that was not a guarantee. Shmi was fortunate too. She held a residence in the upper levels. She could actually see the sky. But she told her son that despite Qui-Gon's unfortunate death, he should honor the Jedi that helped him out of slavery. If there were problems with instruction, she would speak to the teachers about the way Qui-Gon tried to implement his lessons, regardless of how brief they were in front of her. Anakin was very appreciative for his mother's willingness to be present for him inside the temple, but he was worried for how his teachers would feel. It wasn't exactly an accepted practice by the Jedi to just let parents speak to instructors. To Shmi, that didn't matter. His happiness was why she was so willing to say her goodbye on Tatooine for him to go off and become a Jedi. Qui-Gon obviously made a rash decision before they left the planet, and she was grateful for it. But on a much larger scale, it wouldn't be for another couple months that those actions and their ramifications made it to the Senate Rotunda on Coruscant. Once the Hutts moved into the Mid-Rim and the colonies, Black Sun and the Pikes were right behind them. There were even some raids by the Zygerians, but that was mostly for just trying to rebuild their slave empire. There were noted raids by the criminal syndicates, and a massive jump in spice trade within those portions of the galaxy. It was hard to manage for the Senate, which is why it was making such a large impact inside of it. The key to this discussion was how much Chancellor Palpatine would allow, compared to his predecessors. Most of the last 10 Supreme Chancellors of the Galactic Republic allowed this encroachment and didn't do much about it. Some established sector authority outposts to help the individual, privatized militaries to act on behalf of the Republic for planets the core actually cared about, but rarely did substantial change come from that. The crime families consistently almost took Republic planets, established a market for their spice, and then pulled back. Eventually, as a planet society fell apart from drug abuse, they would sweep in and establish their own control with the daimyos or mayors. The Senate needed an answer to this new encroachment. While Palpatine was still widely loved, especially after how he handled the invasion of Naboo, there was no question within the Senate that this was a true test of his leadership. If he could actually ward off the crime families, he'd be proving that out of all the Republic leaders in the past century, that he could bring real change to the Republic. From across the Chancellor's pod, the Trade Federation moved through the chamber. Lot Dodd, after having already proven the Federation's innocence by blaming the blockade on a few radicals that followed Gunray, spoke with private interest. He told the Senate that while the Federation feels deeply regretful for the actions of their rebellious leaders, that they would like the honor of making things right for the Republic. He turned to the Rotunda with a sadistic smile across his bony cheeks. Lot Dodd told them all that it was always in the best interest of the Trade Federation to seek the most amicable route to ensure Republic interests were a top priority. There were some jeers thrown his way, but most of the people inside the rotunda agreed. Many had come to see Lot Dodd's retelling of the invasion of Naboo as an accurate representation of the corporation's interests. Didn't matter if Gunray was the viceroy, he was always the out-there manager of their business, someone who never listened to the Senate and was always destined to make a huge mistake. Plus, the Federation already paid their dues. What should have taken a decade to pay back to Naboo, they did within months of the invasion. They were publicly dedicated to earning the trust of the Republic back. It seemed that Lot Dodd was already working his magic to make sure they did. The Chancellor, playing his role, asked in a demeaning way how the Republic could trust the word of the Federation. Lot Dodd explained away the feel-good deals that they could make on the behalf of the Republic to protect territory. Most of the Federation's trade transpired in the outer and mid-rims in the galaxy. Would it not be in their favor to also protect it? Why might the Federation decide to impose their military force on the people of the rims when it was clear that the real business, unaffiliated with Gunray, had no interest in repeating the offense at Naboo? There were again jeers from the crowd, but Palpatine silenced them, explaining that perhaps the Jedi should accompany the Federation. Would that not make things more trustworthy for the Senate? They already did such a fine job at protecting the people of Naboo. The Senate did not yell out at disagreement to this. They instead wore disgusted and even outraged expressions. Many were growing tired of the Jedi involvements in matters, which is exactly why the Sith Lord wanted them involved. Not to say he wanted to skip the Clone War, but why not make them enter the war with total disfavor from the Senate? If he could get the Republic to dislike them even more than they already did by the time actual war came, then it would be much easier for him to dispose of them. Once the vote was passed, the Jedi were permitted to join the Trade Federation in their protection of Republic territory in the mid and outer rims, which, of course, would bring a whole new assortment of issues for the master and apprentice duo of Obi-Wan and Anakin. The two Jedi were speaking to one another on an Obi-Wan permitted visit to Shmi. This would pretty much be the first time they had seen each other since she returned with Qui Gon. Obviously, Skywalker was able to talk to her because he figured out how to escape the temple at night to go and see her on his own well-being. But there were already an assortment of problems starting. Kenobi was attempting to be as a Jedi should, so he told Anakin to mind his feelings when speaking to his mother. This was obviously disregarded and ignored by young Skywalker. He needed to feel free, and this time was for him, not for Jedi instruction. This was not, for clarification, Obi-Wan being a bad instructor. This was him being a Jedi. He was following in the footsteps of how the elders instructed them to be as younglings. He was simply trying to help those that would handle Anakin's youngling studies. During this interaction though, Shmi, who was now working a full-time job and living alone, asked Obi-Wan about the recent Senate decision. He didn't really have a comment on it because it was beyond his control. Not that he didn't care, he just couldn't really do anything about it. The importance of this direction in their conversation was that Shmi wanted to see how accommodating the Jedi might be to their newest student from the Outer Rim. It was also to make sure Anakin was holding his instructors accountable. She knew for a fact that she shouldn't be free right now, but it didn't mean that she saw her freedom from slavery as luck. She saw it as unfair selection by an individual Jedi. Qui-Gon may have done the right thing by saving her, but she was one of millions of slaves in the galaxy. The Hutt syndicates couldn't be permitted to swing across the Mid-Rim and colonies without being stopped, and it should not be the Trade Federation who did it. While Shmi was bringing up very important points, it should be noted that her attention to detail wasn't as great as Kenobi's. She was only repeating what she had heard co-workers say and what she saw in news broadcasts. Her main interest was seeing if the Jedi actually cared enough to do something. Obi-Wan could really only report on the fact that the High Council did not want to work with the Federation and were pulling back from that. But there were still discussions going on between them and the Chancellor about the entire situation. Another brilliant play by the Sith Lord. If the Jedi actually rejected this opportunity to work with the Federation, they would look like even bigger cowards than if they sided with the Federation. It was the brilliance of the Sith plan. They made every choice made by the Order the wrong choice for the Jedi. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Obi-Wan unfortunately was in the crossfire for something that was beyond his control. But Shmi was reasonably annoyed. She accepted her fate on Tatooine, but Qui Gon acted out of line for a Jedi. Maybe more Jedi should take that approach, because if they didn't, more people would continue to suffer. The conversation spiraled out of control, with Obi-Wan both trying to defend the actions that he didn't necessarily agree with, and keeping Skywalker in check, which only made their conversation more tense. The worst part is, Kenobi and both Skywalkers knew that this was not directed at him. He was just the messenger. He wasn't even really fully Anakin's instructor yet because he had to pass his youngling trials. The only issue Shmi had with Obi-Wan was his attempt to restrict Anakin's emotions, and that was an entirely different conversation than the one they were having now. Anakin left his mother's home appreciative. Obi-Wan was definitely a bit soul-crushed. He knew it was unfair of Shmi to direct all of that onto him, but she wasn't wrong. The Federation blockaded Naboo, pretended that Gunray did not represent their interests, and now were going to be the unsung heroes of the Outer Rim? So Obi-Wan, acting like his own master, decided to do something rash and confront the High Council. Young Kenobi definitely caught them at a bad time. When he entered their chambers, they were all frustrated about the situation. Their influence was slipping. In real time, Obi-Wan was seeing how the Jedi craved power, despite saying otherwise. The entire Senate was turning on them, and choosing to favor the obvious villains from a few months ago at Naboo. They all knew that there was no winning the arguments with the Chancellor or the Senate, so what were they going to do? Obi-Wan approached delicately. There were two things that had to be addressed. Firstly, that Anakin's training was going fine. He was learning as much as he could in jest, and he was handling the transition into a more Jedi-like state of mind with ease. A lie? Obi-Wan couldn't believe himself, but he wanted to keep the little bickering contest between himself and Shmi quiet. Neither of the Skywalkers deserved to be punished for being human. That's how they were raised to be. Kenobi was trying his hardest to meet them halfway. This was his most apparent attempt, even though this entire conversation was between him and the counselors. The second topic was about the entire situation unfolding in the Mid and Outer Rims. Every member of the High Council held their breath. They'd heard more than enough about how they could do nothing right and how the actions of the criminal families impacted the importance of the Jedi Order. It made no sense, and truthfully, they didn't really appreciate how they were being portrayed by the Senate, but they also couldn't really do anything about it. Again, the damned if you do, damned if you don't point. Every member wanted to make a difference, but there wasn't a feasible way to do it without open hostility, which they couldn't really afford. Obi-Wan held his hands on his hips in defeat. Despite the criticism he took for the methods he used to train Anakin, in the few early instructions they actually had together, he was doing as much as he could for the Skywalkers behind the scenes. Obi-Wan knew how important this was, especially for his apprentice. Freedom for the Outer Rim meant freedom for everyone in the galaxy. Being that Anakin could sneak out and meet up with his mother whenever he wanted, it was especially important because she would remind Anakin of the responsibility he had as a Jedi, which would obviously make its way back to Obi-Wan, even though he didn't know about Anakin sneaking out. Obi-Wan then came to a conclusion in real time in the chambers, but he stumbled over his words a little. He told the council that they had to put pressure on the Republic. Ki-Adi-Mundi whipped his head around to gauge Yoda's reaction. Plo Koon tightened the grip on his hands in his lap. Tension started to bubble inside the entire room, and Mace noticed, nodding his head, insinuating that Obi-Wan should go on. Kenobi explained that they forced the Republic to make a tough decision. Everyone knew how much the Senate disregarded the Jedi. It was shown by the sheer disrespect displayed when Palpatine suggested their involvement. So if the Senate wanted to make the Jedi look like the bad guys, then why not make themselves look like the good guys? They continued listening. If the entire blockade over Naboo came from the Federation's expansion, which there were senators clearly worried about, then pin the Trade Federation and the Republic against each other. Lad-Dad cleared the name of the TF as best as he could, but if the Jedi, instead of sitting inside the massive supply ships waiting for direction as the Senate hoped they would, went to Nal Hutta instead or Obadiah and actually did something, they could hold the influence. Kenobi knew that Valorum's trade route tax led directly to the Federation's blockade of Naboo. Clearly, the Jedi's own methods weren't working for trying to be the good guys. So make the Federation a deal that not even the quote-unquote calm-minded delegates of their office could not resist. The Jedi sat in stunned silence. It was a brilliant idea. They actually couldn't really refute it, because if anything, the Chancellor did not expect them to react. No one did. But if, say, the Jedi dealt with the crime families, hell, even handed them into the Trade Federation themselves, then they could create a divide between the business and the Republic. The Senate's ego would be devastated, and the Federation could hold all the power. Now, they had the ability to possess assets far beyond the grip of the Republic, which could in turn make them a more powerful entity than the Republic. Yoda worried about the implications of how far that might go, but he agreed. Their next plan of action was preparing for war against the Outer Rim itself. When the first TF battleships arrived outside of Quen, Lenik, Gamor, Seleucami, Faline, Christosis, and Bospidi, the crime families backed down. Again, another beautiful PR win for Chancellor Palpatine. But then, the accompanying Jedi did something to swivel his plans around. With the graces of the High Council, Masters Windu, Gallia, Poof, Balaba, Plo, and Tin led a strike force into the Outer Rim of 1,800 Jedi. It was the largest assembly of Jedi Knights in centuries, but it was a necessary gathering. No one knew this was coming. There were the few Jedi who accompanied the Federation, Obi-Wan being one of them, because of his involvement with Naboo, but everyone else went on the unexpected offensive from the Jedi Order. Ironically, the very thing the Hutts feared becoming a reality was created because of their actions. Bounty hunters, guards, and pirate squads might be impressive in the Outer Rim, but not even the best of their pilots would handle well against a swarm of Delta 7 starfighters. Mace, Plo, and Saesee led their air assaults, while Gallia, Poof, and Balaba led ground attacks. These were concentrated campaigns on leadership locations for the crime families. On Tatooine, Quinlan Vos and 100 other Jedi stormed the gates of Jabba's palace. At Ord Mantell, Jedi warriors gathered with Pong Krell and Imogen D to take down the Black Sun. From Obadiah, a collection of Jedi Temple guards and knights joined Sindralik on his assault of the Pikes. The main collection of Jedi attacked in and around Nal Hutta, which was perhaps the most fortified location. The truth is, the Jedi had been capable of doing this for the longest time, but they were not a government, and they were taking a huge risk by doing this as it was. The Jedi stopped asking the Republic for help with this because the answer was always no. The Jedi had been wanting to get into the Outer Rim to free the people up for centuries, but because now there was a guarantee of financial interest from the Federation, the Jedi knew that the Republic might finally take this entire sector of the galaxy seriously. That, of course, during battle was not the focus of their attention, just the long-term plan. Jedi warriors fought hordes of scum on their own turf, and surprisingly, even for the Jedi, they crushed them with ease. Crime lords within mere weeks were apprehended and sent directly to the Trade Federation. This was again a very gutsy move, but the Jedi were going to play hardball. They were capable of winning the standoff with the Senate. Senators and representatives were the individuals who told the Jedi to report directly to the Federation, so every single criminal that the Republic had been dying to get their hands on, some for centuries, were now in possession of the Federation. The Jedi also, as a fair counterpoint, knew that they could deal with the TF if they wanted. If the conglomerate was too big for its own head, no problem. The Jedi could actually handle that, but that wasn't the point of this. The point was to show how the Senate would respond when the Trade Federation moved its battleships off of all the aforementioned systems and into the Outer Rim to control it. When the Senate learned, an emergency session was held, with the Chancellor requesting for Jedi representatives to speak on their behalf. The politicians were also outraged, and for what? Is this not what they wanted? Lot Dod, on his own accord, kept the transactions between the Jedi and the TF a secret throughout this entire process. Not that he was hiding things, but he could claim that he didn't think it mattered all that much, since the Republic seldomly cared about the actions of the crime lords. If the Jedi and the Trade Federation made a deal to capture Hutt territory, then why did that matter to the Republic? It was a brilliant play, and while yes, it was very passive-aggressive and very petty from the Jedi, it made the Jedi force the hand of the Senate. The Federation held not just Jabba and his family, but the entire leadership of Black Sun and the Pikes. Yet there was another development outside the Senate that interested the Jedi far more than anything else. On Obadiah, Sindralik apprehended a man they believed to be dead for the past few months. One of Chancellor Valorum's aides, named Silman, was kept alive by the Pikes for insurance. This allowed the Jedi a chance to learn everything they could from the former aide. As it turns out, the Pikes who betrayed Tyrannus by keeping the Elder Man alive were giving the Jedi all the details to another very important plot that the High Council started working on immediately. Because aside from the outrage inside the Senate, the Order did exactly what the Senate asked them to do. They took their commands very literally. Report everything to the Trade Federation, so they did. Now every single leader of every single crime family sat in the detention cells of Federation battleships. The Republic needed to either trust the TF or take influence away from them. And while Palpatine was a brilliant career politician, this would be especially difficult for him to navigate. Everyone was acting beyond his influence and his control. Without both sides actively under his command, he was forced to play this honestly, while also trying to bring more members of the Senate to his side. With Palpatine and the Republic panicking to crack a new deal with the Trade Federation over the newly apprehended territory in the Outer Rim, the Jedi Order had their own severe problems to worry about. Despite the case of Sifo Dyas's death being as recent as it was, the Order had pretty much abandoned hope on finding their fallen brother. Silman, though, from Obadiah, provided information that completely changed the outlook the Jedi had on the galaxy. From the perspective of the High Council, the appearance of Darth Maul, the Crime Lord uprising, the invasion of Naboo, the fall of Master Dooku, and the deaths of Sifo Dyas and Master Yaddle were unrelated. As it turns out, they might all be interconnected. There wasn't any credible information for the recent threat posed by the crime families, but because someone was found on Obadiah, the Jedi came to the conclusion that what Jabba and technically Qui Gon started actually originated from the Pikes. Didn't matter that they were wrong, because the other side of the case was far more important and even more damning. Silman told the High Council after his return to Coruscant that Master Dooku betrayed Sifo Dyas over Felucia, disguised as a man named Tyrannus. Dooku then explained that he served a higher master, someone he called Sidious, but that was never really elaborated on. While this information was already concerning for Yoda's former apprentice, there was still more. Sifo Dyas wouldn't stop running his mouth about a deal he made with the Kaminoans, who were a breed of alien cloners from just beyond the Rishi Maze. As someone explained, Sifo Dyas placed an order for a clone army at the bequest of a moon banker named Hego Damask, who promised to put a down payment on the clone army from his personal accounts across the Outer Rim. Someone recalled Sifo Dyas' regret over having placed the order, and how he planned to return to Kamino to return the credits to Hego and cancel the order. Afterwards, Dooku killed him, and Silman found himself inside Obadiah's capital inside of prison. The Jedi Council obviously needed to confirm this information, which they dispatched Jedi Knights to Kamino to do, but what seemed to be even more concerning was how easily covered up Damask's death was. The Jedi weren't too sure who Sidious might be, aside from probably Maul's master, but they did have to stop Count Dooku before his keen eye for political weaknesses got the better of unsuspecting representatives of frustrated worlds. While the Senate entered a prolonged filibuster about their response to the Trade Federation's quick apprehension of the Outer Rim territory, the Jedi were returning to the temple with Count Dooku in custody. The confirmation of the construction of the clone army on Kamino was enough to make them strike. His crimson lightsaber was only a confirmation of his actions to turn to the dark side. While they believed Sifo Dyas' crystal was at the heart of Dooku's curved hilt, they would come to learn, through Jocasta News methods, that the Kyber crystal actually belonged to Yaddle. Dooku was found guilty of murdering 2 Jedi counselors and assisting the creation of a clone army that would have been built to destroy the Jedi. But that left one question. Who was the mastermind behind all of it? Because the Senate was in its pause, the investigation picked up by Tera Sinube now led to a series of figures, all of which, or most of which, from Naboo. Linking to Hego Damask, who obviously funded the clone army, were the 2 monarchs, Ars Varuna and Padme Amidala. Like the banker himself, King Varuna died of a mysterious cause. Most believe they were heart-related complications, much like Damask's breathing apparatus failing on him. But these were almost too easily connected. If one is to step back and look at everyone who interacted with who, there slowly became a clear line to see. Sate Pestage, the right-hand man of former Senator Palpatine, Queen Amidala of the Naboo, Sly Moore, senior administrator of Palpatine's staff, Mas Amedda, the new vice-chancellor of both Valorum and Palpatine, and finally the man who connected all of them, including Dooku himself, Chancellor Palpatine. Palpatine and Dooku famously got along before the Jedi Master left the Order, not to mention a reported discussion that had taken place between himself and 2 other Jedi with Damask on Sereno decades prior. While the Jedi couldn't report that Hager Damask was Darth Plagueis because they didn't know who Plagueis was, they did know that Damask's connection to Palpatine and Dooku wasn't an accident. So at the end of it all, it meant that this Sidious figure was either in charge of the Chancellor himself, or one of the individuals within Palpatine's administration. The Jedi had to take great care going forward, especially because their greatest threat was really the only true threat they had left in the galaxy. Despite the developments for the Republic, Jedi, and Sith, there was a stunning decision by one young Jedi. Anakin told Obi-Wan that he was stepping away from the Jedi Order. It had been a long couple months since Naboo, trying to be a Jedi, and he was grateful for the opportunity, he truly was, but this was not for him. He openly explained that he kept sneaking out to spend time with his mom, and truthfully speaking, he didn't want to live his life without her. She might be here on Coruscant working to get by, but it was better than being in slavery on Tatooine. He could help her. Anakin was smart, and she still had 3PO, so why not continue his work as a mechanic? Obi-Wan could not stop Anakin, and he didn't, but he did make a promise to Qui Gon, so he asked the boy if he could continue his training. The young, now former Jedi told Obi-Wan that he'd be okay with it, as long as the lessons didn't restrict him from being himself. Without being a member of the Order, Obi-Wan could do just that, and that's what he would agree to doing with young Skywalker. Instead of hoping to get things right with Palpatine in the midst of his most challenging weeks in office, the Jedi did some reconnaissance instead of going all in. With little needles, they quote-unquote by accident plucked the blood from the aforementioned individuals around Palpatine's circle, minus Amidala because she was on Naboo, and Sate Pestage, who disappeared off the map. These little drawings of blood were not actually with needles, they were like ring needles, something that would accidentally prick you but you wouldn't know what it was. As the Jedi would then discover after getting these little vials of blood was that Palpatine himself was likely the one they were looking for based on his M count. Everyone else had normal civilian levels in the 100s, 200s, and so forth. Palpatine's was extraordinary. The blood sample was enough for them to make a move, but instead, they knew that the key to breaking the will of the Sith was by destroying everything they had built. Palpatine knew nothing about Dooku or Kamino, because he was arms deep in this case to stop the Federation from basically privatizing the Outer Rim. To make the Chancellor look even more incompetent, more so than Valorum, they convinced the banks to get involved. The Jedi promised protection if the intergalactic banking clans created a facility in the center of Nal Hutta, as long as the corporation promised security and finance to the people of the Outer Rim. Of course, like it was with the TF, this was a very risky decision from the High Council, but they had all the cards in their hands. Now they had to prove it. The Jedi recognized that the Senate would continue slandering them, calling them this, that, and the other, until they changed their habits, which would get more judgment. If the Jedi motivation was to get help to the Outer Rim, then they would cut deals themselves. Now that there was actual interest in the Outer Rim, this was their chance to do it. First, the Federation got a hold of the Crime Lords. Then, the Jedi would help the IGBC create a bank on Nal Hutta, with the promise that the Muns would provide lower interest rates with moderate credit limits for the citizens of the Outer Rim, which they negotiated into working. Not to mention, the Jedi were using this as a way to keep an eye on the Muns because of Damask's interest in everything else, even though they knew he was dead. If the Republic would not occupy the Outer Rim, then the Jedi would privatize it. The Sith controlled the Republic, and now the Jedi were building strong alliances with the only military powers in the galaxy. Oh, and who was that thanks in part to? Senator Palpatine, of course, who with Damask permitted the Federation to gain access to weaponry used for the blockade of Naboo, and take control over the Outer Rim with more blockades. This would be the wave the Jedi would ride for months. As the Senate failed to get deals done and the Jedi split their forces to make sure the privatization of the Outer Rim could be completed, Palpatine's popularity dropped. Of course, the Jedi were aware of the risks of privatizing an entire sector of the galaxy, and unfortunately those ramifications would come to light in a myriad of forms. You know, big business, want more credits, not really a good thing when they have a whole monopoly on the Outer Rim. But hey, you gotta get rid of the Sith somehow, and they didn't. The actual deal-making process for the Outer Rim, thanks to the motivation from the Jedi, would cost the Republic as a government trillions. The Federation and banks could only just jack up the price for negotiations more, the more the government stalled. The Jedi, much like the Republic, wanted to be the most influential. And while privatization had its ramifications, it also allowed the big business companies to renovate and industrialize ever so slightly. So that when, after Palpatine was removed from office through a vote of no confidence, the Republic took control back, they would actually have a stable structure to build off of. As for the crime lords, they'd either face execution by the Federation, or they'd be kept in prison by the Republic for the rest of their lives. Palpatine's fate was left ambiguous. Many people thought he left galactic politics for good and returned to a villa on Naboo. Instead, he ended up in a cell next to Dooku. They both then were sent to the Spire on Stygeon Prime, where they would spend the rest of their lives in shackles. Anakin's life outside the Jedi Order would be wonderful. He'd receive his training from Obi-Wan and live a relatively normal life. There'd be school, friends, girlfriends even, and the life he always wanted. Obi-Wan, for Anakin's 18th birthday, gifted him a lightsaber. Skywalker eventually would even return to the world of pod racing and become the best to ever do the sport, something that he, his partner, and their small family together would spend the rest of their lives profiting off of. Thanks to Obi-Wan's generosity, he was always considered a member of the family by the Skywalkers. As for the Jedi, they returned to maintaining balance in the Force. With Gunray's trial putting him in prison for the rest of his life, the Order would actually remain in good graces with the Federation. There were some minor changes from their business practices to be a more morally ethical company. But in the end, the most important part was that the Jedi assisted in the active transformation of the Outer Rim. An Outer Rim without the criminals, without slavery, and an Outer Rim that, like the rest of the galaxy, could finally be free. Our story begins at the end of the training of Jedi Padawan Qui Gon Jinn. His master believed he was ready to become a Jedi Knight. What Master Dooku was unaware of was the fact that Qui Gon had fallen in love with an outsider. Qui Gon's homeworld of Coruscant was filled with people of all walks of life, and it was one of these individuals who would bring a young boy into the galaxy. His son's name, Anakin. While the boy was a Jinn, Qui Gon knew he couldn't forgo his name to another. Unlike Master Mundi, he wasn't saving his race, so Qui Gon and his partner came up with another name, one that Qui Gon believed would fit the boy, which was Skywalker. It was derived from the Chiss explorers, what they like to call Skywalkers. These individuals helped navigators safely move along dangerous hyperspace routes. In Qui-Gon's mind, the name was fitting, because he believed the child would light people's paths. The whole situation was complicated. An outside relationship for a Jedi was forbidden. Having children weren't, per se, but it definitely wasn't encouraged. This put Qui-Gon into an awkward position. He was able to do a midichlorian count on the child and discover that through some gift of the Force, young Anakin was gifted with powers unlike any other individual, an M count higher than that of any individual sentient Qui-Gon had ever come across. What he was unaware of was the fact that the Force itself was working through Qui-Gon to do this. There was a growing darkness, one that the Jedi were unaware of, and there was of course Qui-Gon, the perfect father. By the will of the Force, they could see that Dooku was too emotionally charged to take the responsibility. The Jedi were too out of touch to properly handle a true chosen one, but Qui-Gon was in the middle. He was the maverick Jedi who did what was necessary, even if it went against the Jedi Code, and he would make the perfect father. As Anakin was selected to be the chosen one, Qui-Gon was tasked with the burden of being his son's guide. Everything went soundly for Qui-Gon and his spouse. Her name was Sunam. She lived in the upper levels, not quite a senator, but the owner of a luxury shop in the financial district. How they met was simply odd circumstances, but one of her workers had been stealing from her and delivering to his boss. The Jedi weren't brought in, but their paths crossed when Jinn and Dooku were searching for some other criminal. They put the boss, the worker, and the crime leader in prison all at the same time. It was the foundation of the bond between Qui Gon and Suna. Due to Qui Gon being a Jedi Knight, he had more freedom. Not that Dooku wasn't free with him, but as a Knight, he could do things without informing his instructor. Jinn would spend time with his partner, and eventually that led to Anakin. They discussed if the child would be permitted into the Jedi Order at one point or another, and they both agreed that he wouldn't. While Qui-Gon could teach him, Anakin would be subject to emotionless training that was encouraged by the Order. That was something Suna and Qui-Gon did not want to introduce their child to. As the year of 58 BBY went by, the same year that Anakin was born, a drastic change infected the Jinn family. Due to her luxury shop having irritated thugs from the lower levels of the city, when the boss was freed from prison, he wanted revenge. In the middle of the night, her shop was raided, and due to her living above the shop, she went to Anakin's room to defend him, as she contacted Qui-Gon. Suna barricaded the door to Anakin's room and grabbed an artifact that she wasn't selling on the house floor. It was a pike from Shili, used by Togruta hunters of the past, just something that exceedingly affluent people of the city liked to own, for no reason. She was locked in the room as the criminals barged through the door to attack her. Suna had training with Qui-Gon, for fun, but she was able to kill the first intruder before the crime boss shot her. The commotion woke Anakin up, and his crying echoed out over the room as his mother was killed, and the crime boss came in to finish off his revenge. As he was doing this, a lightsaber ignited, and the criminals turned around, opening fire on the Jedi Knight, who defended the shots and killed each of the criminals, including their boss. When Qui-Gon ran into Anakin's room to make sure Suna and Anakin were alright, he saw a horrific sight. His beloved partner died. He held her momentarily before running over to Anakin's crib to see if he was alive, and luckily, he was. Qui-Gon cherished Anakin's survival, but would have to break the promise he and Suna made about Anakin's training. By this point, it was clear that Anakin was likely the chosen one, and he did respect the wishes of his partner, but his only options now were to leave the Jedi Order to raise Anakin, or put him in an orphanage and hope he didn't get dragged into a crime ring. Qui-Gon's philosophy was that he chose the Jedi because they were the light. That was his goal, to serve the light, and because he believed in the Jedi, not the Order or the Code, but the concept, he decided he would break the promise to Suna. He did feel terrible about it, and it really hurt him, but it would provide the best life for Anakin and himself. They'd be guaranteed housing, food, comfort, and proper healthcare. Plus, Qui-Gon himself could be present for Anakin all the time, having established a trauma bond with the boy, if you will. It wasn't uncommon for Jedi to become attached due to a tragic event. If a teacher saved a child from chaos, typically, that teacher would instruct the child as their own Padawan. It was a strong bond, almost parental in every way, but never addressed as such. Qui-Gon would also confide in his master about these events. Dooku was surprised, but he was glad that Qui-Gon was honest with him. The young boy had always been a maverick, and he was glad that Qui-Gon took after him. As for young Skywalker, it was decided that Dooku and Qui-Gon would look after him in the years that followed. When Anakin Skywalker was 10, his father was ready to take him on as his first student. Qui-Gon decided to wait instead of becoming a master because he didn't want anyone else taking on the responsibility of raising his son. While Dooku and Qui-Gon were very invested in Skywalker's training, he was a top member of his class. He was one of the youngest Jedi brought into the Order, being brought in when he was only about 5 months old, but this aided him tremendously. He did have memories of that night, and his father told him everything he could, so that Anakin was able to understand and emotionally grasp what it was that happened. However, there was one very large detail that Qui-Gon never told his son. Qui-Gon and Dooku agreed that Anakin shouldn't know who the father was until he was finished his youngling training. It was a moment that should be shared between master and apprentice, not Jedi teacher and youngling. Anakin's years as a youngling were very productive for him. Despite being the top of his class, he had humility, courage, kindness, and compassion. He was what every Jedi dreamed of being, and he excelled at most of everything. There were some aspects of studying that he didn't do well in, but it was Anakin who encouraged one of the students that fell behind the most to overcome their failures. Anakin wasn't like most top-of-the-class students. He actually looked after those who fell behind. This wasn't taught to Anakin, just something that naturally was good about him. Having the opportunity to be trained from birth just gave him the extra incentive to be himself, without having to try and play catch-up. The student he was helping was a boy that was born a couple months after him. Young Obi-Wan Kenobi was a struggling student. He was one of those kids who didn't peak in their adolescence. He worked harder than anyone else in his class, something just didn't click for him. This wasn't uncommon for Jedi, but typically, individuals that didn't have that click by the time of their Padawan years would usually be removed from the order. There was a ton of worry for young Kenobi, but his older friend, Anakin, was able to help him. The two of them were like best friends. Skywalker was considered semi-popular because he was a wizard with the Force. Many council members oversaw Skywalker's development, but this action by Anakin, one that was observed but never individually encouraged, told every Jedi that Skywalker would be the best of them. This bond between Obi-Wan and Anakin made them almost like brothers, and because Anakin was so close to Obi-Wan, it put him on the radar for Dooku and Qui Gon. Dooku was fairly adamant by this point that he had no intention to train another student. The year was 48 BBY, and he was getting older. He was 54 years old after all. Training another would be a lot for him. But Qui Gon encouraged it, thinking it might help Dooku with some of his still present darker tendencies. Dooku still showed a lot of darkness, and he was very unhappy with the Republic and the Jedi. Qui Gon totally understood this, but he also wanted Dooku to be happy, and he watched how much joy the oversight of Anakin brought him. Dooku loved hanging around young Skywalker, so realistically it didn't take a lot of convincing. Anakin helped Obi-Wan catch up to the rest of the class before he was pulled out. Most Jedi didn't get pulled out of youngling instruction until the years of 12, 13, 14, and maybe 15. But Anakin, at 10, was already far beyond most of anyone in those classes, even exceeding that of Padawans in their late teens. His natural talent was such a gift, and because he was taught to be open to it, the Force flowed through him like an ocean. One of Anakin's teachers always spoke about Anakin in comparison to the rest of the class. Anakin wasn't stronger. That wasn't how the Force worked. The Force could be a trickle, a stream, a river, a flood for anyone who can sense it. Anakin was like an ocean, but the instructor encouraged the students to think of themselves like a door. The wider one opens, the more easily the Force may flow through you. To encourage the class, the instructor reminded everyone that some people just start out with their doors more open than others. This was true for Obi-Wan in the sense that his door wasn't that open, and thanks to his friend, he was able to keep up with his peers as Skywalker became an apprentice. Qui Gon selected him, and he had first dibs because he rescued Skywalker from that little hellhole in the financial district. Though there was one thing Anakin wanted to change before he became a Padawan. He didn't know this, but his father named him Skywalker with a hyphen between Sky and Walker, because for the Chiss, it wasn't just one name. If you have the subtitles on, you saw this. Now, I explain it. Qui Gon never thought it would be an issue to use a hyphen, but Anakin, at around the age of 7, started to dislike it. Obi-Wan didn't have a hyphen, Qui Gon didn't have one. Ki-Adi-Mundi did, which kinda defeated the point, but he still wanted to get rid of his. So Anakin decided to become just Skywalker, without the hyphen. Qui Gon never had an issue with it. Suna gave him a hard time about the hyphen too, but she came around to it shortly before her death. So in a way, everything came full circle for young Skywalker. Qui Gon began instruction with Anakin, but nothing was really different for them. For the last 10 years, Jinn was very hands-on with Skywalker's training. So now that he was his student, it wasn't like anything really changed for the two of them. It was very simply a continuation of the previous bond, just with an official title. Qui Gon was worried about when he might tell Anakin about their father-son relationship. He knew it was something that needed to be done soon, because at some point it might be seen as too late. So Qui Gon chose his first mission to do it. The two of them were sent out to a mid-rim planet. There wasn't a whole lot going on, but there was an investigation near a former Jedi outpost on Olega. Qui Gon and Anakin were sent there to deal with any potential threats. During their trip, where there were no threats, and the investigation was pretty much solved by the locals when the Jedi arrived, Qui Gon would tell his son the reality of their relationship. It was a little jarring at first, but Anakin then told his father that it was like he always knew. There was something that Anakin couldn't really ever put his finger on, but he believed that there was something special about Qui Gon. This only confirmed it. What followed was the story of Anakin's mom, Suna. Qui Gon told the truth, and didn't avoid the difficult details. He didn't say that she was shot in the head, for example, but explained the nature of her death, defending Anakin's life. He filled the story with funny moments, little jokes, and a little laugh about the whole Skywalker hyphen name thing. Anakin wasn't too upset. He did wish it was told to him earlier, but the reality is, it didn't matter. Anakin always knew, in a way. Plus, it made sense why Qui Gon never informed him of their bond. Anakin could be a little bit of a chatterbox, so no reason to have Anakin running around telling the other kids that he was Qui Gon's son. Everything following the mission would go smoothly, The training of Anakin was very easy for Qui Gon. Their bond was what made everything so easy for the two of them. They loved each other as father and son did, and Qui Gon was able to instruct Anakin on how to be a human being inside the Jedi Order. In other words, encourage the attachments he had. Anakin, due to being trained from birth, was very similar to other Jedi. He was a little out there, but nothing like Qui Gon or Dooku, which was fine. He didn't have to be like them. He was his own individual, but the main point of Qui Gon's lessons were to not be afraid of his feelings. Skywalker grew through his Padawan years with grace and speed. He excelled very naturally, and with Qui Gon as his father and his guide, he moved through each aspect of his training with patience. Qui Gon's instruction with Anakin ended when he turned 15, the youngest Jedi to become a knight in nearly 200 years. Skywalker was acting as most Jedi Masters did by this point, in both prowess with the Force, but also action. He was very mature for his age, very understanding and compassionate. As a Jedi Knight, he understood his role, his emotions, and his place in the galaxy. He and Qui Gon had spoken about his role as the Chosen One, and Skywalker had no issue with it. He believed it was his responsibility to handle such a title and role with presence and strength. There were no issues when it came to his understanding of his purpose. As his role as a Jedi, Anakin was fairly content as a Jedi. The code didn't speak to him personally, and he subscribed to Qui Gon's method of teaching and understanding of the code. But despite being raised by Dooku and Qui Gon, he wasn't quite like them. He was more reserved, more Jedi-like, which was ironic. But this was more so on how he carried himself. As a youngling, he was vibrant with energy, and like previously said, a chatterbox. But as a young adult, he was calm, collected, and observant. He spent most of his time watching other Jedi, seeing their actions, motives, understandings, hearing their thoughts, hopes, fears, and aspirations. Young Skywalker was the perfect Jedi, through and through, which made his father very proud of him. It was better that Anakin was his own individual. Due to the fact that Anakin was a knight, he decided that he would begin his own instruction. His good friend Obi-Wan just became Dooku's apprentice in the year before Anakin became a knight, so he wanted to give himself some extra initiative. There were plenty of things to do around the temple, but to Anakin, there was a desire to instruct. As a Jedi, it was kind of expected, but those expectations were never driving factors. Rather, Anakin wanted to teach because he loved the prospect of teaching. Anakin pondered over it a little bit, and even confided in not just his two instructors and best friend, but the Grand Master. Anakin had fears about becoming a teacher at such a young age. Yoda put to rest these fears. Over the years, he'd seen numerous Jedi instruct from a young age. The student whose record he tied, Vernestra Rwoh, taught a student in her teens. Council Master Mace Windu taught Depa Billaba and joined the High Council before the age of 25. There are many examples of studious Jedi excelling in their younger years and becoming very influential members of the Jedi Order at a young age. There was nothing wrong with it, but Yoda left Anakin with one question. What did he want to gain from instructing? The question was simple, but it was something that made Anakin think. Yoda asked it because many Jedi went out and taught a student right away, because that's what most Jedi did. But the truth is, many of these individuals didn't want to be teachers. Many of them weren't ready to be instructors, and therefore, their students suffered for years with a teacher that didn't want them. If Anakin was committed to instructing for the purpose of helping foster growth from another Jedi, then there would be no issue for him. But if he was going into this due to social pressure, then he might fail. Skywalker meditated on this for a couple of days, and at the end of them, by coincidence, he and Yoda would meet inside the garden of the temple. Yoda asked Anakin if he had come to his decision, and he gave Yoda an elaborate answer, one where he spoke about his meditations, and what came from them. Yoda listened with joy as he watched the young Jedi excitedly run through what the Force revealed to him, and his own intentions too. Yoda smiled and told Anakin to walk with him. Grand Master and Chosen One walked through the halls of the temple together. Their conversation revolved around the same talking point, the training of another Jedi. Yoda told Anakin about his nervousness with his first student, and even his nervousness with his last, Anakin's good friend, Dooku. Skywalker smiled and listened with excitement, as Yoda led them to a hall of students that just finished their trials. Soon-to-be Jedi Masters and already established Masters were walking in with them. Yoda told Anakin to sit and then spoke to him quietly, informing him that the Force would continue to guide his decisions. If he felt called to instruct one of these students, then let the Force guide him to choosing whoever they might be. Anakin smiled and sat with other future teachers. As they watched the ceremony begin, it wasn't much. It was what Anakin had to do too. But this was a show of the individual youngling's skills and personality. It was about an hour-long session, 10 minutes per student, and the 7 or 8 instructors watched, as 4 of them got up and left when it ended. This wasn't disrespectful, rather, they just didn't feel the call to train any of these individuals. Another Jedi did come in, so luckily there wouldn't be a youngling who wasn't selected today. Anakin and the other instructors told each other who they were going to select before going out to do so. Anakin selected a 12-year-old Twi'lek, and her name was Zenu Neza. She couldn't believe that the Chosen One chose her. All the students were a little on edge when they watched Anakin walk in. He was a legend. They all knew that Yoda would be here too, and they expected that. But someone who breezed through his youngling and Padawan training was unheard of. Many times the younglings would see Anakin walking through the halls and look at him with awe. Sometimes he'd stop and say a couple words of inspiration. Anakin asked Zenu if this selection was alright with her, and her smile could have lit a star. The two of them would go beyond her 10 minutes of introduction and get used to knowing each other. This also meant Anakin would introduce her to Qui Gon, Dooku, and Obi-Wan. When they came up upon the 3 of them, Dooku was pondering the choices of starting a new Jedi Order. This wasn't something that Zenu or Anakin heard, due to them switching conversation upon their arrival. Obi-Wan had been swayed to be a lot more like Qui Gon. No one was like Dooku, but due to Obi-Wan's tight brotherhood with Anakin and his relationship with Dooku as his instructor, he was a lot more rogue than he would have been otherwise. Anakin welcomes Zenu to their little family, and she was very excitable but nervous, as anyone would have been. After their informal little introductions to each other, the new master and apprentice duo would begin their training. Anakin wanted to get a feel for her skills and where she was at mentally. To Skywalker, everything was mentality. Sure, one could be talented, like him, but if someone didn't believe they could, then they never would. It was about belief, perseverance, and strength of mind. Bad days would happen, but they should never overwrite any good day. These lessons were inspired by both Qui-Gon and Anakin's individual philosophies. The next few years of Anakin's instruction of Zenu would be very positive. She was fast on her feet and she was a dedicated learner. During their time together, they would accidentally get stranded out in the Outer Rim territories. During this trip, they'd land on Ratatak, due to a small Jedi presence on the planet. Master Kai Narek was instructing a Dathomiric girl named Asajj Ventress. They were the small presence on the planet. Asajj, by this point, was 13. Master Skywalker and his student would aid the 2 Jedi in freeing the planet from the warlords that controlled the area. Due to the freedom established in the few-month-long side quest of a mission, Master Narek and Asajj would be permitted to return to the Jedi Temple, because there was no real reason for them to stay in the Outer Rim territories. Master Narek planned on bringing all the information he had to the Council and hopefully instate a Jedi outpost or temple on Ratatak. Zenu would learn so much about her master, but also his own interpretation of the Jedi Code during this mission. She found it inspiring to say the least. Anakin was quite the instructor, and she now, at the age of 18, in the year of 37 BBY, was ready to become a Jedi Knight. Anakin saw it. She was ready, strengthened, and prepared. Skywalker almost made her a knight at age 16, 2 years before, but she told him that she didn't want to be alone yet. He did tell her that he would always be here for her, but that wasn't what she meant. Zenu was semi-isolated during her adolescent years, so having a hands-on teacher like Anakin was so very important to her. She knew that she would always have him as an instructor, same with Qui-Gon, Dooku, and Obi-Wan as friends, but she believed there was so much more to learn. Her intuition was correct, and thanks to it, she would become a knight with much more experience than she would have had otherwise. Asajj and Narek became close friends with Zenu and Anakin. The friendship between Asajj and Zenu was especially important. They were able to thrive off of their mutual connection, and due to the rank of Master for Anakin Skywalker, he would support Master Narek's suggestion to build a Jedi outpost in the Outer Rim territories. It would be beneficial. The Council reluctantly agreed. Master Sifo Dyas and Eth Koth were sent with Anakin to set up this temple. Master Narek decided to stay on Coruscant simply due to how happy Asajj was here. Master Skywalker at the age of 21 was familiar with Sifo Dyas, but they didn't interact much. It would be through this mission that he would become much more familiar with the 2-year member of the High Council. Sifo was very similar to Dooku. They were both the same age, born in 102 BBY, and lifelong best friends. So it was very easy for Anakin to get himself familiarized with the Jedi Master. Dooku and Obi-Wan would eventually come out with Zenu, Qui-Gon, and Dabba Baalaba to investigate the temple being built here. The council was very iffy about the project, which is why 3 of their members were present. They now had 3 different perspectives on the project itself, and if it would be worth reconsidering their decision to pull away from other temples and outposts around the galaxy. Anakin's decision to push for this temple really encouraged the council to get the ball moving, and when it was finished, it was outfitted with 20 Jedi, one of which being Shakti, who was very trustworthy to the council. They called her Marshal of the Ratatak Outpost. She was still training her own students, so she wasn't a master yet, but she was very trusted by the council. The other Jedi would return to Coruscant after the few months it took for them to set up the outpost. While Dooku had ideas of starting a new Jedi Order, it was one of those things that only came up when he was frustrated. So it was like an empty threat, like he'd see the Jedi do something stupid and go on what Anakin liked to refer to as drunk rambling about how he should start his own Jedi Order. He wasn't actually drunk, it was just comparable to the type of thing you might see from a crowd in a bar when the home team loses. Though, because Dooku had Obi-Wan and was so close with Qui Gon, Anakin, Sifo, and Zanu, he never really found any interest in the approaches made by Palpatine, but he did tell his friends about it. Young Master Skywalker was making moves for the Jedi Order, and Dooku believed it would be Qui-Gon's son that would make the greatest change for the Jedi. Who cares about the senator from Naboo? This was not the same case for Master Sifo Dyas though. He was getting involved with a wealthy banker named Hego Damas II, and he was going to try and convince Sifo Dyas to do something. Anakin wasn't really sure what, but he told Sifo Dyas that bankers were not to be trusted. Sifo was fearful of something. He had a vision, something he refused to tell Skywalker about. It was a vision, and Anakin wasn't even given any details. He just tried to help the Jedi Master. He was very on edge too. Sifo just convinced Anakin to at the very least meet the banker, and so he agreed. When Anakin met Hego, the vibes were off. The Sith were incredibly good about hiding their identity. It's how they avoided the Jedi for a millennium. Plus, why would Anakin ever assume it was a Sith? He had no reason to assume that Hego was allied with the forces of evil, but he could at the very least infer that he wasn't good company, similar to how he sensed that the bond between him and Qui-Gon was very connected. But Sifo Dyas, despite being wise and very intelligent, wasn't seeing the lie. Anakin didn't know what the lie was, but he was worried that Sifo would go down the wrong path. So in an effort to make sure Sifo didn't, he decided to conduct an investigation himself. Sifo and Anakin built up a strong bond while on Ratatak, but he wasn't going to listen to the adolescent Jedi Master. Anakin had much to learn, and he wasn't a council member, so he didn't know the inner workings. The paranoia of Sifo Dyas was infecting his judgment, and Skywalker decided that in an attempt to protect Sifo from making a bad decision, he would bring his student in to help him. Anakin and Zanu, who was still just a Jedi Knight, went out and started following Hego. In an effort to keep themselves cloaked, they used a Force anomaly to protect their presence. Anakin again had no belief that Hego was a Sith, but there was enough off about him that Skywalker believed he was something else. Due to his and Zanu's friendship with Asajj, they were more familiarized with other religions of Force users around the galaxy. Skywalker hypothesized that Hego was a sage, and whoever he was working with was trying to do political damage to the Jedi. Their intention was to make Sifo Dyas do something a Jedi shouldn't, make it public knowledge, and then turn the people against the Order. He wasn't far off with this hypothesis either. Anakin and Zanu didn't care for the political influence of the Jedi Order, but they did care about what little restraints the Jedi had. If this did serious political damage, then the Jedi could be limited in their ability to help people around the galaxy. Master and former apprentice moved around for weeks, trailing the Molinist banker from location to location. Hego never interacted with anyone outside of business partners, and because Anakin was monitoring the comms, this was more of an illegal action than not. There wasn't anything that warranted them conducting this investigation, and now it looked like the Jedi were greedy with power. Zanu suggested that they try and stop Master Sifo Dyas or convince Dooku to talk to him, and Anakin agreed. Before they took their setup down, a Naboo starship pulled down to Megiddo, where they had been. Skywalker stopped, putting his hand in front of his apprentice and telling her to stop. Wait, before turning the comms off. Out from the ship walked a Republic Senator, Palpatine. What was he doing here? The two Jedi moved from their hidden location into the building and watched over the talk. For the last several weeks, Hego hadn't interacted with many politicians. It wasn't unheard of for corporate masterminds to intertwine their fingers with political scapegoats, but this was something else. Hego avoided all contact with any politicians during their investigation, so why would he be interacting with Palpatine now, especially if there was never a call made to him? The Jedi listened in, and the conversation got weirder. Zanu whispered to Anakin, asking him if Palpatine was the senator that approached Dooku a little while back. Anakin thought and then nodded his head. They crept around for hours, keeping a record going, and then there was a switch in the tone. Their political and financial conversation switched, and their voices became eerie, unlike anything in the talk leading to this. They spoke to each other about the plan with Sifo Dyas. Palpatine was dying to know. They needed a Jedi to be responsible for this plan, and Plagueis told a student to be patient. They would have their project soon. The Lord crossed his arms and asked how Maul's instruction was going. Palpatine said he was finer than any specimen should have been, though the young Sith pleaded with his master to allow him the opportunity to train Maul to his full potential. Plagueis shot him down immediately, telling Palpatine that assassins were meant for nothing more than that, assassinations, instructing him to return to Coruscant, remain quiet, and focus on the plan. Valorum was bound to mess up soon, and they would have their victory. Palpatine smiled and told him that the Viceroy of the Trade Federation was as gullible as the Jedi. Anakin and Zanu snuck around, but the two Sith faded out of earshot. Anakin gave the device back to his student and told her to go back to the temple and inform the council. He was turning his tracker on, and he was going to sneak back with Palpatine. Zanu had a look of concern on her face, but he put his hand on her shoulder and told her to trust her skills. Be silent, get to the ship, and do not look back. He smiled warmly and told her that they would reunite when these sages were dealt with. She nodded her head and moved limberly out of the vents and to the ship, departing from Megiddo. Anakin moved to the Naboo starship Palpatine arrived on, and found a place to hide. When he entered the ship, he realized that these were not just sages or political adversaries. They were Sith. Palpatine's lightsabers were held on a pedestal on his bedstand. Anakin used the Force to feel the darkness from them, before eventually finding his hiding spot and staying silent. Zanu got to the temple before Anakin even left Megiddo. She ran in without warning or asking. The counselors were confused when she walked in, and Ki-Adi-Mundi demanded to know why she broke in without their permission. She told them that she had a recording. She caught her breath as she told them that banker Hego Damas II and Senator Palpatine had bad intentions for the Jedi. She also revealed that Anakin's tracker, showing that he was still on Megiddo, he was in hyperspace, having just left the system, was going to be tracking them to wherever the sage hideout was. The council reacted a bit slowly, but they questioned Sifo Dyas and he revealed the truth of his actions, apologizing and informing them that he was unaware of the plans made by Hego and Palpatine. The council then motioned, dispatching Masters Depa Billaba and Saesee Tiin to gather at Masters Dooku and Jinn to go and meet with Anakin wherever he landed. If there were other, more evil sages, then they needed to be dealt with. The council, like Anakin, didn't believe the Sith were a viable threat. Their religion died centuries before Yoda was born. If anything, this was something new, a threat never seen, one that needed to be eradicated before its effects hurt the galaxy. If war and political manipulation were their intentions, then they needed to be stopped. With Billaba, Tiin, Dooku, and Jinn preparing to meet up with Anakin upon his arrival to Coruscant, Zanu was removed from the council chambers as Yoda, Windu, Plo, Yaddle, and Yarael Poof prepared to move for Megiddo. Anakin patiently waited in hyperspace. He had been meditating since Zanu left Megiddo. He was currently learning the lost art of battle meditation, and so he was trying to prepare himself for what he assumed would be battle. He knew Zanu would get to the council, but he was unsure if they would send anyone to assist him, so he needed to be ready. Upon his arrival to Plagueis' lair on Coruscant, he watched Palpatine exit the ship in dark robes, ones not worn by a senator. He was a true Sith. Anakin kept an eye on Palpatine and eventually snuck out to follow him. Skywalker was trained well. He could handle whatever came his way. He couldn't contact backup because that would alert the Sith to him being here, and he didn't intend on engaging with them. He was only here to confirm everything he saw and heard. When he got into the Sith lair, he saw Maul on his knees, and above him was Palpatine, praising his student and telling him that soon they would reveal themselves. Soon there would be victory. Maul nodded his head, telling Palpatine that he wished to learn more, and the Sith apprentice told his assassin that in due time he would. The Republic would be his, and they would have successfully made the Jedi look like fools. When the time came, he'd be trained to his full potential. Maul stopped focusing on Sidious as he turned his head. Palpatine asked Maul what it was, and he looked up, showing his disgustingly yellow teeth and telling his master it was prey. He got to his feet and moved over, igniting his double-bladed lightsaber. Anakin was still cloaking his presence, but Maul could feel something shift. It was like he smelled something different. Skywalker could see Maul approaching, and so he walked out from behind a pillar and ignited his blue lightsaber. Maul hissed, looking back to Palpatine, who told him to kill the Jedi and make the Sith proud. Maul launched at Anakin, using a Sith howl as Skywalker defended the strike. He watched Maul try and use every move he was taught against him, but as Skywalker defended with ease, he could see how animalistic Maul's attacks were. He was fighting with so little preparation. Anakin was able to dynamically take control over the fight, breaking Maul's blade into two and using the Force to hoist him up into the air, holding him over his head without choking him. Skywalker looked at Sidious and asked who he was. Palpatine scowled, disappointed in Maul, but truthfully, it was Plagueis' fault. Maul could have beaten any Jedi if he was trained to his full potential. Sidious ignited two lightsabers and leapt at Anakin, similarly to how Maul did, who threw Maul across the chambers with the Force before defending himself. All the while, the Council was approaching Megiddo. They went in with one intention: destroy whatever religious curse this was and erase it from the galaxy. Not very Jedi-like, but they were here to do it. They would be successful in their mission, landing and surprising Plagueis while he was in the middle of a Sith ritual. There was no hiding his activities. He would defend himself and take a Jedi with him before being struck down. On Coruscant, Skywalker shoved Palpatine back. While Anakin didn't use the same form as Dooku, he was very similar. He used a combination of Qui Gon's aggression but Dooku's finesse, and it made him a very deadly opponent, one that Sidious couldn't seem to break past. He didn't have any clue that his master was dying on the other side of the galaxy. All he knew is it was him versus Skywalker. The Jedi Master bashed forward, kicking Palpatine's blades up before slipping under him to avoid a strike from Maul, who had returned. The Jedi smiled arrogantly as he focused in on the fight at hand. He defended every strike coming at him as he pulled a pillar over and crushed Maul's leg. The Sith assassin cried out in agony as he tried to get out from under the pillar. Palpatine didn't care. He pressed forward as Skywalker defended himself, calling out Sidious for being a horrid master, which only made him angrier. Anakin slid out of the way, knowing he couldn't kill a defenseless Maul, so he ripped one of Palpatine's blades out of his hands and launched it across the chambers into another pillar, toppling it over and allowing gravity to decide Maul's fate. Palpatine's lightsaber fell into a darkened corner of the room as Anakin doubled back. The Jedi assigned to assist him ran into the sound of the lightsabers clashing away. Palpatine was trying to focus in and Anakin beat his other lightsaber out of his hands, so Palpatine channeled every ounce of power in the Force that he could. Skywalker's lightsaber was thrown from his hands with electricity. The Jedi ran in to see the Force storm surrounding the Sith apprentice and Chosen One, as Anakin raised his hands to defend himself from the lightning. He took in the power of the Dark Lord, absorbing each burst of electricity as he focused all of the energy from the Sith back onto his own body. Palpatine heaved in pain as he was melted by the power of the dark side. Skywalker shoved all the way back towards Palpatine and watched Sidious fall victim to his very own loyalty, the dark side. The Sith were forever gone. As Anakin looked over, he saw his father run in first. Masters Saci, Deppa, and Dooku watched as Qui-Gon ran over to his apprentice. The Jedi Master spread out to investigate as Qui-Gon cupped his son's face and asked if he was alright. Anakin smiled sincerely and nodded his head, telling his father that he did what he was meant to do. He brought balance to the Force like his father always knew he would. Qui-Gon embraced Anakin and told him that his mother would have been so proud, just as proud as he was. What followed the destruction of the Sith was the burial of Jedi Master Yarael Poof, who fell victim to Darth Plagueis. It was revealed that the Sith were completely wiped out. Sifo Dyas would face adequate punishments for not addressing the Council on his issues, but he wouldn't be outraged. He would see where he went wrong and stay true to the Jedi way. Master Skywalker would be given Master Poof's position on the High Council, which he would accept with jubilee, but also satisfaction and serenity. Master Skywalker's beloved student Zanu would go to teach her own student after he joined the Council, whereas Dooku and Sifo Dyas would find their joy and rebirth of their adoration in the Jedi in the new temples around the galaxy. Master Skywalker, as he had done with the outpost on Rat-Attack, would push the Order back out to the galaxy. As he didn't care for politics, he never got involved in that side of the business. Instead, his focus was leading the Jedi back out into the galaxy. What also followed was a Jedi investigation into the Trade Federation, due to what was said between Plagueis and Sidious on Megiddo. The Trade Federation would lose their license to trade anywhere in the galaxy, which would effectively collapse their corrupt empire. But with its destruction, it allowed other local businesses to rise in their shadow of corruption. The Republic itself would take centuries to get back to a golden era, but the Jedi Order needed only one strong generation. Father and son would maintain their strong relationship over the years. While Anakin would be very, very well versed in strong and healthy emotional attachments, he never felt the desire to leave the Order or even do as his father did. Despite Anakin not being quite the maverick that his father was, it would be Jinn's instruction and fatherhood that would lead the Jedi Order into a new era, one that benefited everyone in the galaxy. Our story begins inside the Jedi Temple. Mace, Kit, Agan, and Stacey had already set themselves down a path that could not be undone. A singular action that, if failed, could undo 1,000 generations of Jedi and Senate relations. Anakin rushed from the High Council chambers after wiping tears from his eyes. His legs carried him through the corridors and past brothers and sisters. They were, all in fact, his brothers and sisters after all. A class of younglings preparing to enter a training room all watched him pass by them with stars in their eyes. They idolized the Chosen One. He looked a little panicked, but his resolve was calm and controlled. They knew, as he rushed around them, that whatever mission he was on was for the betterment of the galaxy. Whatever followed in the next 30 minutes would determine the rest of their lives. Anakin slipped as he turned around the corners and slowed his pace, nodding to a couple of priests and priestesses inside the corridors, before continuing towards the hangar bay. The closer he got, the harder it felt for him to move. Something instinctually told him that everything he was doing was wrong, but he needed to be there. He couldn't just let the Jedi kill the only person that could save his wife from certain death. But even Anakin couldn't neglect the truth. That is, what any of that meant. It was a morass situation for everyone involved. As Anakin turned around another corner, he stopped. Everything in his world started to spin. His head felt untied to his neck. Anakin heaved heavily as if the running he did had just exhausted him beyond physicality. He searched the corridor and found it to be lifeless. Not a soul was walking in this part of the temple, and perhaps that was the greatest indicator that he shouldn't go. There was a dreadful sense of onus, but also everything was too unintelligible. He placed his hand against a pillar. 1,000 generations of peace, a thought that too crept into his head. Why did it feel like everything he was doing was wrong? It shouldn't feel that way. He was potentially saving a singular life or multiple lives. What he didn't know was how many lives beyond and within his own control would be affected by his decision to enter that door leading to the hangar bay. He puffed his chest and held his breath and continued to storm forward. This did not aid him in the slightest, because a voice, similar to the one he had heard inside the council chambers, started to infect his thoughts. By this point, Sidious could no longer focus on Skywalker. There were other challenges for him to face. The voice was another mentor, one long gone but never forgotten. Skywalker could hear his calm voice. There was presence, even though the corridor remained hollow.
Anakin, remember your teachings. Remember who you are. Don't be swayed. Don't be taken. Your focus determines your reality. Focus.
As Anakin got closer to the door, he stopped. He turned from side to side. His mind was a muddle of dysfunction. He looked in the direction of the voice, and he whispered under his breath to a no one that was infiltrating his mind.
I have focused. This is where I need to be.
Anakin pressed the button on the door and slid through the opening, before picking up speed and leaping into his ship, pulling out of the hangar bay. Within seconds, the straps were on, and he was speeding out into the city of Coruscant. The fate of the galaxy was in the palm of his hands. Though that didn't occur to him. He just continued ripping past traffic lanes and skyscrapers, before eyeing the executive building. Its lambent aura attracted him like a moth to a light. He couldn't stop himself, even if he wanted to. The ship pulled up and planted itself on the landing platforms of the Republic structure, so grandeur in scale. But even Anakin didn't know the tragedy unfolding inside the heart of this building. Before Anakin could get out of his seat again, it felt like he couldn't move. A lugubrious expression carved itself out of his face, and he unstrapped his seatbelts, before forcing the uncertainty and dismal look from himself. He jumped from the vessel and started hastily walking towards the executive office. When he entered it, moments after landing, he saw a sight that left him quite surprised. He could see Mace Windu having claimed victory over Chancellor Palpatine. From Anakin's perspective, Palpatine never tried to fight Mace, which incriminated the Jedi more than anything. Windu could sense Skywalker's arrival and eyed the opening of the door from which Anakin walked. He didn't say anything, he just waved his hand gently towards the Jedi Knight. The trust that had always been so absent between the two of them was real now. Windu had just been assertively told by Skywalker who the Sith Lord was, and it was the truth. Mace understood perhaps more than anyone in the Order the potential political ramifications of this act. It would look like the Jedi were trying to seize the Republic for themselves, not stop a demagogue from taking complete and total control over the galaxy. Though that same uncertainty that forced Mace to place Anakin inside the High Council remained present here. It was a difficult position for Windu to be in. The most powerful Sith in the galaxy had just been defeated by his hand, months after he defeated Talzin, and beside him was the most gifted individual to ever grace the face of the galaxy. And yet, he wasn't certain why Anakin was here. Had Skywalker's thoughts on this situation been cemented, then he would have been invited to follow Windu and the rest to the executive building. However, because he wasn't and still didn't have a firm grip on his own feelings on the matter, it made this situation more strenuous, even with the fact that he trusted Anakin in this moment. Skywalker was mere minutes away from becoming a Jedi Master, and his involvement here could change all of that. As Mace kept his lightsaber facing Palpatine, a few lines were shared back and forth. Sidious always taking an opportunity to turn Anakin away from the light, to pull him into the depths of darkness. Mace rebuted, and Skywalker just watched, shifting his gaze to and from Windu and Palpatine. Before a true outcome could be finalized, Mace admitted fully that he would end the Sith here and now. As Anakin moved to open his mouth, a pouring comfort rolled over his body. It was like a shock, but for him, it felt as if everything slowed down. A scintillating apparition grazed his eyes, positioned just behind Mace Windu. Anakin saw Master Qui Gon Jinn, but the reality is, because of Jinn's purpose, he did not reveal himself. Skywalker manifested what he felt, due to only feeling such overwhelming comfort in the presence of two people, his mother and the realest father figure he ever had. Qui-Gon's voice was soft and melancholic.
Is this the fate of the Chosen One? Is this how you've chosen your path?
Anakin blinked, and in slow motion, electricity flung from Palpatine's hands, and Mace thrusted his saber between his body and the impossibly bright beam.
Do you crave that power? What could it possibly gain you that you don't already have?
He tried to say something in response, but he couldn't even move his lips to say something. Anakin was frozen, and Palpatine yelled at Anakin. It was muffled in the blinding rage and concentrated defense.
You are the only one in control. Your focus determines your reality. What determines the reality of those who stand before you? What do they have to gain from your choice here?
As the Force wills it, Qui-Gon cannot intervene, and so he doesn't. He speaks with questions, because Anakin must come to those answers alone. He must find the right path, and he mustn't spare himself from judgment. He started this debacle. The Jedi were here because he told them the truth. They were warned. So, as Qui-Gon stated, what do they have to gain from his choice? The electricity returned to normal speed, and Mace ripped his saber back, looking to Anakin and gauging his reaction. Sidious whimpered like the coward he was. He'd been beaten. 1,000 years of Sith power, growth, and strategy came to the conclusion with a man who couldn't even kill his master in a straight fight. So much arrogance shared at that opera house, like he did something special by defeating Plagueis the Wise in his sleep, drunk. Mace didn't even need to know the story to understand what kind of man he was dealing with here. This wasn't a contest of Jedi and Sith. Palpatine was a coward. Anakin, for the first time after all the manipulation, the stories, shifting ideals, and lies, could finally see him for who he really was. He turned to Mace's back shoulder to see if Qui-Gon was still there, but he never really was. The apparition was just a figment of his imagination, but the presence was not. He could still sense the warmth of the first Jedi instructor he ever had, and now, between another Jedi Master who could give him the knowledge he needed or the coward that needed him to save him, was the choice. Could the man who failed to stand against Mace Windu really offer a chance at immortality, a pathway to save people he cared about from dying? Certainly not. Anakin's hand sat on his lightsaber, and he prepared to plead for Palpatine's life. But instead, he ignited his lightsaber. The ringing of the saber caught both Mace and Palpatine's attention. Sidious was optimistic, and he shared those feelings aloud.
Yes, my boy. Stop this madness. What you desire can be yours. Destroy this perfidious heretic so that we may bring order to the galaxy.
No! No more!
A gut reaction hit Sidious, because Anakin swung down for him, and he raised his hand to stop the saber from colliding with his body. Mace saw his trust come to fruition as he too swung for Palpatine. The Sith Lord tried to fling Anakin away from him, but the move and power it took left him vulnerable to Windu's attack. As Mace's blade made contact, Sidious turned his hands and fired electricity into Windu's face, but the Jedi Master, using all of his concentration and focus, pulled upwards, as Anakin jabbed the Sith Lord through the shoulder. Mace and Anakin collided blades by accident, but it was the two swift moves that destroyed the Sith Lord for good. There was evident surprise on both of their faces. Mace and Anakin pulled their sabers back and laughed at each other for a brief moment. All of that tension, frustration, conflict, and finally just releasing it all in this short exchange was what they needed. It was a nice couple of seconds for the two of them, before Windu straightened his posture and his face, and walked up to Skywalker and placed a hand on his shoulder.
Thank you, Anakin. You've done more than anyone else could have asked. Return to the temple. Shakti will assist you with the rest. I'll handle this.
Are you sure you don't want my help here? Isn't this a great burden to place on yourself?
It's a much better reality than the Sith controlling the Republic. Go quickly. And don't worry about this. We've just won the Clone Wars.
Anakin smiled and backed away, deigniting his lightsaber and rushing back. In a couple of minutes, Mace would have some unexpected visitors. Luckily, he had enough time to learn that Palpatine had scrambled the security footage long before he and the Jedi entered, so all he needed to do was explain that there had been an assassination. Commander Fox and the Coruscant Guard prepared to apprehend the Jedi Master, but Masameda, who stumbled in on the incident, declined this. The ultimate yes-man himself understood the gravity of this change. Power would now fall into his hands, and he had the choice to uphold the status quo, or, of course, turn against the Jedi. In the moment, with someone as powerful as Windu having destroyed Sidious in front of him, Mas wasn't going to challenge that, though he might consider it as the Jedi were being removed from the executive building. Across the city, as Mace was lying about the would-be assassin and proving that the Jedi couldn't have possibly messed with the security footage, Anakin bowed before Shakti inside the council chambers. Sindralik and a couple of temple guards were deploying into the city to find the assassin. The future Grand Inquisitor was beyond upset, but he bought himself time. Shakti left her own meditation earlier because she was sensing the future of Order 66. When that came to a conclusion with Skywalker inside the executive offices, her meditation ended and she left her room and searched for Anakin inside the council chambers. Eventually, when he showed up, she learned the truth. She would be the one to honor Anakin Skywalker with the rank of Jedi Master and the access codes to the archives. He was eternally grateful for this kindness. With chaos unfolding across the city, Anakin was diving into the restricted section of the Jedi archives. He understood that what he needed was information. What he failed to understand is that knowledge on Force healing was inside the regular archives. It wasn't hidden, it just wasn't encouraged. Luminar Unduli had instructed Barriss Offee how to use Force Heal, and she had a number of times healed clones during the war. Skywalker seemed to neglect that here. Even though what Sidious promised wasn't tangible, Anakin rushed through the archives, searching for what was spoken about at the opera days before. He wasn't sure why information wasn't presenting itself, but he continued to hurry through it before he stopped himself. Qui Gon's words, or whoever's words they were, hit him again. They weren't spoken aloud this time, but they were a reminder in his head. The words continued to cycle about. Your focus determines your reality became as repetitive as I am one with the Force and the Force is with me. These were chants used to find synchronicity with the Force. Now, Anakin had found the answer he needed the entire time. Jedi Master Anakin Skywalker. It sat with him for a moment. He was the youngest master in the Order since Mace Windu to join the Council. He needed to think like a master. His hands, which had been trembling with fear, were picked off the archive's data computer. He'd been searching through methods for hours. Outside the restricted section, the galaxy was transforming, and he was selfishly trapped inside of his mind. Anakin felt his flesh hand with his metallic one. The shaking slowly stopped, and he considered the reality, the gravity of everything he knew. Sidious was the Sith Lord. He was behind everything. The death of Dooku, the start of the war, the transformation of the galaxy. He was the architect of billions of lives lost. Now, what would one more be to him? If Anakin reasonably thought about the chicanery used to gain Palpatine more political leverage, then surely there was something a Sith Lord could do to gain more emotional control over an individual like Anakin. Just the night before, Palpatine tried to distance Padme and Anakin because of the delegation of 2000's differences with the Chancellor's policy. Sidious told Anakin that Padme was hiding something, but there was nothing. So in all of this, Anakin realized that his issue was not losing Padme, it was being corrupted by Palpatine, and those visions of her death realistically had come from Sidious. He said he knew about her certain death, as he called it. Palpatine was a part of those visions because he created them. Anakin took a deep breath and fell backwards. His back landed on a block of holocrons, and he heaved heavily for a moment. His focus had determined his reality. Within moments of this, Shakti entered the restricted section, looking for him again. He paused and she asked what was wrong, placing her hand under his shoulder and helping him up. The warmth exhibited by Qui Gon inside the executive offices could also be felt here. She was as empathetic as any Jedi, and when he tried to pretend nothing was wrong, she told him to be honest. There was nothing worth hiding. She was here to aid him, to guide him if he needed it. In broad strokes, he informed her about the visions of death, and how he had only just realized it was started by Palpatine. In this, Shakti told Anakin to go, get rest. The Order would handle the information she was going to present him with. Skywalker wouldn't learn it for a couple of days, but Grand Inquisitor assassinated Sindralik and the other 3 Temple guards sent to find the assassin. A controlled Executive Order 66 would also be used against Mace Windu. He did survive, but it resulted in the deaths of Mas Amedda, Commander Fox, and about 20 other clones. Master Windu did not intend to kill these clones, but he was left without a choice, and it had sent him into an almost spiraling depression. It hurt him immensely to kill those troopers because they were brothers in his eyes, but he did it to protect himself and the Jedi Order. It would be Mace who would testify before the belligerent and unsatisfied Senate. They were outraged, but there were too many valuable pieces of information that Windu had, that no one else could use against the Order. While Mace was fighting for the Jedi Order inside the Senate chambers, one of its key members was missing due to pregnancy. Padme would be with Anakin for the birth of Luke and Leia. Yet there was something odd for Anakin. There's just something off about his daughter. He couldn't piece it together, but he continued to be happy. He and Padme finally had the life they wanted. All that plotting and deception that she had lamented about a few days earlier was seemingly over. There, of course, were the Senate hearings and the brutal bureaucracy of the Republic, but of course, there was yet another issue for the bureaucrats. The Jedi, being Masters Mundi, Yoda, and Kenobi, were responsible for getting a peace treaty signed and over to the Republic Senate. They had ended the war. People were celebrating, and sure, Palpatine's death was a slight damper on the mood, but there was nothing less important than the end of the conflict. No matter how perfidious the Jedi seemed in the eyes of senators, they were pretty untouchable because they brought to fruition what everyone wanted, without Palpatine's oversight. Not to say that people were especially happy that the Chancellor died, but there was at the very least a connection made for many people, that the Jedi were able to end the conflict without Palpatine's administration stopping them. The surrender of the CIS was beneficial for the people of the Republic, and in all honesty, Palpatine promised a way and a way, and never delivered. The Jedi had, without even promising. Obviously speaking, this was coincidental and not planned out by the Order, but it absolutely worked in their favor. Even with his family doubling overnight, Skywalker did not abandon his responsibilities to the Jedi. He was with Master Windu when Ahsoka brought Maul back to Coruscant. The Sith assassin would be given his choices. Those would be to live or die, and the former Sith, having watched Palpatine's plans implode, chose the latter. He knew he would never escape the Mandalorian sarcophagus, and decided that his best choice of action was to accept his fate. The worst part is, the Jedi, thanks to learning of Maul's capture, had concocted an integration plan. Shakti and Kit Fisto created it. prior to Fisto's untimely death at Palpatine's hands. It involved giving Maul several lessons on the light and allowing him to choose the path himself. They believed it would best serve everyone if the Sith died through choice, not slaughter. The Bainite reign began following a battle. The Jedi were hopeful to not repeat history again. This, though, left one final challenger, Grand Inquisitor, the former Temple Guard. That wasn't of any concern at the moment. Ahsoka had initially planned to tell Anakin about the visions Maul shared with her, but it seemed she didn't need to because they stopped Sidious before he could do anything horrible. Luckily for Ahsoka, Anakin had seen Qui Gon, because if he hadn't, then surely she would be returning to a much different Coruscant. Her status as Jedi Knight was reinstated by Windu himself, and now the Masters of the Council would prepare to finish off their next foe, Grand Inquisitor. Anakin volunteered himself for this operation, and not a soul questioned his request. This brought him a lot of pride. He finally felt like one of them, and in all of this, he learned that patience was the greatest gift in the galaxy. Another reason he chose to volunteer for this was due to his interest in visiting Padme more frequently. If he didn't have to report to the Jedi Temple or Council meetings, then he could spend more time with his wife and children. Luckily, Representative Jar Jar Binks was overseeing Padme's Senate seat in the time of stagnation. Without Palpatine, the deregulated banks from earlier in the war could proposition a return to the 25% interest rates proposed prior to the extra 5 million clones purchased. This could also be increased to a different interest rate as well. Effectively, it could all crash the Republic market and give way for the Separatists to restart their rebellion. Master Plo Koon and the Wolf Pack were hunting down the Separatist Council, which, without Sidious, Tyrannus, Vader, or Grievous, were left to their own devices. Well, Newt Gunray opted for control, and some of the other members of their council weren't so fond of that. Mustafar became a battleground for more intransigent bickering. Luckily for the Republic, Plo Koon and Commander Wolf would intercept a long-range communication sent to the Pommand docking yards, the same location where the Malevolence was constructed. But there was already a problem for the CIS Council. Master Quinlan Voss had continued his campaign from Boss Pity and had led troops against the Separatists at the docking yards, ceasing their ability to respond to orders sent from Mustafar. Plo and the 104th would capture these bootless sycophants and put them where they belonged, in Republic jurisdiction. On Coruscant, Anakin's hunt for Grand Inquisitor continued to be unsuccessful. The former Temple Guard was hiding in the lower levels of the city. He had attempted to turn people against the Republic by utilizing local representatives on varying levels. But these politicians didn't see a problem with the Jedi. History was written by the victors, and without Palpatine to defend himself, there was nothing his supporters could rally around, even if they wanted to. Grand Inquisitor, as the last of the Sith, slaughtered those who held idealistic views on the Jedi, thus leaving behind a trail of blood for Anakin's team to follow. Master Skywalker moved from the lower levels to Padme's suite every night, and even though he was absolutely in love with his life, his children, and his partner, something still seemed off. He believed it had to do with the fact that Grand Inquisitor remained a threat, and there were still years of political work to undergo. The galaxy was still being reshaped by the peacemaking process, and he trusted, as Obi-Wan always instructed, to have patience. As they progressed further into the lower levels, Anakin started swapping clones out with Jedi. He feared losing Rex or Jesse. They had already lost too many men during the siege of Mandalore. Sterling and Vaughn were among those who perished. Anakin refused to lose anyone else, and soon, he became very focused on his mission to find this hidden individual. Grand Inquisitor was a challenger, and those who traveled with Anakin understood the risks. This individual had killed 3 Temple Guards in Sindralic, thus making him a very great threat. But then it became silent. The last of the Sith became a shadow, paralleled to what Ventress was before her own untimely demise. Anakin petitioned with the Council to send more Jedi to the lower levels, but they started to believe that they were looking in the wrong places. Grand Inquisitor had lived on Coruscant longer than Anakin. He knew his way around the city, and he would likely use that to his advantage. They collectively agreed that they should be concerned with the rise of the Sith again, but the former Temple Guard would reveal himself. He hadn't had the time as a Sith to understand their struggles, nor would he grasp the undertaking that Sidious held his entire life. Anakin actually understood and agreed with the statement posed by the Grand Master. Anakin ironically felt at home within the council chambers. He was respected and treated as one of their own, and no longer did he feel like an adolescent. Yet again, even with everything so perfect, something was awry. Though what Anakin noticed the most is that it was most present with his daughter. Luke and Leia were still infants. They were still growing more and more every day. But Leia's face just seemed unrecognizable. A bizarre occurrence, but even Padme suggested that Anakin might just be coming to grips with being a father. She understood his uneasiness because she was freaked out too. They were young parents in an unsanctioned relationship. It was a little heavy, but she promised that as the children grew, they would grow into themselves more, and their identities as individuals would become more understandable. In this, Padme alleviated all of Anakin's stresses, and from here on out, they would continue to blossom as a couple. The conflict was slowly put behind them, and from the ashes of the war rose new, minor conflicts. Though the most important to Anakin was Grand Inquisitor. Ahsoka began training a former youngling named Katuni. They were the perfect match for one another, and in this, another Jedi rose to the rank of Jedi Knight. Master Depa Billaba and the loss of Kit Fisto, Agan Kolar, and Saesee Tiin rejoined the ranks of the High Council. She also, as a result, suggested that her boy, Caleb Doom, start his trials to become a knight due to his successes on Kaller with the Bad Batch. He was 15, but it wasn't impossible. Like Master Vanestra Rowe before him, Caleb Doom would become one of the youngest Jedi Knights in Order history. Though, for the Council, most of their conflicts were minor. Crimson Dawn imploded after Maul was put down, and the criminal syndicates were fighting over former CIS resources. Clones were being sent to deal with these pirate enforcers. It was an extension of the Clone War, which kept the War Dogs happy and continued to pay off debts. This period was more of an unsanctioned conquest of non-Republic or non-combat zone territory. Planets under the Separatist Peace Treaty were considered non-approachable for Republic vessels. If there were hints of rebellion, then martial law would be enacted. It was in the peace treaties. It was a very difficult time for the galaxy, so clones taking over the Outer Rim territories helped alleviate some tension between Republic and Confederacy. As the weeks crept by, Anakin finally got his hint, and he dove in after it. Grand Inquisitor had stolen a ship from an off-duty deputy marshal, an individual who had a tracker on his own vessel because he was the deputy. The Pa-Un, fallen Jedi, had never considered it, because he'd killed probably over 150 men and women since Palpatine's death. Because Skywalker got this lead directly, he abandoned Padme's residence to deal with it himself. He did inform the Jedi of his location, and they responded by dispatching Master Kenobi and a squad of knights, just in case. But everyone in the council trusted Master Skywalker. His personal starship sped through the city, and eventually landed outside the works. He had seemingly learned from Yaddle's mistake years beforehand. Anakin quickly shuffled out of his vessel and leapt into the hangar bay, before shoving his sabers into the engine compartment of the Grand Inquisitor's stolen vehicle. The Jedi would pay off the Marshal's vessel so he could have it back eventually. Anakin's traditionally dark robes were a little lighter now, and he was very visible in the shadowy Sith lair. He walked around corridors and searched for his opponent, before spotting the Pa-Un man standing at a Sith altar. Finally, Grand Inquisitor could be the life of a new Sith Order, a new sect born of his own will, and then he felt Anakin's presence. A chill ran down his spine. Their sabers ignited. A crimson staff faced off against Anakin's blue single blade. Without words to speak for each other, without needs to address why they were fighting, their blades collided. Quickly, all of Skywalker's talents displayed against Tyrannus in their final duel came to life. Grand Inquisitor was only powerful in deceit. He only won because he killed those who didn't know he was going to kill them, especially Sindralic. Anakin, though, stayed wary, not wanting to mess this up. One final chance to end the Sith. He bobbed away from strikes, moving more methodically than aggressively. He put the Grand Inquisitor right where he wanted him. The fallen Jedi was no match, and it became clear early into their engagement. Anakin busted through the saber staff, and his opponent used both blades as much as he could before one was cut out of his hand, and right as he swung in, Anakin spun his saber behind his back and knocked the last blade out of the Grand Inquisitor's hands. The Pa-Un, using the little knowledge of the dark side he had, fired electricity from his hands. The burst of light was so bright it made Anakin's chest heave. That didn't make a lot of sense. Anakin blocked the electricity with ease and stood before Grand Inquisitor. The Pa'un's voice was very powerful and determined, and he spoke out. The light of electricity had vanished, and now, in silence, Grand Inquisitor transformed.
And now, young Skywalker, you will die.
Vader was standing behind his master. It was all a lie. His breath was shaken because he couldn't breathe. He couldn't see his daughter because he only had an idea of who she really was. Anakin inside the mask got dizzy and confused, and he didn't understand what was happening. His eyes were fixated on the back of his master's head, and then to his son who was on the ground and yelped in agony as electricity engulfed his body.
Anakin! Anakin! You are the only one in control. Anakin! Anakin! Skywalker! Focus.
Electricity covered the Emperor's throne room, a beaming light that engulfed everything, and Vader stepped forward, pulling an object into his hand. The voices inside of his head continued to mount.
Anakin! 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 The Force is with you, Anakin. Rise! We stand behind you, Anakin.
Vader realized everything he wanted, everything he could have been. He felt that warmth. He needed to give his son a chance to experience everything he should have had. Skywalker, not Vader, stepped towards his evil master and raised him off the ground, sparing Luke from the wrath of his evil master. The dark side came to its conclusion here. What Anakin imagined ended with the death of the Sith. What Anakin experienced here was the beginning of balance in the Force. Using the green lightsaber of his son in his hand, he shoved it through Palpatine's back as he continued to burn with electricity. Every last ounce of Sidious's strength was burning Anakin, killing him, robbing him of any last chance to experience peace. As Sidious was stabbed through the back, he wheezed in suffering until he was taken by death, and at the last moment, after his evil life was taken, he was thrown down the reactor shaft, and Vader collapsed. Luke was almost immediately by his side, and in Anakin's own mind, he returned to where he was before the Grand Inquisitor spoke to him. The end of the battle. It had ended just the same. The Sith were destroyed, but Anakin, a healed, unburdened by loss and desolation, was able to hold and hug Padme, Obi-Wan, Ahsoka, and his children for one last time. When he opened his eyes, he was under his son, lying on the ramp to a Lambda shuttle. Everything was spoken as if he had reenacted it 100 times and again. Luke had already saved him. Beyond Luke, he could see apparitions of Qui Gon Jinn, as well as Yoda and Ben Kenobi. They were here. They were protecting and watching over his son. Anakin found peace in that. And after looking upon his boy with his own eyes, for the first time in his life, he let go. Vader's body may have gone limp, but Anakin was helped up out of it by Masters Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan. They smiled at him, and Qui-Gon put his hand on his transparent, glimmering shoulder, allowing Yoda and Obi-Wan to speak before speaking himself.
Made us proud, have you? Given your son a new future? Yes. Balance has been restored, Anakin. You freed the galaxy, your son, and yourself.
Anakin's eyes looked from Yoda and Ben over to Qui-Gon, who smiled warmly.
Welcome home, Anakin.
Our story begins in a small flickering light, surrounded by the cyclone of Coruscant traffic around the city. The council chambers, the mind and will of 10,000 Jedi around the galaxy. Wind sped around the main tower of the temple, and inside the small circular room stood a Jedi Master. Qui-Gon was not fully a master yet, simply maintaining the title through his training of Obi-Wan Kenobi. The year was 40 BBY. Qui-Gon was the same age, and his student only 17. However, young Kenobi was not present with his master. Instead, Qui-Gon was here to report on his recent mission. A success, yes, but it did come with its complications. At this point in their relationship, Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon were not quite seeing eye to eye. Even worse, Qui-Gon didn't believe he could remain the instructor for his student. Master Balaba studied the datapad that held the report that Qui-Gon had submitted to the council. She looked up with almost a sense of shame, expressing that there were troubles between him and his Padawan again. This was not the first time that these reportings have been made. Qui-Gon nodded his head. He started first with a compliment. The boy was very capable, strong in the Force, and extremely eager to do the duty of a Jedi. It simply appeared, in fear Qui-Gon must add, that this was a mismatch. The Jedi instructor was struggling to adapt his own teaching methods to handle Obi-Wan properly. Yoda suggested that the cooperation of two individuals is not done through sole individual effort. Rather, this was only accomplished through togetherness. Qui-Gon understood that by accepting what the Grey Master suggested meant that he'd be shifting blame onto a student. He didn't want to do that. And even though Qui-Gon would have preferred to remain silent, it was through his own understanding that silence in the eyes of the Council typically meant agreement. This silence deafened the chambers, as each of the masters around the room started to look to each other in shallow glances. Qui-Gon broke the silence, asking if they had another mission for the two Jedi. In his mind, he assumed that this following mission might be intended to test he and his student before they decided on Obi-Wan's reassignment. Yoda nodded. There was another task, one that must require deep intent. This mission would require Qui-Gon's careful consideration. The voice from next to Master Yoda rose. Master of the Order, Mace Windu, placed his hands together in a formal gesture of respect. He told Qui-Gon that he might not be aware, but one of their members, Master Depation, planned to retire from the Council in the following month. Qui-Gon's eyes drifted to the renowned Jedi Master. What a shame. Mace continued, expressing that despite this, they were hoping that the Council might also gain from this. The Master of the Order hereby formally extended an offer for Qui-Gon Jinn to join the Jedi Council. The Jedi Master in the center of the room felt the air in his lungs vanish, and his mind sent into turmoil. Surely he had misheard him. His eyes drifted around to catch varying expressions. Many shared that of amusement or pleasure, while individuals such as Yoda held a more rueful expression. All of these combined being different, but each master was serious in tone. No surprise to Qui-Gon that Yoda felt a little bit more regret for this decision than not. They were of the same lineage, and Qui-Gon took a lot more after Dooku than he did of Yoda. Master Jinn expressed that they had caught him off guard, and he was very surprised. Mace nodded. He imagined that he would be surprised. Even the minds of the Council in years past would have been astonished, for lack of a better word, to see them submit such an opportunity to Qui-Gon, but they had each grown in the years since. As everyone had grown, the possibilities had changed as well. Yoda agreed to this, to which Deppa spoke up, to ensure that there was no varying interpretations to suggest that it was also true that the Jedi Council needed more perspectives. Mace continued from his former student, agreeing that they had all disagreed many times, butted heads even, but Qui-Gon had always acted out of respect towards the Council's authority, while also not compromising his inner convictions. It was a show for the great gift of Qui-Gon interrupted with the word diplomacy, and Mace replied with the word balance. Qui-Gon expressed that they had honored him. However, before he joined, he would like to take time to meditate on it, before accepting. Balaba concurred. Most of those asked to join the Council would do the same, herself included. If someone didn't meditate on the responsibility, well, they might not know what they were getting themselves into. A small laughter filled the room. Deppa's infectious smile met Qui-Gon's, only for him to realize that he was smiling back. Qui-Gon felt the true sense of camaraderie within the Council, a friendliness typically bestowed by equals. The future seemed bright, and he was eager to see his way into it. But as those gleeful thoughts filled his mind, reality settled back into the forefront of it, when Mace told him that in some ways this invitation could be seen as a coming at an opportune time, as it could potentially resolve some other problems for the Jedi Master. Qui-Gon agreed. It wasn't forbidden for a counselor to train a Jedi Padawan learner. Master Depation had trained one of Qui-Gon's peers when they were younglings. There was always room for exceptions, but they were very rare. Serving on the Council came at a great cost, due to the required time, concentration, and commitment. To be an instructor and committed to the Council were equally as sacred. Such focus could be seen as unfair to the Padawan in training, or to the fellow counselors who put their trust into their new member. Like Depation, only individuals who had long stayed their time on the Council and were well adjusted to the demanding lifestyle it required would find success in the tradition of training a student as well. Which at the end of all of this meant to Qui-Gon that if he wanted to join the Council, then he would probably have to give up his student. Windu rose from his seat to place his hand on Qui-Gon's shoulder, informing him that this invitation would remain silent. The only individual outside of this room that was aware of it was Chancellor Cash. It would be Qui-Gon's decision if he wanted to inform young Kenobi or any of his other friends about this invitation. but only if they were to promise to remain discreet about such a proposition. Qui Gon understood and thanked Mace and the rest of the council for their consideration. The first person he wanted to tell was Dooku, but he was away for a mission at Megiddo, so that would have to wait. Kenobi was likely in his room sleeping by this point, so Qui Gon took to the garden where he would quietly remain. His eyes scanned the Tree of Life in the middle of the courtyard, and under him his cape fluttered at his feet. The breeze, the ambience, the light pollution were all home to the native from Coruscant. Qui Gon felt at peace here. He loved the beaming lights that barely crossed over the walls in the garden. They were bright enough that it kept a dim glow inside the garden itself, of course aside from the lights that could have been turned on when he entered it. The passing by of starships and city folk buzzed, and his hair drifted behind his head. This was the opportunity of a lifetime for Qui Gon Jinn. All of his desires to make a positive change could be upon him. Joining the council would give him the chance to assert his positions directly and daily. He could be the voice of true and positive change. But there was only one thing that Qui Gon could not forget. The Jedi Order was an extension of the Republic. Of course, he was being harsh in his labeling of the Order, but it was factual in a sense. Qui Gon understood, likely more than even his master did, that the Council did not work for the Republic. They simply maintained the status quo as they did as much as they could. They weren't complacent, but they also weren't part of the resolution. Qui Gon wanted to resolve that, but how could it be done? The issue was, and it wasn't with the Jedi, but the fact that the system itself was so corrupt. Qui Gon had found in his career as a Jedi that corporations supported other corporations, and they collectively exploited. For example, one that Qui Gon was quite unhappy with was Damask Holdings. A Mun banker had a lot of support for the Trade Federation and their exploitation of people. Damask Holdings and the Trade Federation weren't the only individual mega corporations that controlled a wide variety of commerce in the galaxy, but it was proof that the issue itself was larger than the Jedi Order, and if Qui Gon wanted to assist the issue at hand, he as an individual would need to accept that he could not redefine the trajectory of the Order or the galaxy by himself. He didn't want to release Obi-Wan either, but at this point it was clear in his mind that Obi-Wan needed a Jedi Master that could understand him better, and teach him more clearly. It wasn't right to continue to hurt both of them in this process. Qui-Gon tightened his arms around his elbows, embracing himself. It was a difficult decision, but one that would need to be made. The Jedi Master would continue to meditate on this decision, and he would come to his resolution. In the coming month, Qui-Gon would relinquish his training of young Kenobi to the experienced Jedi Master Ima-Gun Di. It was a much better duo of Jedi, and Obi-Wan was quite alright with it, which didn't offend Qui-Gon at all. Obi-Wan and Master Gun Di would have a chance at a successful relationship, whereas Qui-Gon would be returning to the Jedi Council as a knight. Despite it being the first time in the Order's history, the collective wisdom of the Council believed that it was the right decision to make. He had finished his mission with Obi-Wan before accepting his role in the Council, and even though he did accept the position, there were some other things that Qui-Gon individually certified for himself. The first thing being that he would always remain loyal and dedicated to the living Force. His sole directive would be in following that, and never losing touch with it. On top of which, he wanted to revert the Jedi to their concentration on the Force. They were currently some sort of version of the Chancellor's police. This wasn't a new thing by any means. It was a generational decline. It had simply existed within their ranks for far longer than he was alive. Their time and energy spent on enforcing laws of which could be handled by civilian authorities was problematic. Their focus as a collective should have been on their immoral flaws, such as their refusal to act against the evils of slavery. They could do it. The Council had its flaws, as did every sentient within the galaxy. Qui-Gon would now work as hard as he could to ensure that the Jedi Order would thrive even with those flaws. Upon his rise to the Council, one of the first days would be a group field trip to the Chancellor's office. This was a common thing. Typically, a recorder would recite every minute detail of every conversation the Jedi and the Chancellor had. They would deposit data of these conversations to each individual present. Luckily for Qui-Gon, he wasn't the individual, but Chancellor Kaj was very interested in meeting him. The new counselor wasn't nearly as thrilled for this because he knew that she was focused on her re-election. There was a rising powerhouse politician in the form of Phineas Valorum, and he was the native of Coruscant, so his rise was all but certain. There was very little hope that the current Togruta Chancellor would stand a chance against the likes of a core-bred politician, one that would certainly focus on the interests of the rich and politically righteous members of the Coruscant and core elite. However, Being that Chancellor Kamirs Kaj mentioned the election and her personal bid for favorability within the Senate, it gave Qui-Gon an idea. He had joined the council because he was under the belief that if you can't beat them, then join them. And while he wasn't trying to beat the likes of the council itself, he was here to correct their mistakes if he could. He simply listened to the conversation, notating personal interests of the Chancellor. She was the key to all of this. As the newest member of the council, he would have to play this carefully, and despite what Qui-Gon had said to himself the first night in the garden, maybe he didn't have to be the individual to make said difference. If he could influence others to do it for him, then perhaps the change he wanted to see would come. He waited patiently for the deliberations to continue. It was just mumbo-jumbo gobbledygook. Most of it was political in nature. There were some moments of interest for him, but he focused on crafting up his own counter to lure her in and gain her alliance in taking down the powerhouse politicians, mega corporations, and of course their donors. The first target for him was the megacorps. They had a lot of influence over Republic policy making. Removing them wouldn't just be beneficial for her own political run, but also in assisting people in the galaxy. But even Qui-Gon was being a bit naive. The Trade Federation, Techno Union, Commerce Guild, and banking clans had representation within the Republic itself. Even outside of them, corporations like Damask Holdings filled the pockets of hungry politicians. Everyone inside the Senate was swimming in riches. He had seen that with Senator Dagonet when he was just a Padawan. When the meeting was finished, the Jedi Council started to disperse, and Qui-Gon followed them. As they left the room, Qui-Gon stopped and patted Mace on the shoulder, telling him he wished to speak to the Chancellor alone. Mace stopped, and the two of them looked at each other with a face of sincerity and uncertainty. Mace wanted to ask, but at the same time, he didn't want to. Qui-Gon looked at him and promised his professionalism and his ability to hinder his own personal opinions so that they could have a functional conversation. Mace nodded his head, and placed his hand on Qui-Gon's arm and told him that he had his trust. Qui-Gon thanked him with a grateful smile as he turned back and walked into the office. The Chancellor looked up. The wear and tear of the political office had wrought itself across her face. She was surprised and asked if he had forgotten something. Qui-Gon shook his head, asking if he may sit for a moment. In order to play this game, Qui-Gon needed to play 4D Dejarik with the current ruler of the Republic. He offered her his own counsel if he might. She was willing to listen, understanding how impossible it would be to maintain her office as a non-core-bred politician. Qui-Gon, being from Coruscant, explained to her that he understood the difficulties of the office and how they must have been putting her down. If she truly wanted to maintain her seat in the Senate, he had some ideas, a few of which could be considered radical, while the others would be the perfect route to true victory over her rising competitor. She placed a datapad on her desk and examined his serious face, and she told him to explain. Qui-Gon did so. There were mutual benefits in this, both of which for her campaign, but also the multitude of lives she represented. The Jedi Councilor understood that the way to speak to a senator or chancellor was by giving them a chance at power. At this point in the Republic, no one cared about the people they represented. There were very few who did public service for the aspect of actually serving. Most were in to fill their pockets. Chancellor Kaj and soon-to-be Chancellor Valorum were no different. But someone like a Togruta Chancellor was a better selection over a human core-bred Phineas Valorum, especially for Qui-Gon and his aspirations. Counselor Jinn told her that in his various studies, he had seen that there was corporate influence in the mid-rim extending out into the outer rim. Her key to successfully winning this election wasn't by garnering votes in the core, but securing them in the outer and mid-rims. This move was brilliant by Qui-Gon. If he could get the Chancellor to see the political leverage in the outer rim or mid-rim, then it could assist her with staying in power. Of course, to Qui-Gon, this was simply applying bandages to a bleeding artery. It wouldn't fully resolve the issue, and there was a chance that more could come from this negatively. But for the time being, he was being optimistic. Jinn told her exactly what he had in mind, laying out a plan that included tariffs, expansion bills, infrastructure proposals, and the expansion of autonomous service robotics from small businesses. She listened intently, before telling Qui-Gon that in doing this, he was also suggesting a trade war with the Trade Federation, and even some of the many other megacorporations. While she did understand his intentions, these decisions were far beyond her own control. The bureaucracy of the Republic was fully in control of these megacorporations. They pulled the strings. Her hands fell heavily onto her desk, revealing that at the end of her journey as Chancellor, finally seeing that after all these years of striving to do good for the people of the galaxy, she was only able to do good for the benefit of the core elite. Her own people didn't even feel success from her position as Chancellor. She failed her own population. Not that serving as Chancellor meant benefiting your own kind specifically, but everyone in the Outer Rim was struggling immensely, and it wasn't any better after her entire term. To challenge the Megacorps was political death. She would sacrifice everything to get this passed. Qui-Gon asked if that was a better legacy than the one she currently held. The Chancellor sighed. It didn't matter what she did now. Her legacy was forever tainted by her failure to act when she had most of her power. Kira pressed her hands to her forehead and looked at the Jedi and told him that she would like to continue this line of thinking and talking with him. Some of these bills would surely make headway, but if she wanted to have success, then she needed time to plan it out. Qui-Gon's own work on the Council wouldn't change much. The Council and the Order, for a matter of fact, couldn't really change the status quo alone. They were severely outmatched. While Qui-Gon's place in the Council did assist them with keeping their eyes peeled on interests that Qui-Gon had in certain areas, this again didn't do them much. However, Qui-Gon's input assisted with getting knights to Zygerria to stop a rise of the slave empire before it could ever grow beyond a shadow. Jinn did grow impatient with the Council at times, but he found his commitment to the Masters of the Order to be great for his own personal understanding of the politics of the Republic and of himself. This did, however, lead to some conflicts between Qui-Gon and Dooku. Jinn's master believed that he should have been doing more, and this was the issue that truthfully always sat between Dooku and Qui-Gon. Dooku was far more intense, and his student never was. Qui-Gon grew to understand the Council as a whole, whereas Dooku saw everything they did as a personal attack. And now, because Qui-Gon was a member of that very council, he believed his former student had betrayed him. This created a tension between them, one that Qui-Gon feared would be irreparable. As much as he wanted to rectify things, he understood his former teacher. There'd be no saving their relationship until something was proven through action. While Qui-Gon did want to concern himself with the relationship he had with his master, he couldn't. His focus needed to remain at the task at hand, which ironically was focus on the Senate. Chancellor Kaj had new life, and her proposed bills saw a massive change in the polls. People from the exterior territories were ready for another savior from the core. They wanted an individual raised through power, simply through lineage. But here sat an individual with the capability to represent everyone within the system. Valorum would not be that. The Republic was broken, and there were repercussions from the megacorporations with a stance within the Senate, but their reactions gave the Jedi something to bite. Kaj's bills went through the Senate, both with vote and executive orders. And the usage of some of these executive orders, she could get 60 planetary cycles to work with, allowing her to implement some last-moment policy changes that could redirect the path of her own reign. Qui-Gon spent time with her and the Council discussing some of these plans, and while there were members of the Council that believed they went too far, it was the fact that Jinn was able to convince a rupture to the status quo without putting the Jedi Order in jeopardy. Though this did mean that the Council had plenty of reason to have concern for Chancellor Kaj. Her upset of the status quo included a few changes to labor laws too. The Federation could use its expansive droid sentries, which was what they publicly called them. But they opted to, with the funding of Damask Holdings, target populated locations and use them instead. The executive orders created by Kiramaz were used to essentially up the prices on Federation and other megacorporation products, and allow non-competitors to sell at an average price. This could immediately have ramifications on galactic trade, but because the galaxy was so large, there were thousands of individuals and corporations that tried to bank off of hiccups in the system. There were crumbs everywhere for the little people to bite off of, and when it became impossible to buy off the megacorporations that held interstellar domination over galactic trade routes, it was their time to shine. There was oversight from the Republic to make sure the entire economy didn't sink into desolation from this move. Despite Valorum's chance to seize control on the horizon, Kaj was able to strip a large lead from him by gaining support from outlying systems. As had become clear to Qui-Gon by studying a Jedi outpost at the planet Quen, there were numerous businesses that kept planets afloat. In territory away from the core, like Quen, which was at the edge of Hutt space, there was very little protection, so businesses left. The Federation and other megacorps could afford to spend resources that far out in the galaxy, essentially doing so by taking advantage of those unable to leave. Most of the smaller businesses that were not megacorps couldn't afford a pirate raid from Hutt space or Outer Rim territory, and therefore they moved closer to the Inner Rim if they could afford to do so. Otherwise, it was more Mid-Rim territory. Point being, smaller people had to get out, bigger people didn't need to. Because the Republic had no formalized military, they couldn't defend their lines on the outer edge of their territory. Plus, it wasn't cost-effective. Kaj knew that, and because of her conversations with Counselor Jinn, she knew that the Council was going to allow citizen enforcement and authorities to do their job without the direct oversight of the Jedi Order. Qui Gon found it insulting that the Jedi took it upon themselves to do work that belonged to the people. People needed those jobs, and the Jedi were doing them. Their conflict was with larger foes, more immoral ones than simple, regular ones. As noted by Qui Gon, the Council had forgotten to follow its true path of the living Force, and so he suggested a very important retreat for the Council, one that they agreed to partake in after the ramifications of the political divide that was to come. Inside the Senate, following an array of executive orders forced into action by the Chancellor, the Republic had a bit of a recoil. Political drama unfolded. Trade Federation representatives quickly took a stand against the Chancellor, and she, thanks to reports filed by the Jedi, revealed some of the malpractice performed by their corporation, and even the holdings that supported it under Damask's name. There are many in the Senate who turned a blind eye to these reports in the past. Not that people paid a whole lot of attention to intergalactic C-SPAN, as it was, so it wasn't like this topic would turn heads in the public, but there were senators who, upon hearing their leader redirect her approach, think that it would be political self-destruction to support the Trade Federation. If the Chancellor believed there was something in this for them, then they would follow it, for power. The deliberation inside the Senate only led to a smear campaign created by the Trade Federation. Their work actively depicted the sitting Chancellor as the reason for the need for an individual like Valorum, because, for them, he could be bought. This smear campaign started to rip Kaj's campaign for re-election to shreds. However, there was a turnaround for the leader of the Republic. Her executive orders had immediate effects on the lives of those who were able to take advantage of the disappearance of the megacorporations. There just remained one issue. The corporate oligarchs had generational wealth that wouldn't just vanish. They were created by what came before them. None of them were built by the grit it took to forge their own empires. So while they had the credits to stay in business and even begin their own malpractices, they didn't have the heart of their forefathers. Gunray, like many others within his circle, were spineless slugs. They had no strength, and the smear campaign led by the Trade Federation only proved to the sitting Chancellor that she had gotten under their skin. And because these oligarchs had only known comfort, the first sight of discomfort brought forward a chance to throw their allies under the bus. All these megacorporations had their fingers deep within each other's pockets, but also different quadrants of the galaxy belonged to each of them. At the first sign of trouble, Gunray looked weak, so in an effort to maintain his power, he would go to Hego Damask and tell him they needed more funding and whatnot. It was a power play to try and use another company as a scapegoat. There was one issue to Gunray's flawed plan. It wouldn't aid anyone and would lose him allies. Not to mention, it would prove exactly what the sitting Chancellor was trying to prove. If she could show that megacorporations were corrupt, then she would have all the more reason to forward more restrictions and biases against them. Gunray, despite having Damask's political advice, decided to not listen to it. A lot of Trade Federation credits came from holding a domineering presence over the trade routes on the exterior of the galaxy. Now that there was no longer a total monopoly on everything out there, the little guys started making lots of credits. If Damask didn't want to fund their push to incentivize their continuous growth, then they would do it without him, and make sure he and his allies paid the price for it. Again, the fear of the Federation being that in their first sign of true trouble since growing into the roles they hadn't earned, they panicked. All of them were born with platinum spoons, and grown in palaces of extravagance. They understood very little of competition and struggle of the everyday. Gunray looked to exploit these people and his own allies by starting conflict. This would partially include the Federation, but also that of the people and pirates of the local areas. Damask caught wind of this, and he sent his apprentice to broker a deal with the Federation as a Sith to stop them from doing something incredibly stupid. Everything set up by the Sith for generations was built on the intent that the system was far too corrupt to be changed by the time the Jedi noticed. But there was one key flaw Plagueis hadn't considered in all of his time. As these wealthy conglomerates continued to gain strength and power, there would be one fundamental weakness, that being the next heir to their thrones. Gunray was that flawed heir, and he was going to, in panic, undo everything. Sidious went to the Federation and Techno-Union at the edge of Republic territory to stop the Federation from breaking the agreement. The Sith Apprentice arrived just in time, as Gunray and Wat Tambor created a proposed deal that would cut Damask Holdings, the Commerce Guild, and numerous other mega corporations out. The intention was to seize control without oversight, and turn their already monopolized power into unimaginable strength. Sidious called the bluff, telling them that they would never get success from doing this deal. Their enemies weren't the Republic. If they could buy back the Senate, then all they needed to do was reform what little territory had been lost and be patient and wait for Valorum to win the election. But the issue is, the blood was in the water. The tariffs on their corporate products increased their prices so much that they were no longer competitive in galactic markets. Smaller businesses, especially on the edge, could afford to undercut the mega corporations without sacrificing their own product for little return. This didn't mean that the little guys were overselling to the consumer. They still sold cheaper than the Federation did, and they made a lot more profit because of it. It was a very intricate scenario, but the mega corporations did everything to ensure that no one could buy from the little guys before this legislation went out, and the Republic, with very focused and intentional legislation, changed that game. Sidious had a good idea though, and Gunray and Tambor would follow it. They, however, had a much different interpretation of how to follow it than Sidious did. Palpatine believed that they could simply take advantage by filling pockets of senators, but he forgot how much power these conglomerates had already. They instead decided to blockade entire trade routes, stopping the goods from reaching outlying systems. Even worse, the pirates and syndicates caught wind, and naturally, as soon as the blockades went up, they rose up. The Jedi and the Chancellor had to react. Instead of doing this quietly, Chancellor Kaj had her chance to rally the Republic, and she did so by bringing together countless sector authority forces and driving them in a wedge down the middle of the line. While the Jedi Council would have preferred to avoid such conflicts, this was a humanitarian issue. Their fight wasn't with the Trade Federation, well technically it was, but it wasn't. Instead, their fight was with the pirates who targeted unlucky settlements on the other side of the blockade. A task force of 500 Jedi were gathered by the Council, and the entire Council together abandoned Coruscant and drove straight into the chaos. Plagueis and Sidious were very confused by the sudden move, but they backed away, because the Jedi started to unravel the Syndicate forces on the other side of the blockade. In a weird way, Qui Gon ensured that the Jedi and the Republic were closer than ever before. Due to this attack on democracy and free trade, as it was being painted, the election was stalled out, and Chancellor Kaj was given emergency powers to do everything she was already doing. The message sent out by Gunray was that he simply wanted to show the Republic that they needed the Techno-Union and Trade Federation, and that they could do whatever they wanted. When the Senate didn't back down, like they assumed they would, the Federation and Union tightened their leashes on the trade routes. Not only that, but all their former allies started to pull away from them. What Gunray and Tambor didn't fully comprehend was an old Sith plan that they were actually aware of. Plagueis had long considered the Federation allies, and he had spoken to one of the former viceroys of the Federation about a blockade over an individual system or a multitude of systems to ensure Republic quote-unquote respected the Federation. This message was misconstrued. The idea was to prop Palpatine into power, not start a trade war that would crush every mega corporation and fund in the galaxy. The Jedi had completely secured the outer edge of the territory, and were funneling supplies through Mandalore to the Outer Rim, thanks to the young Duchess of Mandalore. This meant that the Council could finally go with Qui-Gon's retreat. There were firmly stationed outposts and about 1,000 Jedi now in that territory. The Council could withdraw without hurting their brothers and sisters by doing so. So while the Jedi were on their retreat, the Federation and Techno-Union acted. Because Gunray and Tambor settled their agreement, they ensured that their former allies couldn't rally support to stop their combined pursuit of galactic commerce control. As a result, inside of each of the offices of their former allies, bombs were set to go off. Ironically, inside Damask Holdings, neither Sith were present. That didn't make them safe though. Hego was speaking with representatives from the banking clans on Scipio, meaning he'd be killed in a blast, and Palpatine was in a joint meeting with the Commerce Guild and Zerka Corporation. He too would be killed in a separate bombing. This was entirely done so that the Federation and Techno-Union could wage war on their former allies and take their territory. This didn't really save the Federation or Techno-Union though. Their intent was to cripple the other corporations and wage war on the Republic, but it simply wasn't as feasible as they hoped it would be. Their naive approach to things gave way to the crumbling of their own corporation, and as a result, Gunray and Tambor were usurped respectively by their own people. It didn't save the corporations themselves from war with the Republic. By the time the several-month conflict was over, the Federation and Union were to be dismantled and handed out to those who had the power to do good. The crumbling of these two mega-corporations within the Republic and the death of the Sith were the direct correlation with policy changes in the Senate. It only went to show how corrupt the system was, and how the intricate Sith plan relied as much on luck as it did political manipulation. The end of the Sith would come while the Jedi were meditating on a planet far from Coruscant or the conflict. They wouldn't even ever learn of the Sith. Even Peel would find a teenage Maul, but he was so lost after being abandoned that even Peel guided the former Sith to Dathomir, where he could live out his life with his people. The Jedi would continue to intermingle in politics, and it was because of Qui Gon that the bond between Jedi and Republic was tighter than it had been since the 230 BBYs. Kirames Kaj would win the re-election, and Valorum would make his return to the Senate. While Qui Gon still felt tension from his former teacher, he was confident in knowing that through this bond the Council had with Chancellor Kaj, they could influence change on a galactic level without suspending their focus on the light of the Force. In the years that followed, the Jedi would uphold their true mandate by following the light of the Force. While the balance had been returned with the destruction of evil, it was up to the Jedi, and of course their new relationship with the Republic, redefined by understanding of its citizens far and wide, that they could maintain such balances. The battle with the Trade Federation and Techno Union were also proof that the Republic could serve on a much larger level. This combat and even executive powers allowed Chancellor Kaj to call for the disintegration of the criminal syndicates that plagued the Outer Rim, as well as the mega-corporations that had long outstayed their welcome. As these years went by, Qui-Gon would elect to train Ahsoka Tano after fully mastering his spot on the Council. He'd be able to dedicate both time to his student and to his peers. With Knights of the Republic and the Senate itself slowly climbing out of the depths of a hellish corrupt state, there was a chance for a new beginning to fully form. Qui-Gon's position on the High Council wouldn't just help redirect the efforts of the Jedi Order or the Republic, but it would help redefine an entire era of Republic and Jedi leadership in the galaxy.
Our story begins with a smack on the head, a moment of pure confusion. Qui-Gon, after having been separated from Obi-Wan, concentrated on the Force. He utilized a small moment between the duel to find a pathway to victory. His ally had always been the Force, and as Dooku instructed him, it was important to call upon it in one's most desperate hour. Qui-Gon had done that. He returned to fighting Maul, and his apprentice remained stuck behind the energy shields in the plasma chambers. The hit Qui-Gon took to the head in the middle of his engagement left him confused and disoriented. It was a shock, and it would result in his death. But there was another choice, a pathway, because of his harmonization with the Force. Qui-Gon staggered and saw 5 Force priestesses surround him as time slowed down. His head thumped heavily, and they spoke quickly and effectively. They told the Jedi Master that he had a choice. He could become one with the Force in this moment, or he could assist the future. His loss here had already been set into action. There was nothing the priestesses could do to reverse that. They, though, could provide an avenue. Qui-Gon asked what it entailed, and briefly they explained that the boy he rescued would have twins, beings of incredible power. They needed to be changed, because Anakin Skywalker would fall to the dark side. This continued to confuse Qui-Gon, but one of the 5 told the Jedi Master to make his decision now. His harmony with the Force had given him a second chance, but it would not be eternal. He looked at them and nodded his head. He would train the children. His soul, as a result, exited his body, and he watched Maul drive one edge of the saber through it. Qui-Gon blacked out. He didn't see anything after that. He had failed and died. The fate of Obi-Wan, Anakin, and everyone else he cared about was left up to the will of the Force. What Qui-Gon didn't know, and what the Force priestesses knew by offering this, would happen, and it changed some minor things. While Qui-Gon still died and Obi-Wan still won, these changes wouldn't be implemented until after the Clone Wars started. At the end of the conflict, Yoda went on a spiritual journey thanks to Qui-Gon's Force spirit interacting with him. But without Qui-Gon, this time around, Yoda would never interact with the priestesses, nor would he visit Morabon or learn of Dagobah. The future of Yoda's life had been rewritten, and so, inside the medical bay at Polis Massa, Obi-Wan and Yoda made a decision. The Jedi Order had been destroyed by Order 66, the future left in the balance, and Emperor Palpatine loomed over the Galactic Empire. Bail Organa told the 2 Jedi to not pursue revenge, but this was not revenge. Even if they died, they could hopefully take the Emperor with them. They quickly abandoned the medical hall, giving Bail one request, raised the twins in secrecy. No one would connect the twins back to Anakin or Padme, so in the circumstance that they did die during this battle, Palpatine shouldn't form an interest in Breya or he on Alderaan. Adopting twins from an orphanage made logical sense. Plus, Alderaan had taken in over 20 million refugees from the war. It would encourage the population to do the same into their own homes. If the Queen and Senator were adopting from the pool of newly welcomed citizens, then why couldn't everybody else? Just a moment after Obi-Wan and Yoda disappeared, Qui-Gon Jinn fell down the steps and into the corridor Bail stood within. The Jedi Master held his heart and then rubbed his aching head. The medical droid rushed to his side and Bail pulled out a small pistol and pointed it towards this new individual. Organa was familiar with the name of Master Jinn, but he had never had a chance to put a face to that name. Qui-Gon died before he ever became an elected senator of Alderaan. Their fates were separated by just a few short months. As Bail was friends with Obi-Wan, he would have been friends with Qui-Gon, and he at this moment demanded to know who Jinn was. The Jedi robes gave away his identity, but not even Bail trusted that at this moment. Qui-Gon, the same age he was at his death, pushed himself off the ground and nodded to the towering Alderaanian. A few questions were exchanged, more or less exposition. The Jedi had fallen, Order 66, the betrayal of Anakin Skywalker, the collapse of the Republic, the end of the Clone War, what's that? You don't know yet, and of course the fate of Senator Amidala. There was a lot to unpack, and it took a couple hours after that just to cover the basics. But Padme was dead, the twins were inside their incubators, and the two new allies had plenty of time to discuss. Qui-Gon also informed Bail about his own mandate here or why he survived. Oh, also, by the way, did you know that somehow Maul returned? Bail did. He didn't know how that was possible, but he was at Mandalore and he sent it into chaos. That was a bit personal for Qui-Gon because Satine was just rebuilding her society the last time they spoke. It was a shame to see what befell the galaxy, and in more than one way, Qui-Gon found it within himself to blame himself. If he had survived, perhaps he could inform the Jedi about the Sith or something. But Bail quickly reassured the Jedi Master that there was nothing any singular person could have done. The Jedi and the Republic had been led down a path, and no one saw it until it was too late. Most of the bureaucrats didn't really care anyways. Well, that left Master Jinn with one more question, the twins. He had told Bail about the priestesses, and Organa reluctantly showed the twins to the Jedi Master. Qui-Gon was instructed to train them, and he didn't fully understand why he had been given that second chance. But that led to Bail worrying that it was too late for the other Jedi. He tried to get into contact with Obi-Wan and Yoda, but it was impossible, because they cut off all outside communication. Yoda was starting a battle meditation. They needed to use the entire trip through hyperspace to focus, so Bail couldn't bring them back to meet their new ally. Bail looked to the twins and thought about what he might have said if there was a choice. He and Breya always wanted to adopt the little girl, but Qui-Gon had a purpose. These were the children of the prophesized Chosen One, look how well that went. And despite his better judgment, Bail trusted the Jedi more than anyone else in the galaxy. Their morality, their bravery, and focus made them far better servants of the light than simple politicians. But Bail had to give Qui-Gon more information about the galaxy before he left. A lot had changed, and while Jinn tried to comprehend it, not enough explanation would help anything make sense. Following plenty of more discussions and their departure from Polis Massa inside the Tantive 4, another decision needed to be made. Without knowing the fate of Obi-Wan and Yoda, Bail waited for Qui-Gon to tell him where to go. As an original resident of Coruscant, Qui-Gon knew it wouldn't be safe to return to his homeworld. Instead, he considered systems across the Outer Rim. Initially, Master Jinn suggested Quen, which, when he was alive, had seen a resurgence, thanks to work done by the High Council. He didn't know that, in the last 13 years, despite the work of the Jedi, it had fallen apart. Initially, there had been some positive results, as Quen readjusted into the Republic, but the blockade over Naboo changed all of that. The tax on hyperspace lanes emboldened the expansion of several key syndicates. They were now uniting under the banner of Crimson Dawn. But it wasn't fully united. It was both a mixed bag, and then the other original criminal empires that Qui-Gon was much more familiar with. Master Jinn then came to the conclusion that they should take the children to Tashara. They still carried Republic currency, but they weren't under the banner of the Republic, or I guess Empire. Bail looked at all of his records again just to be sure that nothing gone awry, and luckily for Qui-Gon, it was basically the perfect safe haven. The planet still existed within criminal territory, but there were no clone outposts, there were no Clone War skirmishes, and they actually used multiple currencies. What they didn't know is that the gem of the underworld was slowly becoming Imperial territory. A Republic officer named Sethan Garby crashed on the moon. He saw the profit in the system. It was an underworld gem that would see a lot of profit with the new Imperial governance system that the Emperor had implemented before Order 66. Whole different process, but it was in the works. Qui Gon and Bail never saw Tashara on the list of Imperial planets, and so they took the Tantive 4 to the planet, and on the outskirts of the smaller village named Jonta's Hope, they bought a farm. Bail initially asked if he could bring them the Alderaan, but if everything Organa told him was true, then they needed separation from Imperial territory. Plus, Bail should be there for Obi-Wan and Yoda if they survived. Then, the question, the one that remained on Bail's mind for the past several hours, came up. If Kenobi and Yoda did survive, should they be brought to Tashara? Qui-Gon's eyes lowered. He looked across the room inside the newly acquired farm, and he shook his head. They needed to be away. Whatever caused the fall of Anakin Skywalker could not be repeated. This was not Qui-Gon blaming them, nor believing that he was the ultimate Jedi instructor. He just believed that the twins needed a fresh start. Qui-Gon did not know the full truth about the children's father. He knew more about their mother because she was older. He didn't want to lie to the children. The less he knew, the better. With that, Bail Organa departed, and the fate of Obi-Wan and Yoda became a mystery for Qui-Gon Jinn. Raising Luke and Leia would be challenging. To maintain his secrecy, he picked up a story. He was a widower. His wife died in childbirth, her name being Tal. Qui-Gon utilized another Jedi's name, someone he did fall in love with, as a way to both remember her and a way to hide his identity. Both he and Tal were far removed from the memories of those who knew them. The Jedi records wouldn't even be all that important for the Sith, because no one would dare think of searching for them because they'd been dead for decades. Master Jinn also buried his lightsaber in a secret compartment inside of his bedroom. He also commissioned a piece of art depicting a wedding that never happened between he and Tal, to quote-unquote legitimize his lie. As for the galaxy outside Tashara, he saw Emperor Palpatine. His friend and former apprentice must have failed. He only hoped that they had survived their failure again. The twins were good children, and Qui-Gon used his credits, thanks to spending before the currency change, to get a protocol droid named TC-183. Qui-Gon knew that to survive he needed to work, so he maintained the crops on the farm and also did some local mechanics work as a side. The children wouldn't be trained for some time, because of their age, so Qui-Gon had to make the most of everything he could. Thanks to Tashara's lush grasslands and wilderness outside of the capital city, Qui-Gon had plenty of room to raise the children without onlookers drawing any suspicion. The Force wouldn't be taught in the traditional way, more so a priest-like way. As infants, he covered them in auras of the Force. Master Jinn accessed the Force in ways that weren't very common for a Jedi. These were similar to the monks or the Barad-dû sages. Qui-Gon created small little trinkets and found crystals for them to harmonize with. These would help them build a connection to the Force before ever becoming sentient enough to be taught. It was his way of maintaining their connection so that the actual instruction later would be much easier for them. And because he was all alone on this planet in a rising Imperial era, Qui-Gon stuck to mundane activities, things a Jedi wouldn't do. He became a sabacc player, a master of the dice, and every so frequently, a high-stakes bettor on fathier races. Master Jinn just became known to everyone as Jinn, because it was easier. Plus, who doesn't love a good shot at Jinn? No one does, it's horrible. That's why they created Abrax, much smoother down, compared to that rancid Jinn taste. But that was how Qui-Gon left people feeling every time he joined a table. Taking care of the farm wasn't exactly easy work, so blowing off some steam included setting things right with locals. If someone owed money, he'd help them get it back, fairly. Jinn's reputation in Jonta's Hope was simply a passerby with very good odds. Every so often, the Pikes, which established themselves first on Tashara, would request him to the gambling markets inside Morgana, the capital. He would oblige, win big, donate to the poor, keep some for his family, and return home. This habit would continue up until Luke and Leia reached their teens, at around the age of 13. Not that he couldn't gamble anymore, but there wasn't really any purpose to it. He spent 13 years on Tashara, quietly teaching the twins, watching Palpatine's regime expand by the year. There was an Imperial outpost on the planet, but they didn't know about the former Jedi Master. Jinn was just a local farmer, someone who emigrated out of Hutt territory for a fresh start after his wife died in childbirth. It made for an easy story for him to remember. Luke and Leia called Qui Gon their father, even though they knew the full truth. Unlike other Jedi that would have withheld the truth after having the privilege of knowing their father, Qui Gon told them everything. Everything they needed to know, he told them. There were no secrets, and thus the trust between them was strong. Thanks to some wreckages and mines around the planet, Qui Gon gifted the twins their own kyber crystals when they turned 9, so they had 4 full years of training with a lightsaber. Thanks to his gambling winnings, Qui Gon built a small training arena in the basement. Originally there wasn't a basement, but he won big and frequently. Despite stopping his gambling fun for the most part, Qui Gon remained very happy. He loved being around the twins, and he truly saw them like his own children. They frequently used the word love around each other because there was no reason to restrict that. However, there was one aspect about Qui Gon not mentioned yet: the training he did to maintain his stamina and prepare himself for anything else that might come his way. After having lost Maul on Naboo and getting much older by the day, he trained relentlessly. He was 61 at the moment. That was pretty old, but even Dooku, in his 60s, was one of the most efficient Jedi Masters in the entire Order. He could wield a saber unlike anyone else, and it became Jinn's focus, quietly, for the last 13 years to build himself up, starting from nothing. Now though, the twins were a part of that regiment. They sparred together, meditated, traveled, and felt to the Force as a family unit. Qui Gon picked Ashara not only for its isolation from the Empire at the time, but its natural beauty. Having been born on Coruscant, Qui Gon understood how much he needed the natural force for harmony. The temple garden back on Coruscant sufficed, but it wasn't what they had here. Infrequently did they ever really travel to the capital, but if they did, it was for lessons. Like the Jedi, Qui Gon introduced Luke and Leia to the galaxy they lived in. With the Empire planting themselves on Tashara, with a hidden outpost on the edge of the grasslands, they were able to see what the Empire was capable of. Qui Gon didn't speak highly of either former institutions either, but he did tell them what it meant to stand up for what was right, with intelligence. There was nothing noble in sacrificing their lives for nothing, but if they could inspire others, then they were making a true difference. Despite being as talented and gifted as they were, Qui Gon never let that get to their heads. Just like himself, they were specks of stardust floating around the galaxy. Combined, they could create a light, a beam of inspiration for others, but never, ever let humility leave one's heart. Qui Gon wasn't just their teacher, but their father, and even though they knew about Anakin's fall, Padme's death, and who their father became, it did not burden them. Qui Gon took the brunt of that failure with chest, and he left the children to learning. Thanks to picking Tashara, Luke and Leia received a decent education from a local tutor and Janta's Hope, including everything Qui Gon had learned throughout his life. Once they were old enough, which was about 11, he would teach them how to maintain the crops. Not only did Qui Gon care about the farm because of the profit it gave to the family, but because the supplies were necessary for the township. Though once the Empire arrived, they started getting a little too comfortable taking from the little guy. Qui Gon avoided outright fighting them, but he stood up for his neighbors and earned a lot of respect by doing so. This was the role model that Luke and Leia looked up to, and while they both longed for a motherly figure, their circumstances were eerily similar to Anakin's, just the inverse. Instead of servitude as a slave, they had freedom as farmers. Instead of a mother, they had a father. Tashara was a luxury compared to Tatooine. It might not have the wealth of Kuat or Chandrila, but it was their home, and they should love it for what it is. The foundation of their growth started with everything that Qui Gon was. He inspired them. The older they got, the more advanced their lessons became. Qui Gon found means to train them in a mix of forms, similar to what would be seen in decades later, came to life now. Without the structure of the Jedi Order around them, Qui Gon both taught everything he remembered, but added new moves and counters. So what became the focus of the twins were combined forms of lightsaber combat. Since their harmonization with the Force was so great, their focus on the saber was much easier. Qui Gon utilized Form 1 and 4 the most, so these were the building blocks for their initial training once they got their kyber crystals, and thus their lightsabers. When they mastered the basics of those two forms, He broke off into his remembered knowledge of Forms 2, 3, 5, and even a little 7, because he was close friends with Mace Windu, despite their ideological differences. This slowly divided up into the mix that would become the base for both Luke and Leia's own forms. Because they weren't structuring their forms around the traditional lightsaber training of the Jedi Order, Leia used the base of Form 1 and Form 4, with the additional branches of 3 and 5. Her form was more focused on defensive maneuvers and aggressive counters. The twins were also much smaller than their biological father and their adopted father, so they were more flexible and limber. Similar to his sister though, Luke's base remained of 1 and 4, but added the more aggressive of 2 and 7. While Qui Gon didn't know Vapad all that well, he knew pieces of Juyo, assisting him with giving Luke a solid base for holding the more aggressive style of attack. As they eventually reached the age of 16, which they were now, they both yearned for a chance to make a difference in the galaxy. The twins requested for a chance to strike the Imperial outpost, but Qui Gon discouraged it. Despite Tashara being in the Outer Rim, an attack like that could see the Empire retaliating, with martial law or stricter crackdowns. He believed in them, and in their hearts, but calculated strikes would always make the difference over aggressive without strategy. Because Organa remained pretty absent from their development and Qui-Gon's life since Polis Massa, they didn't know about the growing rebellion. So instead of outright attacking Imperial bases, especially on Tashara, they would become missionaries in a way. The twins watched in confusion. He had prepared arrangements to get them off-world for the first time, while some neighbors would maintain the crops for the full profit for themselves, plus TC-183 would watch over their home in their absence. Luke and Leia still remained confused about what they were going to do. Qui-Gon explained that because the Empire was ever expanding, it would be impossible for them to stop the rise of authoritarianism by attacking one base at a time. This lesson went back to their earliest teachings: inspiration over action. They were young, they deserved to see the galaxy, and while their biological father's fire lived within them, Luke and Leia did not crave adventure for the sake of adventure. They loved Tashara, it was their home, and they were willing to explore the galaxy so that they could help others, not for the sake of adventuring. They wanted to be the perfect Jedi, and so they prepared their starship, a vessel acquired by Jinn with some saved up finances. It was an older, kind of smaller model, but it worked really well. The YT-2000 light freighter was smaller than the Ghost or the Millennium Falcon, but it provided enough room for everyone to sleep separately and a tiny dining room with a holographic table. The 4 seats in the cockpit would also be maintained by the twins up front and Qui-Gon in the back. On Tashara, they practiced with speeders and land racers. While Luke wasn't as efficient with piloting as he would have been with the Skyhopper on Tatooine, he and his sister were a combined team. That, in Luke's heart, meant so much more than just being good. The twins took the controls and they departed into hyperspace. Master Jinn kept the children away from deep Imperial territory. Even though Tashara was an Outer Rim system, it truly was the gem of the underworld. Compared to many planets that were forced to deal with the Empire, it really didn't face truly catastrophic repercussions of Imperial rule. There was plenty of corruption, but slavery didn't exist. Spice flowed naturally, gambling districts didn't interfere with regular life, and turf wars were pretty uncommon. Where they went to next was much different. Hopelessness filled the streets, drunkards fought Imperial troopers and died sometimes on the spot. The galaxy was falling apart, and things were far worse than even Qui-Gon thought they would be. But this trio worked as a band of vigilantes. They dealt with Imperials and stopped abuse from syndicates. The gentle work of their affairs was balancing outright rebellion with hope. Jinn supported any movement against the Empire, but their actions could not result in harsher crackdowns. So more than anything, they were showing the people that they could fight back. Qui-Gon didn't like blasters, but one of his farming neighbors taught the children how to shoot cycler rifles, and eventually pistols. The twins utilized that here with Qui-Gon. He didn't use blasters, but he did use the Force in hidden ways to avoid detection. More or less, this was just a way to hide their identities. For months, this type of work would continue. The trio would bounce around systems, helping dozens of people per day, and leaving, never to be seen again. This was an honest way to inspire the little guy, which was their focus. Qui-Gon could see changes in people and in communities just by their presence. He also understood that the prophecy of the Chosen One sat on their shoulders, but that wasn't something that even remotely weighed them down. All was going well until they made their stop on Daiyu. The twins were becoming acclimated to their work, how they could help others in the galaxy that were struggling with the Empire, until by happenstance, they ran into two Inquisitors. The Inquisitors weren't really aware of the actions of this trio, because it could be anyone. The blasters didn't really inspire people to think of the Jedi. But in the middle of the scum-ridden streets of Daiyu, Eighth Brother threatened a citizen, because they looked like a Jedi, and Luke decidedly sprung into action, activating his Emerald Saber, followed by Leia. Qui Gon tried to stop them, but it was too late. An immediate counter came from Merrick, who happened to be watching over his brother. Leia and Luke challenged them, batting his saber away as the smaller Eighth Brother turned to attack the young Jedi. Just as he readied his second blade on his weapon, Qui Gon stepped forward, ripping out his saber and shoving it towards the Inquisitor. Flashbacks filled Qui Gon's head, as all he could think about was his death on Naboo, but he focused. He couldn't lose to a double-bladed saber twice. He was much more prepared for combat. He wasn't quite at Dooku's efficiency at this age, but he was prepared. Qui Gon stepped backwards, batting a saber at each side of the staff as it closed in. He could see the twins. Luke and Leia were handling Merrick quickly. From the city streets, people watched in either horror or amazement. They couldn't believe the Jedi had returned. So much pain caused by the Empire. Leia could see stormtroopers coming their way, and she told Luke to take the Inquisitor. He nodded, forcing Merrick around and flipping into Form 1 himself. Leia slipped into an alleyway, climbing the structures nearby and using the high ground to strike at the troopers. She hit her saber when she was running above them, and just when the stormtroopers raised their weapons, she slammed down between them. Her saber cut through their bodies, and they fired into miscellaneous directions in chaos. Behind her, Qui Gon backed away as Eighth Brother turned the spin cycle on the saber. Jinn smiled. He stepped back, watching the saber spin repetitively. Qui Gon weaved to the side of a strike and saw his opportunity, jabbing his saber into the hilt and pulling upwards, before driving his saber through his opponent's heart. On the other hand, Luke batted away Merrick. The Inquisitor shoved and parried where he could, but he slowly became overpowered as another squad of stormtroopers was decimated by his twin sister. Luke smiled, feeling the moment. All of his training had prepared him for this encounter. The Inquisitor slashed at the ground and Luke kicked his foot into the Sith's wrist, bending it and slicing up, cutting the Inquisitor's neck and bursting whatever curse lay inside that body out of him. The three quickly regrouped, checked on each other, and then proceeded to escape. Their little action on Daiyu turned heads. With Grand Inquisitor dying to Kanan Jarrus a little more than a year before, the death of these two was quite jarring. Not to mention Seventh Sister and Fifth Brother would have their own troubles with Maul on Malachor in the coming weeks. This did not really concern Qui Gon, as he ushered his twins away from Daiyu and to their next world. Losing two more Inquisitors wasn't really something the Emperor cared about. They were frontline troopers, comparable to stormtroopers or citizen militias, because honestly, who really cared? However, there was something he was interested in. Due to the duel taking place in the middle of the street, there were security cameras of Qui Gon Jinn defeating an Inquisitor with two other Boken Jedi. Sidious immediately called for Vader to leave Lothal and deal with this, because this could be another useful loyalty exam for Palpatine. What the Emperor did not know is that out of every Jedi in the galaxy, whether it be Ahsoka, Ezra, or Baylan Skoll, there was one that Vader did not hate. Qui Gon Jinn was the only Jedi that Vader did not openly despise. In his early transformation into the Dark Lord, he had visions including various counselors, random knights he killed during the Purge, even Jedi who died before or during the Clone War. But never did he ever see Qui Gon Jinn. Vader, perhaps even Anakin, viewed Master Jinn as this perfect entity, the one who did no wrong, and thus could not be blamed for anything. Sidious was sending Vader to finish what Maul could not. He didn't really consider Qui-Gon as anything other than a ceremonial death for Anakin Skywalker. Vader had been tested a lot, like almost losing the Shah Kun or Seer in the past decade and a half. But killing someone like Qui-Gon, someone close to Anakin's heart, was not something Vader had done. Vader did not fight Obi-Wan Kenobi a second time, and he was removed from fighting Ahsoka for the first time. He knew Ahsoka would show herself on Malachor, but this was the time he'd be fighting a Jedi that knew him so personally. Initially, Vader thought it to be an illusion, but he went ahead anyways. The trio did not realize they had captured the Emperor's attention. Qui-Gon really never thought he'd be important enough for Palpatine to remember, but Master Jinn, after all, placed young Skywalker into Palpatine's hands perfectly. What wrong could a little thanks for his sacrifice be? The twins would have a few more duels, all of them being victories, before they turned 17. Qui-Gon continued to protect them, and they did celebrate their birthday. But the mission remained their focus. Because of how they grew up, Luke and Leia didn't plan to celebrate themselves until everyone could join them. It's like celebrating Empire Day, when knowing that sentients were being held in shackles as slaves. Luke and Leia didn't see anything worth celebrating if their job was not finished yet. This wasn't really Qui-Gon's intention for them, but he prided them on their determination. It was inspiring even to him, so he knew that others would feel similarly. Sometimes it takes a new perspective to change the hearts of others. He hoped that it could save the galaxy with them. A few months down the line, at another minor metropolis on Duro, the Jedi would meet their greatest adversary yet. Due to their growth as combatants and inspirations, they typically split up, did separate work, and regathered in the middle of the night, or the following day. Most operations on any given planet took about a week. Every night, they'd have dinner, strategize, and then go to sleep. That was the only thing Qui-Gon really asked of them. Family dinner, and honestly, nothing beat it for the twins. Regardless, Qui-Gon was walking down the streets in the evening when he was confronted by a shadowy figure. A crimson saber ignited on instinct. Vader may have had a soft spot for Qui-Gon, but he didn't believe this was the real Master Jinn. That man died on Naboo to Maul, so Vader's focus was not on Qui-Gon's survival, but killing the changer that dared disrespect his late master. As is common with the Sith, Qui-Gon didn't have a chance to explain anything, and immediately went on the defense. Vader's strikes were powerful and precise, knocking Qui-Gon backwards with every hit they made. The Jedi Master defended himself adequately through the empty streets. He slid behind a pillar, holding up the monorail, and Vader cut through it, trying to kill the imposter. Qui-Gon fell backwards, rolling across the ground, and got to his feet. It didn't matter how much training Qui-Gon had done in the past 17, almost 18 years. Vader's robotic limbs were simply too hard on his old bones. He used avoidance as his best counter to Vader. Just colliding sabers was brutal on Qui-Gon. Vader wasn't very cautious with his strikes either. Without getting his backside handed to him by Obi-Wan a second time, he wasn't as concerned with losing. Just as Jinn's fight looked lost, Leia and Luke lunged in from either sides of the street. Vader turned to counter them, slashing through walls and countering their attacks. The slippery and quick Jedi kept Vader at a distance, further frustrating him. They mocked his slow speed by dancing away. Qui-Gon re-entered the fight, forcing Vader's focus back onto himself. The Sith Lord was furious, but also unable to just finish off any one of his different opponents. He could defeat all of them individually, but Vader hadn't fought a group of this talent before. Killing random knights was different. This was Qui-Gon and the twins. They were a completely different type of opponent. Vader slashed his weapon through anything in his way, and just as he cornered the three, after launching Luke down an alleyway, Vader was lifted from his feet and thrown through a store window. The crashing echoed out through the street, but the sound of two more lightsabers caught everyone's attention. Yoda and Obi-Wan stood side by side. Old Ben Kenobi had two robotic hands. What they didn't know is how he lost an entire arm and his other forearm during a duel with Sidious. Yoda's eye was blinded from another burst of electricity that covered his body. They survived, but they lost again. Vader got to his feet and climbed out of the wreckage, shocked to see Kenobi again. He thrusted his saber forward, and the Jedi all acted on instinct, pulling his arms and legs outwards with the Force. Vader crashed down on his knees and squirmed, but the Jedi were all too powerful. They restrained him against the ground, and he howled in anger, demanding his freedom, but he was silenced by Yoda, shutting down his voice box. Ben asked first, how did Qui-Gon survive? And he told his former apprentice that it was a long story, but first the fate of Vader. Qui-Gon also introduced the twins before confronting their opponent. Qui-Gon didn't pity him, nor did he feel bad for him. Anakin's actions had done this. Blame could be passed off on any number of people, but at the end of the day, his actions did this, and as a result, he lost out on the greatest treasure ever, raising his own children. Vader was still restrained, so all that he could do was watch the twins hold him back. They didn't really struggle that much. They had a lifetime full of Force-focused training. Vader was simply being withheld by all of them. Ben and Qui-Gon switched back and forth when it became real to Kenobi that his master was alive. Qui-Gon didn't want to kill Vader, but they had no other choice. Luke wasn't going to save his father because he hadn't developed a need to just save his father. The oppression they had been fighting for the last 2 or so years was a result of his father's actions. They couldn't just be forgotten because they were family. Vader's head tilted around as Yoda used the Force to subdue their captive, knocking him unconscious, and his body fell limp on the ground. Having lost their duel with Sidious, and not knowing where the twins went to because of Bail not telling them, Yoda and Ben were forced to continue training. Qui-Gon's ghost would have given Yoda instructions for hiding, but without it, they were a duo of vigilantes, training for their final fight with the Emperor. They had gotten close to assassinating him, but that was yet another failure. It truly felt like the Emperor was unstoppable. He had too much plot armor, too powerful. The Jedi would drag Vader out of the streets and begin their own discussions. They had a lot to catch up on. The twins were very aware about their father's, who they considered their real father, decision to take care of them. They knew Qui-Gon withheld the Jedi from finding them, and that Bail refused to tell the Jedi. Yoda and Ben had severed their connection with Organa as a result, but now it kinda made sense. They weren't necessarily mad at Qui-Gon for being so quiet about all of this. The Jedi needed to be involved in less, and this was better, clearly, as Luke and Leia were fine Jedi, probably better than them. Yoda and Ben were very jaded from the war and the purge. They wouldn't have given the love that the twins needed to have. They would have prepared the twins for combat, for war, and they would have been fine warriors but not good Jedi. Qui-Gon did for the twins what Kanan did for Ezra and the Ghost Crew. Love was foundational to a Jedi's existence. What the Jedi did not know is that Yoda's little subduing wore off pretty quickly. Vader was still restrained, but not actively by the force of the Jedi. What mattered more than anything was what he heard. Vader would have been more inclined to abduct his children into the dark side, but just hearing Qui-Gon talk about the light and what he did for the twins really just hurt him more than anything. The Anakin inside could have been what Qui-Gon was, and the circumstance that Padme still died. Anakin would have lost his true love, of course, but that love didn't die when someone passes on. It morphs and transforms into new forms, many of which are unforeseen until they come to life. Vader was left with that reality of what he could have been. He listened and quietly agonized over what he should have been. What if Anakin just hadn't gone apeshit insane? He could have at least had these wonderful and remarkable twins. They spoke with such elegance and love, and even though they did not care for him, they weren't vengeful. They weren't attempting to murder him for what he took from them. He was a sore thumb in the family too. Shmi was selfless, despite a life of slavery. Padme dedicated her heart to the Republic and its people, and the twins, well, they were the best attributes of everyone, including himself. Vader, after listening for over several hours, realized why he failed, why Padme died, and what needed to be changed. So, he eventually revealed that he was awake and made a proposition. At first, the Jedi'd be skeptical, but an agreement would be made. A move would follow, and the greatest surviving warriors of this era would leave Duro for a final stand on Coruscant. Luke and Leia were the future, not of the Jedi, but of the galaxy, so a decision was made by Qui-Gon. The twins were to be protected if need be. That meant for anything. The Jedi had no problem with sacrificing themselves at that proposal. When they arrived at the Imperial Palace using Vader's shuttle, he entered first. The Emperor was sitting peacefully on his throne, and he saw his apprentice. And without verbal conflict, a saber ignited. Palpatine smiled, understanding the choice his apprentice made. As he rose to his feet and readied an electric attack, 5 more lightsabers ignited from various locations around the temple. The 6 royal guards activated their staves, but with the clench of his hand, all of them lifted off the ground and dropped. Sidious enjoyed the theatrics of his former apprentice, but he wasn't very amused. He spotted 3 green lightsabers and 2 blue. Who could they be? He was excited to find out. He fired electricity at Vader, who blocked it, before Ben moved around his fallen apprentice and swung at Palpatine. His saber ignited to defend himself. Yoda did the same, to meet another defending saber. Sidious was so overjoyed to see old friends united at last. But Qui-Gon remained in a confusing phase, as he too showed himself. The Sith Lord spun out of the way. The old dogs all engaged. Luke and Leia moved around the outside of the fight, watching, waiting for their chance. Qui Gon deflected a strike, Ben parried, Vader struck, and Yoda avoided. Sidious moved in circles, countering everywhere he could. It didn't matter if he was on the offense or defense, he was determined to win, and sickly, he was doing well. Palpatine flipped away from Yoda and pulled Obi-Wan with the Force, dragging him off his feet like he did before. But with his hand outstretched, Ben used the Force to push himself further into the air, to avoid Sidious' strike that would have killed him. Vader slammed down and crushed through the floor, and just as Palpatine moved to parry Yoda, he felt pressure from behind. He used the Force on the ground, shattering it beneath Yoda, Vader, and Qui Gon, as Sidious turned around to attack the twins. Luke and Leia stood together, defending the Emperor's aggressive assault. He laughed maniacally, driving his weapon in jabs at each of them. The twins weren't fazed. They'd been trained their entire lives for this moment. Their combined aggression and defense forced Palpatine to adjust to each of them. But because they had trained their entire lives against each other, they knew how to use the inverse form of their own. Luke could feel Sidious growing more aggressive towards him, so he switched into his sister's form, and she mimicked, going more aggressive. Using her father's and their father's aggression, she swept her sabers along Palpatine's defense, and bounced her saber on the inside of his non-dominant hand and swung back around, cutting off the hand of Sidious, which he was using to attack her brother. Leia therefore slid downwards across Palpatine's body, as Luke, on cue, ripped his weapon over her head and collided with Palpatine. They didn't even need to communicate it. Nearly a full decade as siblings, training against themselves in Qui-Gon, they were built for this. Vader rose to his feet and charged, but stopped, as Luke cut across Palpatine's chest, and at the same time, he and his sister shoved their weapons into his heart, and he dropped in that moment. Everyone in the room looked to each other, and smiles formed. But Vader wasn't finished yet. He stepped to his twins and asked for their hands, before placing his saber into it. He apologized. He wished he could have been what Qui-Gon was, but he realized and recognized that they'd been given the best life. They deserved the galaxy. They deserved more than a promise could give. His kyber crystal, the one that had been a part of him for years, belonged to them. They looked to each other as the weight of the saber fell into their hands, and he told them that their mother would have been in love with them. She would have adored every quality they had. That he knew to be truer than anything he had ever known. Vader said some short words to Obi-Wan and Yoda, but saved his greatest thanks for Qui-Gon. His apology was for having failed, but his resolve was in giving the Empire an enemy. The rebellion was years away from rising into a proper resistance. The Gorman massacre was more than just a year away. He could save more people. It wouldn't make amends for his crimes before that, but changing now was better than never doing so, or simply hiding away. Vader quickly started unraveling the Empire, as the Jedi, Qui-Gon, and his children escaped from Coruscant using Vader's shuttle. Darth Vader's heroic sacrifice may have not been killing Sidious, but he would destroy the Sith. He was the last of them after all. The Sith, their documents, its empire, everything would be revealed or destroyed. The Death Star made public knowledge the plans for intergalactic oppression. It didn't matter what it was. He told it, and he gave everyone a target. He was the enemy to the rebels, to Imperial purists, to Palpatine loyalists, the Senate, and anyone else who really lived in the galaxy. There wasn't a soul who paraded their pride for Vader. Everyone in some capacity wanted him dead, just for different reasons, and very quickly, that would turn the Empire in on itself. Palpatine was needed for the structure. No longer did that structure exist. Vader's fate, though, would be unknown. If he died in a final stand at the Imperial Palace, if he was responsible for the coming destruction of the Death Star, perhaps even the collision of 2 Imperial Star dreadnoughts, no one really knew. And that was perhaps the point, because he never had a confirmed death. The Empire continuously tore itself apart to find him and destroy him, believing that the other side was holding him and protecting him. Luke may have not developed a complex to save Vader, but the twins' love and compassion gifted Anakin the fortitude to make a choice not for himself for once. Vader's actions after Palpatine's death weren't for anyone other than his twins. He wanted them to have a new galaxy, one that actually benefited the people. Anakin recognized that, maybe a little too late, but he made the decision to change it for the better. If he survived or if he died, an ultimate sacrifice would remain a mystery forever. On Tashara, the fate of the Jedi Order would be decided. Luke and Leia did not care about the old order. Their loyalties were to the Force and to their adopted father. Qui Gon let them make the choice for themselves because it was their choice, but he would remain on Tashara to fight for the people, as they'd been doing everywhere else. With the Empire leaving the system to maintain rule in the galaxy, the crime syndicates would try to creep in. Obi-Wan and Yoda would learn that Luke and Leia had no interest in becoming Jedi, so the Order would rebuild across Tashara. Kenobi and Yoda found individuals willing to join. While limited, it was a start. Kanan and Ezra would remain on Lothal, neither of them dying or getting sent away, cultivating their own family. Cal and Merrin would similarly build off their family unit. The path was full of broken Jedi, creating homes for themselves everywhere. But there would be those still willing to join the old order. It, however, would not be the same Jedi as before. Qui-Gon's influence over the twins led to important reform that would see the Jedi sect grow long after Yoda and Obi-Wan passed away. Until then, though, former masters and apprentices would reunite. Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon, and Yoda had many stories to share, and nothing kept their old hearts beating like watching Luke and Leia inspire the galaxy. There were billions of people ready for change, and they were the anchor for a lot of it. People would follow them, and they would lead. It wouldn't be a religious movement, nor militaristic, but a societal one. They walked the path of the Jedi, understood the people, saw the dark side, and came out without buckling. Luke and Leia were the twins that would change the galaxy. What Vader set up for them after the Emperor's death would turn the Skywalker twins into household names across the stars. The family of Qui-Gon, Luke, and Leia would only grow stronger as they cultivated the galaxy to see hope and build around a strong and stable future for everyone. Our story begins at the Jedi Temple. The Council was in transport to Naboo for the celebration of the victory of Naboo and the burial of Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn. Master Dooku looked at himself in his mirror. He stood silently in his room, looking down at his cape and boots strewn across the ground and bed. His eyes raised and he met his lifeless gaze. Dooku was appalled for many reasons, and he felt a fit of rage and hysterics rise up from within him. It's why he threw his boots at the wall, and it's why he ripped his cape off in disgust. The Jedi Master was left without his apprentice, someone he loved like a son, and someone he considered his best friend. Qui-Gon was such a good man, and he had grown up so fast. How could it be that he was gone? Dooku was in the initial stages of grief. Qui-Gon couldn't die before him. That's not how it was supposed to go. It was something Yoda understood, but why would Dooku speak to his master? It was Yoda's fault Qui-Gon went to Naboo alone. But if it was Yoda's fault, whose fault was it that Maul killed him? Dooku remembered their final conversation. It was one of warning, because Dooku knew the truth. He knew the Sith had returned, and he was going to be a part of their return. Dooku's hands creased around the edge of the sink in front of him as he tightened his grip and then released it. A lifetime of Yoda's teachings ran through his mind at the same time. Grief is a natural part. The Force surrounds you. Resist the darkness. Control. Control, you must learn control. Fear is the path to the dark side. Dooku stopped and stepped away from the mirror, shying away from seeing a tear slip down his cheek. He couldn't continue this way of life. As a Jedi, he was supposed to be stronger than this, and as a Jedi, he was supposed to just accept his student's death. But that was something he could not do. The Jedi Master kicked his boots across the room as they slammed into the door, and then he slammed himself down onto his bed, rubbing his hands across his face in disgust. Would the young man that was once the apprentice of the Grand Master of the Jedi Order stand for this? He killed his best friend, he lied, and he cut information out of the Jedi archives. Dooku had done so many wrong things, and now his student was dead. Did his desire to change the fate of the Republic and the Jedi do this? Did he destroy himself because he wanted to save the people of the galaxy from corruption? Or did he sell his soul to the devil in hopes that he would be given the forbidden fruit of the free galaxy? Dooku pondered and pondered, feeling his head rise up with a burdening headache and a sudden urge to wander the halls of the temple. Dooku threw his boots on and went on without his cape. It was an odd sight for sure, but Dooku didn't care. He stepped into the hall and stopped. He turned back at the door and remembered an eager young Qui-Gon Jinn waiting for him. It was their first day of training and Qui-Gon was waiting by Dooku's door. He smiled. remembering how frightened he was when he stepped out of his room to see the young Jedi Padawan looking into his eyes. His fist clenched and he released his grip. Qui Gon Jinn was one with the Force now. It was time to let go, and time to forget. Dooku turned his head and started walking the halls. Ever since he heard the news about his former student's death, he had been near inconsolable. Yoda tried to speak with him, but he was cut out, so Yoda let Dooku have his time to heal. Several peers and friends came to him to wish their condolences as well. The Jedi Master would receive more of those during this walk, which only added to the burning pain in his chest. Dooku went to the archives where he found himself blankly wandering around. He eventually found himself at a table and just stared off in the distance, without a thought behind his eyes. All he saw were memories forming in front of him, playing on a continuous loop. The first instruction, the first spar, the first meditation, the first mission, the knighting, the first student he watched Qui-Gon take on, and so much more. It continued going and going and going until it was interrupted by a Jedi Master who asked him how he was doing. Dooku looked over to Gundy, who slid down in the seat across from him. Dooku told him that he was accepting what had been done and coming to terms with what couldn't be reversed. Master Gundy could tell that the Jedi Master was lying, so he offered an alternative. He told Dooku that when he lost his friend and his master during a mission, he went on a bearish vow. Dooku looked at his hands, which were on the table, and he nodded his head. Inside his mind, he considered taking this bearish vow to join the Sith. But this wasn't a bad idea. Gundy could tell that Dooku was conflicted, so he let him have his space, getting up and patting Dooku on the shoulder and telling him that they were all here for him if he needed anything. Dooku sat alone for several more minutes, trying to think of what he actually wanted to do going forward. His mind kept on racing. He considered continuing his path with Darth Sidious, and then he thought about what would happen if he took the bearish vow instead. Technically, he'd be taking a hiatus from the Jedi Order as it was. That was something he could afford to do. Master Dooku got up and walked to the council chambers. He always came here when the council wasn't present. It was a calming space to be in, and he was always able to access the council chambers because of Yoda. Dooku walked through the doors and looked over the sunset falling on Coruscant. It was a beautiful day, and it was all visible from this tower. Dooku stood silently with his eyes watching the shadows fade on the towers of glass as the sun fell behind the horizon. Dooku looked down at the ground and then over to the other council seats. He was supposed to be a member of this council. If he had joined, would it have saved Qui-Gon's life? As these thoughts ran through his mind, he felt the chill roll down his spine. The Jedi Master looked over and shook his head, returning to his gaze at the cityscape. Dooku tried to return to his concentration, but it felt like there was something else going on here. He could feel the presence of someone so close. Dooku grabbed his lightsaber and turned over, igniting the weapon and asking who was there. The voice rang out from behind him, calling him Master. Dooku asked who it was, and Qui-Gon made himself visible to him. Dooku's mouth hung open as he asked how this was happening, or at all possible. Qui-Gon expressed that he was one with the living Force. His foot stepped forward and he told his former instructor that he couldn't explain much about it. There were lessons that could be taught so that a Jedi might transcend the realm of death. But every Jedi existed within the cosmic force. This was the living. Dooku put his lightsaber away and apologized for failing him. Qui-Gon shook his head, and Dooku's anger grew, believing that Qui-Gon blamed the Jedi. But Qui-Gon told Dooku to put his rage away. This was no one's fault but his own. He failed in the fight, but that didn't mean that someone else had to pay the price because of his mistakes. Dooku asked what he meant, and Qui-Gon stepped forward, his translucent body standing in front of the sun, as he told his master that there was a child, Anakin Skywalker. The boy needed to be trained as a Jedi. Dooku didn't understand, and he especially didn't know why Qui-Gon would think so much about him in the afterlife. But Qui-Gon was adamant that Skywalker was the key to everything. Dooku looked down, and he asked Qui-Gon how he knew this was real or not, and Qui-Gon just asked his former master if it was. Dooku shook his head, believing that he was imagining this entire conversation. He looked away, and the voice of Qui-Gon reminded him of his roots, telling Dooku that the path of a Jedi would be a fulfilling one if he trusted the Force. Dooku turned back and the apparition was gone. He rubbed his head and decided that he would inform Palpatine of his plans. Dooku returned to his room and sent a message to Sidious before going to sleep. When the morning came, Dooku felt confused and unsure. The message from Palpatine encouraged his good friend to take his time. They would need his courage if they wanted to free the galaxy from oppression. These words were so reassuring to him. He felt like he could breathe again. Sidious was such a breath of fresh air. If only Yoda could do that for him. Dooku obviously was neglecting the fact that he pushed Yoda away. Today was the day that the Council would return, and the Jedi Master was operating pretty slowly. He wasn't sure where his mind was, but he was slothed and rigid. He ate and attempted to meditate, and then he tried the train, but he gave up halfway through each of those, aside from the eating part. He was eating a lot of comfort foods to really ease his heart. Dooku at the end of the day avoided the Jedi Council and took a shuttle out of the hangar and away from Coruscant. He didn't realize there was a Jedi Master following him, one that was tracking his ship with an exterior tracker. Dooku jumped to hyperspace towards the planet of Ossus in the Outer Rim territories. It was a peaceful planet, and he'd have time to be alone here. Dooku did send information to the Council informing them of his bearish vow, but they didn't see it because they were busy processing Yaddle's departure from the Council. She was following Dooku at the moment, and she, like Dooku, was in transit to Ossus. When Dooku exited hyperspace, he flew his ship down to the surface of the planet and landed next to a small lake. He climbed out of the shuttle and looked around the landscape. It was beautiful and tranquil. He closed his eyes. He could feel how different the Force felt. He could feel the vibrance of the world around him. It was so perfect. The sun hit his face and he smiled. He removed his robes until he was down to his tunic. It was much lighter and looser. Dooku seriously was trying to give it a second chance. If he could potentially come to peace with what he had heard the Qui Gon Jinn from his imagination tell him, then perhaps he could find his love for the Jedi once more. Dooku stepped out onto some stones, sitting lifelessly on the lake, and placed his bare foot down on the first one. It was slippery, but he closed his eyes and he found balance. As he walked forward, Dooku slowly made his way to the last stone. It was larger and it was full enough where he could actually sit on it, and so he lowered himself down to the ground. He could hear more of his instructor's quotes rolling around in his head. Anger leads to hate leads to suffering. Pass on what you have learned. You will only find what you bring in. Dooku stopped. His eyes opened and he felt the coarse surface of the rock below him. As he slowly moved his hand forward, and it slipped into the cool water of the lake. Once again, he felt a chill roll in his spine, similar to the one inside the temple. Dooku chose Ossus because Qui-Gon and he had never been here before. He could never associate a memory with this place. This was supposed to be a place where he'd find tranquility, but all he found was more confusion. What was it supposed to mean? Dooku's eyes looked around, and he could feel Qui-Gon's presence, similar in fashion to what it was yesterday. Qui-Gon asked his former master if he could find his peace. Dooku shook his head, telling Qui-Gon that he would never find peace without him here. Qui-Gon expressed that to hold on to those who passed away was natural, but to ruin himself over it was not. The time would come, whether it be natural or not, Qui-Gon would never live forever. Dooku sat in confusion, and then he told Qui-Gon that he was never meant to outlive him. Qui-Gon made himself visible to his former instructor and told him that Yoda outlived all of his students. What was the difference? Dooku fell silent, and he told Qui-Gon that there were so many things to say, so many more memories to share. Qui-Gon smiled and told Dooku that no matter where he went, he would carry him. As a Jedi, he would be a part of his journey. As a student, he would exist in the lessons passed on to others, and as his friend, he'd be a part of all the ups and downs that life brought him. Dooku smiled and closed his eyes, letting a single tear slip from them. When his eyes opened, Qui-Gon was gone again. Dooku frowned, not because he lost Qui-Gon once more, but because he saw how far he had fallen. He spent so long criticizing the Jedi, blaming them for all the wrong in the galaxy, but here he was, contributing to the terror the Jedi had on the people. Dooku took a deep breath and closed his eyes once more. He needed to meditate, and he needed to find himself once more. He had wronged himself by doing this. He tried to slowly move himself back into the Force. Qui-Gon's apparition was right. What stuck with him the most is what Qui-Gon said about being a student. As a student, Qui-Gon would exist in every lesson that Dooku passed on to others. If Dooku became an agent of evil, an agent of the Sith, he would undo Qui-Gon's life work. That perhaps would be the greatest sin he could ever make. Dooku fell into a silent meditation for a couple more hours before getting up and using the stones to get back to land. He collected some wood and started a fire to keep himself warm. The Jedi Master wondered if he could still make an impact. He had a little hollow recording device and he was recording his thoughts into it. Dooku believed he could use it as a time capsule, but it would probably be used to convince other Jedi to convict him of the murder of Sifo Dyas. Even though Dooku didn't know what he was going to do regarding the Sith, he still had his issues with the Republic. He didn't want to expose Palpatine because he was the key to taking down the Republic and resetting the cosmic balance. Perhaps he could just let Palpatine do what he wanted, though something came to Dooku's mind. Sidious would likely plan to move on without him. Perhaps even something worse, like killing him. As he was sitting there wondering, he put his recording device away and leaned his head back on a cot, looking up into the sky and looking at the stars and the moons above him. It was so beautiful here. Dooku thought to himself and wondered if he could ever truly forgive the Jedi. As he thought, he felt something in the forest. His lightsaber ignited and he looked at a shadow walk towards him, as it got increasingly larger, and asked who was there. From the bushes walked a small figure, removing their hood and revealing the concerned face of Master Yaddle. She asked if he was alright. Dooku lowered his lightsaber and extinguished it, asking how she found him. She apologized, but she wanted to tell him personally. He informed her that he sent a message to the council. He was on a bearish vow, one that was not meant to be interrupted. Yaddle again apologized, but she didn't know. She was here because she wanted to make sure he was alright, and she also wanted to tell him that she stepped down from her position on the High Council. He and Qui Gon were right about so many things. The council failed to recognize that, and she wanted to stand with him and help him. Maybe there was a limited amount of things they could do, but she wished to aid him on this journey, believing it to be one of the most important steps for the Jedi Order in recent history. She then asked if she could join him, and he nodded his head. There was some food sitting next to the fire, and he offered it. She just shook her head and smiled. Yaddle told Dooku that his master was deeply concerned about him, wishing that they would have a chance to speak about Qui-Gon's death. Dooku nodded his head, asking what it was that Yoda said. She told him that the Grand Master felt at fault for it, and even went as far to say that he wished he was the one that perished instead of Qui-Gon. Dooku found that both heartbreaking and endearing. The fact that he thought so highly of his student's life meant everything to him. Dooku asked if that was all that was said, and she told him some other things. Dooku laughed a little as he leaned back. She asked what was funny. He said it was a little comedic how the council came back from such a devastating event to lose one of their council members and lose another to a bearish vow. Surely the council would be buzzing over this. She smiled and saw the little humor in the incident, believing that Dooku's humor was always one of the best attributes of his. Dooku thought to himself and his smile faded away, realizing that if he gave himself over to the Sith, he might lose those attributes. The two Jedi spoke for hours until eventually going to sleep. Their conversations ironically drifted away from seriousness and they went to stories. They told fun and witty stories about their adventures, both with Qui-Gon and other Jedi. Yaddle had lost a number of her students over the years, and she expressed that she always remembered the best of them. They were all wonderful men and women. They inspired her to be better every day, and it was in their memory that she decided to step down from the Jedi Council. Dooku was really inspired by her words. In the morning, the two of them woke up at separate times. Yaddle was up first, and she took a stick from a fallen tree and used it to stand still in the water, balancing on one foot and becoming a beacon of stillness and tranquility. Dooku woke up and looked over the water and saw the Jedi Master in her element. She was stood with her arms tilted over her head and her hand lifted upwards towards the sky. Dooku thought that perhaps there was a chance to return to the Order. Yaddle could sense that Dooku was awake and she returned to the camp. Once they had some food, she suggested they go on a hike, and he asked why. Yaddle just felt that it could have good implications for them in their conversations, so he obliged. The two of them picked up right where they left off the night before, and they spoke. About an hour and a half into their walk, Dooku stopped. They were climbing up a mountain away from their camp. He walked over to the edge and looked down. It was gorgeous. Osis was a paradise, and Yaddle asked, what was really wrong? Dooku paused, and he turned back with shame on his face. The type of shame of someone who had been caught in the act. He told her that he did something wrong, and it may have been the reason that Qui-Gon died. He was unsure though. Yaddle told him that he could tell her if he felt comfortable. If not, she would never pressure him. All Dooku said is that he would like to tell her, but she had the promise that she wouldn't reveal the truth to anyone, and she accepted. When the information was revealed, part of her wished she hadn't made that promise. Dooku told her about Sifo Dyas, Kamino, the clones, and then he told her about Darth Sidious, the master and instructor of Darth Maul. He looked back down over the lake and the beautiful valley as he said these horrid things to Yaddle. She asked him what he would like to do about it, and truthfully, he didn't know. He was conflicted. He believed that he was in the right initially, but now he wasn't sure. Qui-Gon was never supposed to be injured, and surely Sidious would be planning his downfall. Yaddle walked over to the edge and looked down with him. There were a lot of rights and a lot of wrongs. Yaddle told Dooku that his quest to do the right thing wasn't his flaw. He was right for that. How he went about it was what the issue was. But even with that, she couldn't flaw him for making those choices. Yaddle continued and told Dooku that she would be here by his side.
as an ally throughout this entire process, but she would not support the Sith. She reminded him of their earliest lessons. The Sith only cared about themselves. Their motivations were inward, and even if what he said seemed like a paradise, Sidious was going to use Dooku until he got what he wanted. This was true, but it all seemed to be perfect, and that was the catch. Yaddle told Dooku that no system would ever be perfect. If the Jedi ruled the galaxy, they'd be flawed. If the Republic was a parliament, they would be flawed. If the galaxy was united, it would be flawed. But through all those flaws were the people who made it work. Through all those issues and struggles, there were people binding the galaxy together. It wasn't as black and white as the Senate and the Jedi versus the people. The Order failed, and it failed a lot. But it did not make them the bad in the galaxy. For a unit of 10,000, they did a lot of right. But Dooku was correct. They had their issues. If he truly believed in the Jedi, or if not the Jedi, then doing the right thing, then he knew what the right choice would be. Dooku looked down. He was afraid. She knew he was. But she would be here with him. They could undo his wrongs. They could expose the ruse, and perhaps Dooku could take her seat on the council. He could be the voice of reason to the council full of complacency. She looked up with a smile and told him, if he could convince a 400-year-old Jedi, why couldn't he convince a 900-year-old one? Yaddle was the second oldest in the entire order. If she could be changed, then all of them could be. All they needed to do was approach the issue the way the council responded. Dooku got down and swung his legs over the edge and asked her if he had betrayed Qui-Gon by doing this, and she shook her head, putting her hand on his shoulder and telling him that we are energy floating along, making challenging decisions. Sometimes our faith is placed in the wrong hands. Sometimes we do wrong by ourselves, but that does not define who we are. Our mistakes are our pillars, and we build upon them. Dooku made his mistakes, but what he made of them decided the legacy he left behind. Dooku smiled and wiped his face, turning over to Yaddle and thanking her for being here for him. She just smiled and sat down next to him, looking over the valley in front of them. On Coruscant, Sidious was preparing to make a move to counter everything Dooku might be doing. He knew that Dooku could inform the Jedi about him, so he created a series of recordings, forging their dates and prepared to send them off. Each of these recordings, he used the Force to make himself appear older and weaker, and he spoke about the Jedi and how they were coming for him. He made it appear as if there was a plot to kill him, and the Jedi were planning it for years. Palpatine played the role of the scared old man, and set everything up so he could send it to his closest allies in case something bad did happen to him. Sidious knew he wouldn't lose, but if he could turn the galaxy against the Jedi, then perhaps he could take over with the clones or the future separatists or whatever he wanted. All that mattered is he was prepared to send these messages. Dooku and Yaddle came up with a plan, because he believed that Sidious would counter them if they made a move. So instead of returning to the temple together, Dooku went to his master, and Yaddle went to the council. Dooku needed to earn Sidious's trust, and if he got it back, then he would be the apprentice Sidious wanted. Their plan went off without a hitch. Yaddle made her case to the council and informed them of everything she and Dooku accomplished, and she expressed that Dooku was more deserving of her seat than anyone else in the entire Jedi Order. The council was apprehensive of her tone, but she was correct. If Dooku did do this right, then he would expose the Sith and effectively wipe them out. The council rallied around Yaddle and agreed to her stance. They had a lot of work to do on themselves, but if they could get this right, then they'd be able to effectively defeat their ancient rival in the Force. Dooku would go silent from the Jedi for months. Sidious was initially disgusted with this little bearish vow, but Dooku explained to him that he needed to go to a dark planet to feed on the darkness, telling Sidious that he went to Dagobah, which was a nexus of the Force that the Dark Lord hadn't heard of. Dooku explained that Dagobah gave him the strength to cultivate the darkness in ways he had never before. Sidious was actually very impressed, seeing this as a positive from his student, and believing that he made the right choice when it came to Dooku. Because the former Jedi Master had to work undercover for a number of months to gain Sidious's trust back, he began to struggle. He saw a lot of problems again, and he started to slip into the darkness. But by his side was Qui Gon Jinn. He spoke to Qui Gon even when he wasn't there, and Qui Gon was always his source of hope every time he dipped into the darkness. It was really Qui Gon that kept him safe from the pull of the Sith, because without Qui Gon, Dooku would have become an agent of evil. Eventually, Dooku would request for Sidious's aid on Sereno. Palpatine didn't really understand, but according to Dooku, he was trying to construct a Sith altar, one that was tied to his masters, so that they could be stronger together. Sidious was semi-accepting of this. Tying their altars together would allow them to feed off of each other's darkness. Dooku was starting to show signs of the darkness feeding off his body too. His hair was losing its darkness, and he was becoming more obsessive with the power of the dark side. Sidious and he worked for a little over 5 minutes before the two Sith were ambushed by the Jedi from the High Council. Sidious and Dooku turned to defend themselves, but before Sidious could really understand what was happening, his apprentice shoved his lightsaber through his back, a literal backstab, and Sidious died. Betrayed by the Jedi he trusted to bring him his evil empire. Dooku was very disfigured in the mind. He bled his lightsaber crystal due to not finding any Jedi during his short stint as Sidious's apprentice. He also needed to speak with the Council regarding Anakin's training. He still hadn't forgotten what Qui Gon said to him. He just never said a word of it to Yaddle on Ossus. The death of Palpatine wouldn't be explained, and it would go as a missing persons case because Sidious was the one who came to Sereno, not Palpatine. The truth is, Palpatine went home one night under the supervision of his guard and was never seen again. His body was disposed inside of the Jedi Temple, where it could be purified and burned. Dooku informed the Council of the various locations he knew Sidious had around the galaxy, and Mace Windu would lead groups of Jedi to do as they did with Palpatine, purify and cleanse. Dooku, on the other hand, had some issues mentally. The dark side hurt him badly, and Yoda took a leave of absence to be there for his student. He always wanted to be there for his student, and so Master and Apprentice would rekindle their bond where Dooku found his path again. He would tell Yoda about his experience with Qui Gon, and how he was afraid of losing his mind. Yoda didn't entirely believe him, but Qui Gon revealed his voice to them once more and expressed his desires to rest now. The Force was theirs to command. All he asked is that Skywalker receive his training, to maintain the balance. To Yoda, this was confirmation that there was so much more about the Force that the Jedi didn't know. And after a month, when the two returned, Yoda would call for a spiritual reset. He didn't want to relocate the Order. Instead, he sent Jedi out to Ossus, Dagobah, Lothal, and a number of other planets to find the Force and become one with it. The Jedi would be changed for the better because of this. While they were on Ossus, Yaddle oversaw Anakin's development, because he was having struggles in the youngling classes. If it weren't for Yaddle, Anakin would have become resentful. She also bridged the gap between Obi-Wan and Anakin, so that they could trust each other. A lot had to be done after Sidious's demise, and one of those things was the halting of the cloning program on Kamino. Luckily, it was done before the first batch of clones could be started, Dooku arriving only a day before they started their cloning. It was going to be a tough financial loss for the Kaminoans, but they could kind of live with it. No one else in the galaxy could do what they did, to the level they did. As Dooku returned to become a master on the High Council, he would take Yaddle's spot as Anakin's new instructor, and he'd finally get a chance to meet Obi-Wan Kenobi, the student Qui-Gon often raved about. As Dooku learned, it was a continuation of his legacy that mattered more than almost anything, because while tackling the issues of the galaxy was important to him, it was what was closest to his heart that meant the most. Dooku found solidarity not just with Obi-Wan and Anakin, but Yoda and Yaddle and the rest of the High Council. Palpatine's death would never be solved, and would remain one of the largest mysteries in galactic history. But the Jedi would step in, suggesting that they would no longer serve the Senate if they continued to neglect the people of the galaxy. The Senate didn't take too kindly to this. They believed the Jedi were trying to get away with too much, but a council with Dooku provided evidence of their neglect. They publicly showed the galaxy what kind of a failure the Senate was. The hypocrisy, greed, corruption, and failure costed lives, and it costed the freedom of sentience galaxy-wide. The interim chancellor suggested that Starlight Beacon was their attempt, but Yoda, Yaddle, Yarael Poof, and Oberon Ceases stood before the galaxy as members of an era long gone. They told the people that the Republic continued to shrivel from its responsibility, and they dragged the Jedi down with them. Yoda admitted that he made mistakes over the years and recognized that his complacency was a large part of the issues that took over the Jedi Order, but he could not take responsibility for the greed that the Republic continued to grow from within. He gave the galaxy a chance. If they wanted to see change, they needed to be the change. The collective people were more than either side of the aisle, neither of which serving the people's betterment, rather the betterment of their own political pockets. The threat of the Jedi wasn't hostile, and it wasn't a takeover, rather a clean slate, one that would uproot the status quo of the Republic and issue in a new era. One with true leaders and true public servants, not political manipulators. It wouldn't be instantaneous, but one after another in an effort to retain their power, senators picked on each other, issuing out votes of no confidence to each other and crushing them. Ironically, the Senate class of 30 BBY would be dismantled due to their own greed. They'd pull each other out of their seats of power because they feared losing their own individual power so much. What would also not be instantaneous was how long it would take to get the new class of senators to get started. It would take years for their legislation to actually help people. But working in tandem with the Jedi Order focused on righting their wrongs, they were able to get to the Outer Rim at the bare minimum. An effort led by Master Dooku would have Jedi rushing into the Outer Rim and taking down slave rings, wiping the Zagirian Empire off the map again, and forcing the Hutts to make plea deals with the Republic. Deals that would eventually fall through the floor because the Republic didn't care about gangsters. They were just waiting the approval of a Republic military, one that could be sent out to the Outer Rim for an actual hostile takeover. There would be fights, many of which turning into sieges, but these victories would be generation defining. It would be with Master Dooku, Master Kenobi, and Master Yaddle that Anakin would find his success. While Obi-Wan was still working to become an actual master, his time with Dooku and Yaddle would prepare him enough to adequately stand in as Anakin's full-time instructor, with oversight of course from Dooku and Yaddle. By the time Skywalker became an adult, there was no separation between the Outer Rim and the core. It was all Republic territory. The Senate worked hard to bring ambassadors from the Outer Rim worlds into the Senate, so much so that they rebuilt a larger iteration of the Senate building across from the old one. It would fill thousands of more star systems that had never seen fair representation. The galaxy felt more whole, and there would be no war. There were disagreements, but once the corporate minds of the Trade Federation, Techno Union, Commerce Guild, banking clans, and other corporations lost their grip on the Republic, their credits meant nothing. This meant that for people who would have formed a separatist movement, they found solidarity with the Republic. When Anakin became a Jedi Knight, he was respected by his peers and by the Jedi Council. Kenobi would receive the rank of Master for overseeing most of Anakin's studies. Dooku would keep his seat on the Council and be regarded as the greatest mind of his generation. The spiritual reset that Yoda forced onto the Jedi would have them expanding into the Outer Rim and the rest of the galaxy. To mirror that, the Republic and the rebirth of the Starlight Beacon program, and the Jedi became frequent faces in a galaxy now united under the pure determination and will of the Jedi Order.
Our story begins inside the Naboo Plasma Refinery Complex, where a duel of the Fates was taking place. Qui Gon Jinn, tired in his age of 48, blocked and defended strikes from a young and hungry Sith assassin named Maul. Qui Gon and Obi-Wan didn't even know Maul's name, but that didn't matter. He was trying to kill the Jedi Master. Young Kenobi eagerly pounced behind the red electron walls. He watched his master pace himself backwards, stepping back and blocking Maul. Qui-Gon knew that he couldn't lose this, but he could feel it coming. Maul had much more energy at his age than he did, and in his mind, this moment was where Maul could single them out and kill them one at a time. He stepped back. If he continued trying to use the aggression of a Taru, he would lose this fight. Qui-Gon knew that the Force was with him. Balance was stronger than darkness. He watched Maul pull his lightsaber around, moving eagerly. This aggression could be used in his favor. Qui-Gon blocked a strike from Maul and shoved it forward. Qui-Gon was utilizing what he knew of Form 3, and the Sith assassin was caught off guard by it at the last second. Qui-Gon had a killing blow, but he didn't make it. The swing would have left him open for a counter. But the worst part is, Maul tripped. He was so eager to kill Qui-Gon that in expecting his opponent to match him with ferocity, he didn't anticipate a defensive masterclass. Maul, who lunged forward, now jammed the tip of his left foot into the ground while twisting his ankle. His footing fell out from under him, and Qui-Gon watched, raising his lightsaber to be horizontal with his body as the Sith assassin fell into the pit beside them. He howled in fear as his lightsaber flapped onto the ground behind him. Qui-Gon used the Force to pull the Acolyte's weapon into his hand as he looked over. The electron walls opened, and Kenobi popped forward. Qui-Gon raised his hand, the one that Maul's blade was in, to stop Obi-Wan, but he didn't see it. When he looked over, the Zabrak had vanished into the abyss. He had fallen victim to the Jedi. Obi-Wan smiled, and asked his master if he was alright, and he nodded his head. But he told Obi-Wan that they would need to inform the Council about this development. Everything else would go similarly. The Trade Federation blockade of a Lucrehulk would be destroyed by a 9-year-old Anakin Skywalker. Newt Gunray and his crew were captured by the Queen and her unit. The battle was won. What followed was the celebration, the promotion of Obi-Wan to Knight, and of course, facing the Council. Except, their resolve hadn't changed. Anakin would not become a Jedi. The Council had plenty of reasons to be against the idea of training someone like Anakin. He was too old, and his attachment to his mother was greatly worrying. Someone like Qui-Gon would make it more difficult for Anakin to break those habits. They believed that the Jedi Master had done a fine job with Obi-Wan. but this fantasy would not come to fruition. The council didn't have their typical chambers. Instead, they sat on the outside of the palace, far from the celebrations raging on the other side of the magnificent building. Qui-Gon took a deep breath and told the council that Obi-Wan should be given the opportunity then. Saesee Tiin looked to the other Jedi, then to Qui-Gon, and told him that it wouldn't be proper for someone of his age to begin training so soon. Mace belayed that idea. He was young when he trained Depa, finishing her training and becoming a master before Obi-Wan's age, which was currently 25. It wouldn't be a matter of age, and Saesee knew that. There was no reason to argue on fallacy. Qui-Gon could see that these were excuses. Yoda had been the only member of the council to disagree with the idea of bringing Qui-Gon into their ranks a couple years back, and now they were mixed in his decision to bring Anakin into the Order. Yaddle, who was standing beside Even Keel, spoke up. She said that young Kenobi should be given the chance to speak to the council about this. She then asked Qui-Gon if he had consulted his student. Qui-Gon shook his head, expressing that he had hoped that he would have the honor of training Anakin. The council told him to speak with Skywalker and Kenobi. While he did, they'd make their own decision to such a proposition. Of course, if Obi-Wan agreed to the idea. Qui-Gon bowed and went to the other two, who were sitting in an adjacent room from the counselors. He asked Obi-Wan to speak with him alone, and they walked away from Anakin. They spoke extensively about it. Kenobi was initially flabbergasted, but Qui-Gon reeled him in. He expressed that this wouldn't be a long-term deal for him, as he explained the plan. Essentially, all Obi-Wan needed to do was agree to this, and Qui-Gon would handle it from there. Maybe it was a bit unethical, but it was, in his mind, the best way to get this done. He presented it to Obi-Wan as this. Kenobi would instruct Anakin with oversight from Qui-Gon. From there, Kenobi could continue his own individual studies, which would lead him down whatever path he wanted to go. At that, Obi-Wan would have the chance to train Anakin, if he wanted, and reach the rank of Master in no time. Qui-Gon knew how committed to his studies Obi-Wan was, so this in his own mind was the best way to take care of Obi-Wan and Anakin at the same time. Young Kenobi reluctantly agreed to it, and told Qui-Gon that he had a bad feeling about doing this, which led Qui-Gon to smile and pat his shoulder as they moved back to the adjacent room from the council. Qui-Gon would explain everything to Anakin, as Obi-Wan informed the council himself, and alone, that he would take up the mantle of training Anakin Skywalker, with their permission of course. They were again reluctant, but they agreed to these terms, telling young Kenobi that his student would be Anakin Skywalker. However, they were to have strict oversight. They understood that Qui-Gon would be invested in such a decision, so in a means to make sure everything was balanced, they wanted frequent updates from Obi-Wan. They needed this done once every other week, and Kenobi had no issues with this. He was nervous about training Anakin and keeping the council updated, but for now, he was just going to ride the wave. Hopefully Qui-Gon wouldn't force him to lie to the council. While the Jedi were finishing up celebrations on Naboo before returning to Coruscant on the Ecumenopolis itself, Dooku stood in the courtyard, looking at the tree in the Garden of Light. The leaves had all departed and Dooku felt his call to darkness. Without Qui-Gon passing, he felt relief, though he was worried about Maul. His death wasn't confirmed, which in his mind meant that he had survived, somehow. Who knows, falling down an endless pit wasn't as deadly as it sounded. Master Jinn exited a door and found his master, speaking to him loudly and grabbing his attention. Qui-Gon wanted to take Dooku to meet his grand student and his great-grand student. It was about time they did this. After all these years, without having a chance to meet Obi-Wan, there was no better time than now. This only hurt Dooku's pull to the darkness. So much of his desire to become the reckoning for the Jedi had vanished, and so instead of rendezvousing with his master in the works, he turned back and entered the temple. Across the city of Coruscant, Lord Sidious waited idly. He watched the skies looking for his new apprentice, and then a ship entered the hangar. Out of it walked his beaten Sith assassin, Maul. Sidious scowled at him, never having expected Maul to have survived the fall. Perhaps there was usefulness for him, but nevertheless, he failed on Naboo. He would suffer the price of his lack of vision. Sidious electrocuted his student into endless pain until he found himself bored of his torture. He told Maul to clean up and prepare for his next instruction. Sidious then realized, after hours, that Dooku was no longer as trustworthy as it seemed. Palpatine hadn't ordered Qui-Gon's death, but he never told Maul to avoid killing him. He knew that Dooku's weakness would be his former student, and because Qui-Gon survived Maul, it was clear that Dooku wasn't sure about how he could continue forward with this. Sidious knew that the archives had been cleared of Kamino. Sifo Dyas' death was covered up too. Chancellor Valorum's aide Silman was dealt with, and even more, The clone army was beginning its construction, thanks to Lord Tyrannus. The plan could go on from there without Dooku. All Sidious needed was someone else to prop up into a position of power to start the Clone War, and it wasn't going to be Maul. There was a young Jedi that Palpatine had his eyes on for a replacement, but he was a Jedi Padawan at the moment. It would be decided in the near future if that was the appropriate route to go. There were 10,000 Jedi to choose from, plus many more Force sensitives around the galaxy. Sidious, on the other hand, had to make appropriate plans for Dooku. His older friend would need to be treated for his decision to avoid the Sith. Palpatine knew that Dooku could expose him at any time, so he needed to cover up the potential threat of that. Inside the Jedi Temple, after introducing Dooku to Anakin and Obi-Wan, Master Qui-Gon approached the Council once more. He came to them with very little interest in continuing their more aggressive discussions. Instead, he wanted to propose something to them. They were all ears, as always, and he had realized that he hadn't informed them about the situation in the Outer Rim. They looked to each other, and he told them that the Outer Rim had descended into chaos. It was harder for them because the Republic's territory was shrinking, and due to the Senate pulling resources from Mid-Rim territory, crime rates were going up. All of this had been seen by Qui-Gon and the Council, not more than a year before when they went to Quen at the edge of Hutt space, and assisted in the restructuring of a Jedi outpost present. But Qui-Gon was concerned because the Jedi needed to be doing more. He revealed everything he saw on Tatooine, including the nature of Shmi's imprisonment. The Council let out an audible gasp at this notion. Plo Koon was the first to critique this, reminding Master Jinn of the events surrounding Master Seth Odious' actions with the young individuals he selected to become Jedi, who never made it past their initial trials. Adi Gallia concurred. She told Qui-Gon that they had left his mother in a terrible predicament, and young Skywalker in an even worse one. Plucking him from children on a slave-infested world didn't just make a bad image of the Jedi, but one of the Republic. An entire group from the youngest generation on that planet would see the Jedi as this. Plo picked up, and even though the Jedi weren't what they were being made to be seen as, it didn't matter. The perception had forever been changed. Mace rubbed the side of his temple and closed his eyes. The Master of the Order was responsible for the entire Council's mission to Quen a year ago. It was his idea to dispatch the Council itself in its entirety, and it was because of Windu's decision that the fate of that planet had been forever changed. Mace asked Gallia if there were any other outposts on that side of the galaxy that could be reopened. She nodded and spit out several answers: Kelduin, Tenu, Janes, Lesser, Takato, Bafri, and Olega. Kiadimundi spoke up, reminding the Council that most of these were closed in the last year of Alorum's tenure as Chancellor. Even Peel said that he would suggest the Jedi looking into reopening Kelduin due to its closeness with Hutt space and Quen. He turned to Master Windu and offered himself in the assistance of the reopening of such an outpost. Oppo Rencisa suggested that Tenu be reopened, remembering a number of great celebrations they had there, not to mention the assistance the outpost had been in their history. Mace himself believed that Olega should be reopened. Master Yariel asked if they should reopen it due to his troubled past, and Mace nodded his head. It'd be the perfect opportunity to make sure this location healed. Qui-Gon watched Mace's gaze change from Yariel back to the Jedi Master standing in the middle of the chamber, as he asked Qui-Gon if he could go to that outpost on Olega and reopen it. He could take a couple knights with him as he did it. Yoda then suggested that Dooku be the one to go to Tenu, and Qui-Gon agreed. Yoda made a silly joke about it being the first time that Qui-Gon ever agreed with him, which got a small chuckle from the body of the Council. The session was dismissed, with members of the Order spreading out. There was word that they were spreading themselves too thin, but with Palpatine's administration beginning, it was the perfect opportunity to not shrivel from the responsibility. Palpatine was present with Valorum for much of his administration, often in talks with the Jedi, which the Masters present never minded. This would be their chance to keep things even with the new Chancellor and make sure everyone was on the same page. Dooku would agree to go to Tenu, despite still, in his mind, being aligned to the Sith. He wanted to help, and the only one truly capable of convincing him to remain a Jedi without intentionally doing so was Qui-Gon. Master Jinn would go to Olega and get started on his tasks. In the meantime, Obi-Wan, per Qui-Gon's instructions, would begin to assist Anakin in person. Qui-Gon asked for Kenobi's strategy, and he guided him into a more fitting plan. He told Obi-Wan that he shouldn't focus on the technical side of teaching. There was nothing wrong with consulting the archives, but when it was only necessary when time called for questions, not all the time. To be a good teacher, he needed to understand his student, and that wouldn't be accomplishable inside the archives away from Anakin. So with this, and of course, the need to report to the council every other week, he went to the youngling halls and worked with young Skywalker every day. This helped Anakin make new friends, avoid potential bullies, and feel totally welcome inside the Order. The issue never was Obi-Wan's ability to teach. It was simply a shift in his priorities as a young and inexperienced instructor. For months, this would continue all the same. Anakin would grow into one of the more popular students in his class. While he would struggle with the school work, he excelled at his physical work. Using the Boken staves was always a relief to him, especially after a bad grade or two. On the frontier, Keldoween was up and running. Master Peel was there more often than not. Master Qui-Gon's operation at Olega was successful, and Master Dooku was exceeding expectations at Tennu. But there was something else. Dooku had been in contact with Palpatine, assuring him that he hadn't betrayed his trust. Dooku was maintaining his state of mind, his entire purpose for seeking help from the Sith. He wanted to help people, and Palpatine had to play the kind old man, so he allowed it to continue verbally. In action, he sent Jango Fett to Tennu to deal with Tyrannus. The reason he didn't send Maul was because his little Sith assassin turned apprentice was doing other work. He was out on a mission to find Aurra Sing and bring her to Coruscant. She was now a bounty hunter, but as a former Jedi, her skills could be useful for the Sith. Palpatine had also selected a couple Jedi that he had his eyes on, aside from young Skywalker. Dooku's death was sudden. It was accomplished by the best bounty hunter in the galaxy, and it was done at night. Jango used a poisonous dart and shot it off when Dooku was doing his nightly rounds outside the outpost. The Master Jedi found his peace on Tennu. He operated with intelligence, strength, and compassion. He remembered what it was like to actually be a Jedi, and when he had returned to the light, only days away from apologizing to Yoda and telling him the truth about Sidious, he was killed. Dooku was shot in the back of the neck with an Ord Mantell saber dart. It pierced his skin, and he was killed not more than 30 seconds after he was hit. The Jedi wouldn't find him until the morning when his body was crumpled up, as if he was inside of an egg. The dart was found, and he was quickly transported back to Coruscant. Qui-Gon was devastated, and he had to take the leave of absence from Olega to be there when his master was buried. It truly was a heartbreaking day for Qui-Gon, but it gave him a chance to see his students again, which Anakin was extremely grateful for. The death of Dooku would be the perfect chance for Master Qui-Gon to teach his student about handling death and grief at the same time. These lessons would be imperative for Anakin going forward, and it was with Qui-Gon's guidance that he would fill the gap between regular human emotions and processing the travesties as a Jedi should. Qui-Gon was able to mesh both sides in a way that Master Kenobi would have struggled with. Anakin had a solid dynamic going on. As he grew with friends inside the Jedi Order, he grew with what he saw from his older brother in Obi-Wan. Had Qui-Gon not been in the picture, he would have seen Kenobi as a father figure. But now, he was like a best friend, a brother, someone he could always confide in. What Obi-Wan didn't expect was how seamless everything went for him. He simply enjoyed every moment of training Anakin, because as Qui-Gon promised, he wasn't really training him. He was simply guiding Skywalker, teaching him a couple rights from wrong stuff and helping him with his studies. Kenobi didn't have any added pressure mounting on his back because Qui-Gon had his back, and this elicited everyone to thrive. Ironically, one could see this as Qui-Gon intentionally setting Obi-Wan up to teach Anakin as it was. Obi-Wan wasn't stressed out of his mind. Anakin was happy almost all the time, and Qui-Gon saw both Jedi thrive. It was perfect in his mind. Dooku's death put a damper on that, but he did recover from it. The Jedi would begin investigations into Dooku's death, but every trail ran cold, just like Sifo-Dyas. There was nothing to connect his death to anyone or anything. They did find that he used his master code to delete something from the archives, but no one ever figured out what that was. In the years that followed, thanks to the establishment of Keldoween, Tennu, and Olega, the Jedi were able to be more present. As an order of 10,000, their mission was always to help, to inspire, and to protect. There was only so much they could do as 10,000, but they were able to help exponentially due to these outposts. Kenobi and Skywalker were as tight as a duo could be, and they set themselves up on Olega for the time being. This allowed Qui-Gon to train Anakin, but truthfully, by this point, there wasn't much for Qui-Gon to do. Obi-Wan was a fantastic teacher. The biggest flaw in his tutelage was the fact that he would have gone to the archives early on instead of being with his student. His fear of being inadequate would have forced him to over-prepare for something he was a natural at. Sure, it helped having Qui-Gon hang around as this father figure, and that did play an important part in Anakin's development, but Qui Gon's survival more so impacted the direction of the Jedi Order. Chancellor Palpatine was surprised that they opened up 3 outposts because, as was stated before, 5 or 6 had been closed down in the year before they set out to reinstate the 3. Quen, Keldoin, Tanu, and Olega were now on the frontier of Jedi territory. Thanks to this frontier, the Jedi were also able to liberate packs of slaves. This could be from any number of systems. Zygeria, Nal Hutta, Tatooine, and Obadiah were just a few that could be named. These slaves would be sent back to reconditioning camps within the mid-rim and core, which helped slaves readjust or adjust to a normal life for the first time or second time. Among the slaves rescued were Shmi, Wald, and Kitster. Ironically, it wasn't even because they were close to Anakin, just the fact that they got lucky around 28 BBY. As for the Sith, everything was going in accordance to Palpatine's plans. Without Dooku, there were some obvious hiccups along the way, but in addition to what would have been Dooku, he had Maul, Aurra Sing, and the Jedi Knight Baylan Skoll. He was able to use Baylan as the face of the operation for the future Separatist movement. The young Jedi was a bit easier to convince than Dooku was, due to his young age, only being around 23 when he was selected to join the Sith. Baylan was thrown into action early, and he was forced to work for the grassroots Separatist organization. Thanks to some manipulation, using a vial of blood he had, Palpatine was able to make it appear as if Baylan was related to Dooku. This gave Baylan access to all of Dooku's finances and estate, also turning Skoll into the Count of Sereno, which worked in favor of their Sith operations. To the Jedi, Baylan's fall to politician was sad, but it wasn't the most uncommon thing for a knight or Padawan to leave the Order. Masters were more suited for their order, which is why there was a lost 19, not being 20 due to Dooku remaining as a Jedi until his death. At 19, Anakin was ready to take on the galaxy. He was already a Jedi Knight, thanks to Qui-Gon's belief that he was ready for his trials. Obi-Wan believed it too, which is why he was okay with this decision. It made him a master earlier than he ever thought he'd become one. But then trouble started. There was an assassination attempt on Padme, which forced Anakin to go to Naboo with the Senator. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan would go to Kamino together to unravel a plot, eventually leading to their capture and the Battle of Geonosis. War followed and Master Jinn was very upset by this. He didn't want to partake in any war, especially not a galactic scale one, but he understood that the responsibility of the Jedi was to fight in it, especially against the Sith. The Separatist movement, led by Viceroy Skoll, and the movement itself, needed to be quelled. Despite being a count, Baylan preferred the term Viceroy, because he thought it was ironic. The Republic allowed Palpatine to essentially let Newt Gunray free from his trials. The Separatist movement was headed by corporations, despite being quote-unquote for the people. It was no different than the Republic, and Baylan believed it was a funny play on words, something his master accepted. Sidious did feel a little uneasy from the whole numerous Sith thing, but the best part about having 4 loyal Sith, and General Grievous, was that they all saw each other as competition. Baylan was Viceroy, so he had to be the favorite. Asajj was Baylan's close ally, not technically his apprentice because she was much older, so she worked in correlation with him. Maybe she was a favorite or second favorite. Well, no. Aurra Sing was heading a Sith movement to distract the Jedi in Hutt territory, turning their 3 outposts from after the blockade of Naboo into basically useless operations. Maybe she was a favorite, or of course, there was the longtime student of Palpatine, Maul, who was growing in power unlike any of them. Sidious feared that Maul could reach his full potential soon and become stronger than himself, so he kept a slight cap on his power, something Maul hadn't come to realize yet. The Clone Wars themselves were nothing short of horrific. Battles raged on, campaigns lasted for weeks, death tolls rose exponentially. Master Yaddle, along with Qui-Gon and Anakin, were assigned to relegate the systems of Quen, Keldoin, Tanu, and Olega in the neutral systems. Thanks to Qui-Gon's connections to Duchess Satine, this worked. She allowed them into the Neutral Systems Coalition. If there were no units of clones present at any of those functions, they were allowed. The Jedi agreed to those terms, and they became neutral territory. The issue Palpatine had was Baylan. Not that the young Viceroy didn't do a good job, but he was inexperienced. Someone like Dooku was a first choice because, in his age, he knew how to politically motivate people. Baylan struggled to keep up with everything. It was alright though. It wasn't like the addition of 4 Jedi outposts in neutral territory would win them the war, it was just simply a timing thing. Anakin still received Ahsoka as his student, and Obi-Wan decided to train himself a Jedi, this Jedi being Omir, a young Siren Jedi. Kenobi did wish he had the chance to go to Mandalore when Skywalker and Jinn went there, but he was able to make peace with not being able to get out there. Obi-Wan and Omeer continued to the battlefront and joined up with Commander Cody as they took on the Confederacy. Anakin kept his life secret, a secret from just Omeer and Ahsoka. The two young Jedi, when they were both serving on the same battlefront, were very close. They had a tight dynamic, which they fed off of due to Obi-Wan and Anakin's closeness. Obi-Wan and Qui Gon, on the other hand, were well aware of this relationship with Padme, because Anakin had no reason to believe that they would use it against him or bring it up to other Jedi. It was a secret, and it was something that Qui Gon was able to involve himself with. He knew that Padme was huge on getting peace treaties done, but it never really got to that point. Despite having the Jedi actively working for peace, the Sith were able to counter at every junction. Thanks to Aurra Sing and her control and connections within the criminal syndicates, she was able to disrupt Senator and Representative transports en route to these locations. Either she'd kill someone off or scare them with a pirate fleet outside of one of these outposts. It didn't matter. Essentially all it did was stop the peace treaties from getting anywhere. What really became a thorn in Palpatine's side was 3 women of these 3 factions: Mina Bontiri, Padme Amidala, and Satine Kryze. Their influence over each of their respective parties and governments gave them the chance to foil Palpatine's plans. When Mina was assassinated, Palpatine hoped it would scare them off, but Satine was Mandalorian and Padme was as stubborn as a Mandalorian, so it didn't really bode well for him. He tried his best to get them killed, but the Jedi stopped it at every turn, the one thing they were able to successfully counter each time. The way the Jedi Council now operated was completely different too. While Obi-Wan, Anakin, and their Padawans were wartime generals and commanders, Qui-Gon was not. He wore general's armor to show solidarity with the clone army, but he was not a battlefront warrior. Qui-Gon and Yaddle were able to easily convince the Council to begin a neutral segment of the Jedi Order. They were recognized publicly by the Separatists, thanks to Mina before her death, and therefore the Republic and neutral systems recognized this unit of Jedi as neutral too. These Jedi resided in the 4 previously mentioned outposts, and they only worked on peace treaties. They did not interfere in the battles, nor did they instigate fights. Yaddle was able to recruit 24 Jedi for this, and Qui-Gon got another dozen. The Neutral Council was, in their mind, the key to ending the war. It wasn't just neutral Jedi counselors, there were other Jedi Knights and Padawans that came along for the ride. But thanks to Sith counters, it never really came. All that continued was battles upon battles. Thanks to Anakin's training, he wasn't as reactionary, but it didn't stop him from delving into the dark side once or twice, especially if his student was in danger. One of these times, Qui-Gon was around, which led him to bringing his 2 students and their students on a secret mission. He was able to break away from the Neutral Council to take the other 4 with him to Dagobah. He had learned of this planet in his travels and believed it was the perfect place to bring Anakin and Obi-Wan. Their students naturally would gain nothing but knowledge from this trip. By the time their little expedition began, it was the 3rd year of the war. The battle over Coruscant was just days away. When they arrived, Qui-Gon began a ritual he learned from Yaddle, that she had learned from Sifo Dyas. The Jedi Master who was killed by his best friend had a tremendous strength in using Force visions. He could see things long before they ever came. Qui-Gon came here not just to help Anakin calm his darkness, but hopefully end the war in a different way. Thanks to the way everything had transpired, Satine was never killed by a criminal organized assault on Mandalore. Pirates did make a strike, but thanks to Jedi present, they were deterred. Master Yaddle fought Aurra Sing and beat her, forcing her to retreat from the fight as well. Satine was safe, and the Neutral System Coalition was as strong as ever. Despite her survival, Sidious's minions were able to stomp out hopes for a peaceful resolution time and time again. He was involved in everything, his eyes and ears always present, and with 2 Separatist-aligned Sith in Baylan and Asajj, 1 Criminal Syndicate-aligned Sith with Aurra Sing, a Jedi-aligned Sith in the making called Nameless Pa-Un, Grand Inquisitor, and freelance Sith Darth Maul, Sidious was able to place his hands in everything. His eyes and ears were always working overtime, and it paid off well. Because without these assets, Qui-Gon, Yaddle, and Satine would have ended the war long before it got to this stage. Inside the caves of Dagobah, the 5 Jedi got into a circle and started a meditation. As they went deeper and deeper into the meditation, they learned a terrible truth, one that showed the Jedi Order getting ravaged by Order 66. Because Qui-Gon never died, Yoda never had these visions. Master Jinn and his allies could feel the heartbreak from Order 66, and he wished the students were never brought along because they didn't deserve this. Ahsoka's presence here at Dagobah, being because Barriss never bombed the temple, being that she was an asset of the Neutral Council, not a member of it, but working off of a Lega. Their joint meditation drugged them through the suffering enforced by the Sith, and then there was a revelation, one that was only possible through the use of this joint meditation. Anakin was close to the Chancellor, but nowhere near as close as he should have been. Obi-Wan allowed it. Qui-Gon thought it was weird, but didn't intervene, as a means to make sure Anakin didn't feel like he couldn't think for himself. Anakin's connection to Palpatine led the Jedi to uncovering that he was the Sith Lord, and so they, in accordance to Qui-Gon's plan, laid a trap. Because Ahsoka could rile him up, she was the one told to contact the Chancellor, telling him to come to Dagobah at specific coordinates because she knew he was Darth Sidious. Palpatine had no choice but to leave. He couldn't risk it. He decided that as a means to cover up his departure, he would dispatch the Separatists to Coruscant regardless of his presence. He gave them the target of the Jedi Temple, in hopes that the Republic Defense Fleet would crumble and Grievous could hit his target. When Palpatine returned, he'd be able to execute Order 66 on the remaining Jedi that survived Grievous destroying their temple. When he arrived at Dagobah, the battle over Coruscant had just begun. He marched through the swamps of the dreary planet. He hated every second of it. Palpatine didn't even come dressed in the Sith robes. He came here to kill everyone. Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, and Anakin were all in hiding, waiting for Palpatine. They watched him go to the coordinates that Ahsoka had given him, and she waited behind a tree. He yelled out at her, telling her that she would die. But first, she needed to reveal herself. Ahsoka smiled and ran forward, calling out his name, Sidious. Her foot snapped down on a branch, and he ran forward after her. As he did, he could see the young Padawan of Obi-Wan dip into another direction. Why were there two Padawans here? Sidious chased after Ahsoka regardless of this. She dipped down into another cave. This one was much different. Dagobah was such a balanced planet, clouded with the Force, meaning that she could use the light side of the planet to her advantage. Similar to Ilum, there were caverns. Ahsoka dipped into one and ignited her lightsaber. Palpatine saw it and chased her until she deguarded and hid. Palpatine lit his two lightsabers and waited for her to appear. He slashed through rocks and boulders, using the dark side to fuel him. Palpatine would find her. Ahsoka, on the other hand, completely in unison with the Force and the light, ran out unhurt and joined her masters and her friend Omir. Qui-Gon played a hunch with Palpatine. If he was the Dark Lord of the Sith, he wouldn't be able to be stopped. They wouldn't be able to kill him here on Dagobah, and it would be too difficult to have the Council go in after him on Coruscant. Instead, they would forcibly remove him from Coruscant and trap him. But the real cherry on top of this was the fact that they weren't going to go in and try and stop him. To escape, similar to the caverns on Ilum, Palpatine had to be in touch with the light side of the Force. This cave was different from the one where they had just had their vision. So the only way for the most evil man in the galaxy to survive was to let go of his hatred and trust the light, which was something that would never happen. So as the Jedi left, they had effectively killed the Sith Lord. On Coruscant, the battle raged on, but because General Grievous's target was the Jedi Temple, he was killed in action. His destroyer was shredded and plunged into the surface of the planet. The Jedi were able to assist the people of the planet with finding refuge, while another Separatist warship clapped the side of the executive building. It didn't kill a whole lot of people, but it would coincidentally cover up the death of Palpatine. The rest of the battle would be a grudge match won by the Republic, aided by core reinforcements. In the apparent absence of Palpatine, Viceroy Skull rallied the other Sith inside of his castle of Sereno. The tragedy is, while the Sith were mounting up, Sidious was slashing his lightsaber endlessly, forcing his way into different parts of the cave trying to get out. In all of his anger, he would be bitten by rancid animals either trying to kill him and eat him, or stop him out of pure annoyance. He never really figured it out. The light was stronger than darkness, and Dagobah's light caves proved that right here and now. While the Republic grappled with the death of Palpatine and the attack on Coruscant, the Jedi mounted up their forces for a counterstrike on the Separatists. Without a General Grievous roaming around, their targets were few. Master Jedi were dispatched to lead these campaigns. Yoda went to the Senate to keep things tidy, and Skywalker noticed a temple guard leaving the temple for some unknown reason. They weren't really supposed to leave without any orders, so he attached a tracker to his ship without him noticing, and the temple guard left for Sereno, where he would join the other Sith, the last of 5. Balin, Asajj, Ara, Maul, and Grand Inquisitor were all that remained of the Sith. They were now debating their resolve. The Separatist Council was hiding out on Utapau, which the Republic was unaware of. Their movement had a reserve force that could allow them to break into the Mid-Rim. Not to mention, Aura's allies could align with the Confederacy. The only issue is, they would lose their political leverage in doing so. Maul didn't care. He told Baylan to crown himself as Emperor and do it, but Baylan disagreed. Palpatine wouldn't have told him to do that, so he wouldn't do that. This led to the reason there was ever a rule of two. The Sith could never get along. Baylan and Maul faced off with each other, but it never led to an actual battle because Ventress stepped in. She told them to knock it off. She was the eldest of the group and wasn't trying to have this nonsensical bickering. They needed to win this war, period, if she even cared about the war. No more politics, only battle. She suggested releasing the reserve forces, executing the council on Utapau, and then pushing for an ultimate victory. Baylan found that fair, plus, they could deal with the council now. He whistled at the tactical droid and told him to send over an order out to Utapau and have the Seppi Council killed. The tactical droid obliged. They continued their rounds, coming up with discussion points and plans of attack. Luckily, they hadn't gotten around to who was in command yet. The Sith were just trying to pick up the pieces of Sidious's plan. But that was difficult, because he never told all of them everything. Even Baylan, the stand-in for Dooku, didn't know about Order 66. He was just a placeholder until Skywalker could be turned. With Grand Inquisitor's arrival, the Sith's fate had been sealed. A task force led by Anakin, including Obi-Wan, Ahsoka, Qui-Gon, and Yaddle, followed the trail. Umur didn't believe he was ready, and opted out. Yaddle was on Coruscant at the moment for an unrelated reason, but because of the fact that Anakin needed her, she went. When the Jedi arrived outside of Castle Sereno, they saw 5 separate vessels and quickly ran in. As they got in, they saw faces that had become infamous during the duration of the war. Individuals that had been tormenting and killing Jedi, and finally, all of them were gathered here. Baylan was the first to ignite his lightsaber, with Maul, Aura, Asajj, and Grand Inquisitor following in unison. Anakin led the pack of the Jedi, with Ahsoka, Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon, and Yaddle preparing for their combat. The Jedi were stacked, but Maul was nearing his full power, and with the ignition of every lightsaber, battle began. Skywalker versus Maul out of the gate, with Kenobi taking on Ventress and Aura throwing her blades at Ahsoka. Qui-Gon batted away the young and eager Baylan's skull, while Yaddle tried to turn the fallen Temple Guard back to the light. The room erupted into chaos. The Jedi and the Sith engaged in one final deathmatch. Anakin and Maul were nearly equal in speed and attack. Without suffering a super bad injury on either side, Maul and Anakin were able to hold their own against the ferocity of the other. The other duels weren't all this evenly placed. Anakin bashed against Maul, pushing him off balance. Ahsoka kicked Aura back, ducking a shot from Aura's blaster and swinging forward. Yaddle leapt off the wall to avoid a nearly lethal strike from Grand Inquisitor, as she realized that this fight couldn't be won with diplomacy. Obi-Wan and Asajj did their typical flirt fight thing, and Baylan crashed aggressively against Qui-Gon. Their strikes were stiff and strong. It kept Baylan off balance though, because Qui-Gon's mastery had prepared him for this. After almost dying to Maul, he committed himself to training harder, and so when he came face to face with Baylan, he was able to hold his own with his younger opponent. Asajj leapt at Obi-Wan, who used his back foot to plant into the ground and give him momentum to shove her into a wall. He grabbed her open wrist with his open hand to stop her from killing him. Aura was kicked over a table, and Ahsoka, masterfully, lifted the table up. Aura fell for it, swinging forward and cutting through the table, only to see Ahsoka driving her lightsabers into her side. Aura fell victim to the light first, as Ahsoka moved in to help her master against the insanely powerful Darth Maul. This was a true test against each opponent at their peak. Maul and Anakin were almost completely evenly matched, and because of Skywalker's and Maul's extensive training, they were locking every swing and every parry. They couldn't break past the other's defenses. It was almost impossible for them. Anakin smiled seeing Ahsoka, and he threw his blade forward, knocking Maul back. He flipped over and nailed Ahsoka in the face with his boot, but she quickly recovered, defending a strike that could have killed her. Maul was then pressed backwards by an aggressive assault made by Skywalker. Baylan mocked Qui-Gon, who didn't buckle from his absurd tone. Qui-Gon ducked a strike and smacked his blade forward, throwing Baylan off balance. Behind Qui-Gon, Grand Inquisitor was cut down by a decisive Yaddle. Her eyes moved to Obi-Wan and Asajj, who were still locked up against the wall. Kenobi told her to drop her weapons and return to her people. She didn't need to die today. Obi-Wan and Asajj had a real rivalry over the 3-year-long war, but he couldn't bring himself to kill her. He didn't want that. She could sense that, and was almost touched by the sensitivity. The other half of her wanted to gut him for it. But seeing that Aurra and Grand Inquisitor were dead, not to mention Baylan losing and Maul being surrounded as they spoke, she would take up his offer. Asajj dropped her lightsabers and gave Obi-Wan a smug kiss on the cheek before releasing her wrists from his grip and telling her dear Obi-Wan that she didn't want to see him anywhere near her home. He understood this as a goodbye, and so he turned around. Qui-Gon struggled. He was locked in a strike with Baylan and lost his footing. Yaddle had moved in to assist Anakin and Ahsoka, when Qui-Gon fell backwards and his lightsaber flipped out of his hand. Kenobi launched his blade from across the hall and it smacked Baylan's almost lethal strike. Obi-Wan looked over with his cuprophagus grin, and collected his lightsaber with a forced pull, and moved in against Baylan's skull. Skywalker blocked a strike from Maul, who doubled back against Ahsoka, and flipped over Yaddle before getting bodied by Anakin, who shoulder checked him into a wall. Maul spun around, driving his blade forward and detaching it, using them as two separate blades for more maneuverability. Anakin blocked away a strike as Ahsoka kicked forward. Yaddle used the Force to throw Ahsoka into a chair behind a desk to save her life, before swinging at Maul. Ahsoka was almost killed, and Yaddle's quick action saved her life. Both Jedi Masters moved in, Anakin and Yaddle blasting at Maul. He used his blades to defend himself. From the corner of his eyes, he saw Obi-Wan switch into Form 4 and launch Baylan off of his feet. Their blades caught again in the middle, and Obi-Wan, ready to end this destructive conflict, drove his lightsaber around, cutting through the wall as Baylan defended himself. He slipped backwards and Obi-Wan sliced his neck, dropping the Sith. He looked over and locked eyes with Maul, and lifted the right side of his mouth, showing off a grin. Maul slipped his attention when he felt a dagger in his back. He saw Ahsoka and swung for her, but Anakin cut his hand off in his strike. It would be Yaddle to deliver the final blow, extinguishing the Sith for good. Sure, Ventress, blah blah blah, but she was going back to Dathomir to forget the ways of the Sith, and become a witch. She didn't see herself here any longer with the Sith. Kenobi had seen it in one of their past engagements and did some digging, which is why he brought that up, hoping that she would go home, and she did. The war didn't end immediately. What happened instead was the war continued on for another couple months. There were long and drawn-out campaigns. The Separatist Reserve military self-activated, so the remaining half came back online, but they weren't able to stop what had already started, the collective destruction of the Confederacy. On the brighter side, away from the war, Shmi was able to meet her grandbabies, named Luke and Leia. It was really a big, happy family, because by that point, Ahsoka was able to learn of the really quite healthy relationship between Anakin and Padme. Skywalker wouldn't leave the Order, having become a master before the Battle of Coruscant ever happening. He would join the Council and remain there, whereas his friends and mentors would spread out. The neutral councils rejoined the image of the rest of the Order once the war was won. It would solidify the stance of the Jedi as united with the Neutral Systems Coalition as they rejoined the Republic. More outposts would pop up due to funding from Mandalore and her allies during the war. All of this put pressure on the Republic to keep up the same level of care galaxy-wide. It would lead to bountiful change in both Republic territory and non-Republic territory. A decade after the war ended, the Skywalker twins were 10 years old. They waited eagerly for Master of the Order, Dad Skywalker, to return from the Jedi outpost on Nal Hutta. It was completely operable as an outpost, as it served the people there. The removal of the criminal syndicates was a key piece to the war against the ravaged Outer Rim. The Jedi had completed the cycle. They were on the other side of what could have been a catastrophic falling out with themselves and the Republic. The government was actually caring for people under the leadership of Chancellor Amidala. Yoda had since retired and moved out to the Jedi outpost on Quen to instruct students who came out his way. Master Windu led the Order as Grand Master. He and Skywalker were the most hardcore team of Master of the Order and Grand Master seen in centuries, and they put the Order itself to work. They got things done, and they paved the way for the next generation of Jedi. Luke and Leia would never join the Order, but their teacher would be Master Tano. Obi-Wan had a similar thing to Anakin going on with Satine on Mandalore, thanks to a new outpost set up on Concordia, one of the moons of Mandalore. The word-of-mouth perception of the Jedi had changed, and with masters like Qui-Gon and Yaddle going out into communities and teaching them pieces of the Force, but also how to harmonize with oneself, the people of the galaxy started to heal. It was the great enlightenment of the Galactic Republic and her people. A people now unified, finally. From Tatooine to Coruscant, from Endor to Megiddo, the people were finally rallying, and the Jedi were the healers of a galaxy fully recovered from an era of turmoil. Our story begins inside the Jedi Temple, in the chambers of Jedi Master Dooku. The young Jedi was still instructing his student, Qui Gon Jinn, and the opportunity was presenting itself soon for Qui Gon to become a Jedi Knight. It would be the generational passing of the torch that every master and apprentice inside the Jedi Order had done since its very conception. Dooku looked forward to the day with eagerness. However, at the moment, he sat in deep meditation. Qui-Gon hadn't spoken to him yet, and Dooku had a little bit more free time because of it. His mind was focused on the Force, and he was transcending the material realm. His master, Yoda, always spoke about living in the moment, trusting his instincts, but never changing himself based on visions of the future. Yoda loved to tell him that the future was in motion, and while Dooku believed that this was true, it could also, in his mind, be true that the future could be changed for the better. The vision that Dooku had was that of a Jedi Order slipping into desolation. There wasn't much else that Dooku could understand about it, but the vision as a result of his thoughts regarding another mission he and Qui-Gon had were about this. It was a world far from Coruscant, where the Senator and his government were starving out their royal citizens. The people captured his son, and the Senator tried to attack the people. Had the Jedi not been there, it could have been horrible. Dooku's vision was a combination of the Senators going rogue and the Jedi having to pay for it. When Dooku arose from his meditation, he realized that something needed to be done about it, but he couldn't really be directly involved. Despite still being Yoda's last student, he wasn't exactly the most trustworthy face in the minds of the Jedi High Council. Dooku got to his feet and moved through the youngling and student sections of the Jedi Temple. His thoughts were on the future. The temple was still filled with life. There were still glimmers of an era that was clearly coming to its end. Dooku knew of future students that would be regarded as prodigies by the Jedi Council, and he came up with an idea. Dooku sat in on an instruction, one where there was a definite Jedi prodigy. His name was Mace Windu, and he was already getting ready to become a Jedi Padawan. Qui-Gon was closing in on 20, and this young Jedi was only 8 years younger than him. Typically, the distance in age between master and apprentice was far greater than 8 years, but in Dooku's mind, it would be a good idea to suggest training this prodigy to Qui-Gon. It would likely take some serious convincing, but Dooku believed it was a worthwhile cause. He still believed in the Jedi Order, and he only wanted it to succeed. After the instruction, he moved to the garden of the temple, after messaging Qui-Gon for him to come and meet him there. Qui-Gon was always quick to respond. When his student got there, he was standing with his arms behind his back and his cape flowing gently in the breeze creeping over the walls. Dooku informed Qui-Gon of his vision and what he thought of it. The Jedi apprentice thought that perhaps this was significance as a motion within the Force. Not that the future could be prevented, but it was changing around them at this very moment. A butterfly effect, if you will. The smallest changes could lead to the largest growth, or, of course, the inverse. Dooku smiled proudly, telling Qui-Gon that he'd become a fine Jedi, one much finer than himself, which is what brought him to his next point. Qui-Gon was noticeably nervous about this, but it was what he predicted would come from this conversation. Dooku suggested an ascension to the rank of Knight, but there was a catch. While Dooku would never force Qui-Gon to do something he didn't want to do, he'd put the idea of it into his mind. He informed Qui-Gon that he wouldn't prevent him from taking his trials if he didn't want to, but he believed the young prodigy Mace Windu would make a fine student for Qui-Gon. He nodded. He didn't see issue with it, and he believed it'd make for an exciting journey for himself. However, he asked his master why he wouldn't take over the role himself. Dooku turned towards the tree and spoke quietly. He said that while Yoda and his relationship hadn't changed drastically since he became a knight, there was a difference in their belief in the Jedi Order. Yoda was the old generation, latching on to the past, while Dooku was eagerly looking to a future that hadn't been written yet. He told his apprentice that Yoda wouldn't trust Mace if he was trained by himself. If Qui-Gon did, on the other hand, there was a better chance of him ascending into the ranks of the High Council. Qui-Gon asked his master what the purpose of this was, just so that they could be on the same page. Dooku looked away from the tree and told his student that the council elected members that represented their twisted version of the code, and while there was nothing inherently negative about their perception of the code, the council wouldn't allow someone Dooku trained into their ranks. Of course, this was long before Sifo Dyas ever received an offer, and before Dooku ever got his, so he was running specifically off a notion of belief. Qui-Gon asked if he really thought he was capable of training someone like Windu, and Dooku nodded. Something about this felt wrong, maybe like a manipulation. but in a way, it was similar to how the Jedi Order groomed members to follow their code without thinking outside the box. The code was like an itch. The Jedi were taught to scratch it whenever there was a flair for it, and Dooku understood this. Following this, Dooku would approach the Knighting Council and submit Qui-Gon Jinn for his trials. As Dooku predicted, Qui-Gon would pass them with flying colors, and at the age of 20, following his knighting, he would place his name in for the selection of Jedi Padawan Mace Windu. Initially, Qui-Gon was nervous, but when he was selected to be Mace's master, that nervousness skyrocketed. Didn't change his demeanor though. Qui-Gon was very presentable in his own way. He still wore his loose robes, but he presented himself as a Jedi Knight, as one should at least, with modesty and humility, and he informed his student that they were master and apprentice. Mace was a year younger than most students when they became Padawans, but this didn't change his demeanor either. He knew that to be a student was a high honor. Even though it was pretty much guaranteed that Mace would become an apprentice, not everyone did, and that was reason enough to be grateful in his mind. The young Jedi was eager, and Qui-Gon appreciated the attitude. It was very enjoyable in his own mind. The fact that someone as talented as Mace was eager to learn, rather than be neglectful of the idea, or even stubborn and overconfident, was a joy to have. It made what would become Qui-Gon's life and work very easy. Qui-Gon didn't want to jar a student too much with his personal beliefs, so after they got to know each other, they went to the archives for individual study time. This was something Qui-Gon quite enjoyed. While being a maverick was one of the great excitements of his life, there was always time to read and get to know more about himself and the Force. Despite the archives being under the Jedi Code, Jinn understood that there were more lessons about the Force that people inside the Order would just simply neglect. Most Jedi came to the archives to catch up on information they needed to know as Jedi, whereas Qui-Gon came here to learn about the Force. This was something that Mace didn't expect, and the fact that Windu saw Jinn doing this without making a big deal out of it was fascinating. Typically, the more rogue Jedi or mavericks would be more boisterous about reading into lesser studied aspects of the Force. It was typically annoying for intensely studious Jedi. Mace was almost inspired by the way his new teacher subtly took to lesser studied aspects of the Jedi Order. It was the fact that Jinn simply did so without looking for an audience. Dooku could do it from time to time, but he, like Jinn, was much more preoccupied by their own interests in learning. It was very nice for master and apprentice. Mace was reading a text about the legendary form of Vapad, which was as close as a Jedi could go to learning the dark side and using it, without actually using the darkness to fuel their power. Jinn took notice of this, but didn't say anything until their next meeting. The following day, after they had their get-to-know-each-other study session, Qui-Gon came prepared with some broken sticks, and they got ready for a small spar. It wasn't typical for Jedi to train with lightsabers upon their first spar, so Qui-Gon was adhering to this aspect of the code. While Jinn may have been his master's student, he wasn't quite the radical that Dooku was. His master was a lot more loose with morality, the code, and the Force, while Qui-Gon was adamant that he must stay in touch with the Force, specifically the light. It was on these basic ideals that this new duo of master and apprentice saw eye to eye on. There were surely other things that would lead to discussions, but for now, Jinn wanted to focus on what brought them together, rather divide them. For Mace's age, he was an incredible duelist. He was far beyond his years. While he didn't beat Qui-Gon in a spar, one day he would, and it was Qui-Gon's duty to make sure that day came sooner than later. As a means to learn the ways of Form 7, he spoke to various practitioners of the lightsaber form and got their opinions on it and how they were able to use it as well as teach it. Form 7 was almost forgotten within the Jedi Order. Its aggressive and almost dark nature made it as close as one could be to being forbidden. Qui-Gon worked arduously to be the right master for a student, but there was something else that plagued the young Jedi Knight. As a student to a generational talent and an instructor to a child prodigy, he felt left out, in a way. It wasn't that Qui-Gon wasn't adequate or even above average in terms of potential and skill, but he wasn't quite the level that these Jedi came from. If you went back a generation from Dooku, there was Yoda, and whoever trained him some 700 years ago. Everyone in his lineage was incredible in some way, shape, or form, and Qui-Gon didn't feel like he was too. This ate away at him going into the first month of this training. While he typically kept a strong and tight connection with his master, he didn't speak to Dooku about this. There were a couple reasons for this. the main one being that Dooku was away from Coruscant, working on a political mission. The second, and pretty much main reason, was because he didn't know how to articulate it without sounding envious, jealous, or even subconscious. It was rooted in consciousness, but Qui-Gon always held himself to higher standards than that. He consulted the Force through deep meditations, searching for answers, and in the weeks following this rise of self-doubt, he found a way to conquer it. Due to his feelings of inadequacy coming from within, he decided that the best way to get them out was to boost his student into the Jedi he knew he could become. Mace Windu would make a fine Jedi, whether it was Qui-Gon who taught him or a council member, but why make Mace wait to find his success? In his mind, a way to conquer these feelings of doubt, he could train Mace to become an even greater prodigy. His 3-year plan was to have Windu ready for his trials at the age of 15. This was less about his own ego and more about his desire to beat his fears. It seemed like the best way to do this. He would prove that in a long line of special people, he was special too, and the sound of that brought ease to his heart. Sure, he didn't have the capability of Yoda, the swordsmanship of Dooku, or the raw potential of Mace, but he would show that he had the dedication of a true Jedi Master. There hadn't been a prodigy in centuries, and the last Jedi to reach knighthood at age 15 was a student taught by a council member before the fall of Starlight, nearly 200 years without a 15-year-old Jedi Knight, and he could be the one to do it again. In a way, it was semi-selfish, but it would also benefit both master and apprentice, which at the end of the day was the goal, to see a student grow beyond what he could become. At 20, these concepts were hard to grasp, even for lifelong Jedi like Qui-Gon, but he couldn't help but see the reality of his own consciousness. While Qui-Gon was instructing Mace and gaining a new sense of perspective, his master returned from the Mid-Rim. It was the edge of the territory, but Dooku was sent out with another Jedi to speak to representatives about their decisions in an upcoming vote. The Jedi were losing their political influence around the galaxy. This meant that they could no longer afford to have outposts far from Coruscant. The Jedi were shrinking, and Dooku was disenchanted with this. He didn't like the idea of the Jedi becoming lesser than what they were. He was born in 102 BBY. He saw what they were capable of, and he feared that they would be losing it if they didn't maintain their territory in these mid-rim locations and outposts. It wasn't like there were a lot of Jedi at them either, maybe 10 to 20 each, barely even recognized by the Council. These type of outposts were simply for protection on the frontier of the galaxy. Dooku told Qui-Gon that these votes could redefine what it meant to be a Jedi in this era. They could lose their ability to assist people and be present. And the Council's reaction? Dooku stopped. He shied away from saying it, as if the words would withhold it from being true. He turned back and told Qui-Gon that the Council would bend to the will of these politicians. They would bow down and take a seat respectively, instead of standing up and telling them that as Jedi they needed to hold their ground. Mace walked up to the former master and apprentice duo as he listened in. Dooku looked over and bowed as Mace did the same. He asked what they were conversing about, having overheard the end about the Council. Qui-Gon looked to Dooku, who was worried about having this conversation so early into Mace's studies. But Qui-Gon was the teacher, and he made the decision to catch Mace up to speed. Windu had a lot of questions, because from an early life, younglings are taught to value the Council for what they said, and pretty much see their word as law. Mace felt the same here as Qui-Gon explained the mission to the Mid-Rim, and how the Jedi were slowly losing their territory. The Council itself was more preoccupied with the galactic view on them, rather than their importance in the Mid-Rim, for example. Their inability to tell governments, trying to rip them from power, how important their presence was, would inevitably see more people suffering in the Mid-Rim. Mace hadn't ever heard of this perspective before. While he had his thoughts about the Council and their decisions, he found their view of this situation to be eye-opening. This was something he wouldn't have ever had the courage to mention to a peer or even his instructor. It was their grooming. The Jedi taught their students to respect everything the Council does. Every so often, individuals deviate from that, and they are naturally ostracized, similar to how Mace viewed those who were boisterous about their broad Force studies in the archives. The revelation of this information would open up more heated discussions between master and apprentice. While Dooku was much further removed from the two of them, it gave Mace a healthy way to view the Jedi for their flaws without becoming overly disenchanted with them, as Dooku had. In the year following this discussion, the Jedi would lose a few mid-rim outposts, forcing them back into the middle of the mid-rim and back to Coruscant. Time would soon have the Jedi fully situated inside the Grand Temple on Coruscant. In 57 BBY, 3 years after Master and Apprentice began their training, the Jedi were working on a mission. Qui Gon and Mace were moving along Master Jinn's 3-year plan perfectly. Mace was rapidly learning Vapad, and he was growing into a powerful young man. His political insight was similar to that of his master's, but it was still unique and different, which is what Qui Gon encouraged. He wanted Mace to think for himself, even if this meant going outside the normal confines of the Jedi Code to do so. It was important for Mace to feel the Force and use it in a means that aligned with the light, even if this didn't fully align with the Jedi. Windu was able to grow exponentially due to this style of training. Qui Gon was very hands-on, but he gave Mace the freedom to be himself and chase things that a normal Jedi wouldn't be permitted to at such a young age. Many Jedi are excitable about learning different things. It's their teachers who hold them back, and because Qui Gon understood this, he gave Mace the reins to pick and choose the lessons he mostly wanted to learn. They would divide the lessons so Mace got what he wanted a couple days out of the week, while Qui Gon could focus on what he was trying to teach. It was a solid little balance that greatly benefited Windu. At the age of 15, due to the importance of politics in his life, Mace brought a case to his master. There were whispers on Naboo of a young politician who had grown to power at an age uncommon for their people. Surely the individual could be talented, but Mace wanted to investigate it. Qui Gon didn't believe there was enough evidence, but with the Jedi rapidly losing territory in the Mid-Rim, it was worth a shot. Naboo was a peaceful green and blue globe not far from the Outer Rim. Its politics were filled with children, but that role specifically went to the Queen. For other elected positions, it typically took some years and experience to reach a certain level of political influence. Outside the royal house, Palpatine was that individual. He was soaring into his representative years. What Mace found was that this individual's family had all been murdered and seemingly swept under the rug. House Palpatine was very pretentious, to put it lightly. They had wealth, power, and influence over the people of Naboo, so why exactly did it get swept under the rug? The representative never spoke about them, which sure, as a Jedi, Mace could understand not giving into emotions, but still, this was a regular person. Palpatine was living a regular life, and yet there was nothing for his family. Not an homage to who they were, not a bill named in their honor, not a piece of legislation even backing what the patriarch of the family stood for. Qui Gon suggested that maybe Palpatine hated his father, and Mace had considered that, but not everything Palpatine would do was fully distance himself from that case, right? Qui Gon told Windu to keep looking into it. If he had a lead, they could go and investigate. The Jedi Master was eagerly waiting to give his student the rank of Knight, so he decided to submit Mace's track record and preparation numbers to the Knighting Council, and they would approve it. But as per Master Jinn's request, they were not to inform Mace, and they were to keep it a secret until they finished this mission. The Knighting Council had done this thousands of times before. It was very common for a teacher to inform them that they were going to finish one last mission with their student before giving them over to the rank of Knight. Mace spent 3 weeks and was even permitted to go to Naboo with Qui Gon. He was there for a completely different mission, so it gave time for Mace to go undercover, and while he expected a Darksider to be involved here, there was something more in his mind. During the day, Mace infiltrated the representative's apartment. He searched everywhere until he found something. There was a book written in the ancient language of the Sith. Mace took the book with him as he started to read through it. There were no signs of lightsabers, but there were Sith vases and sculptures around the apartment. But Mace wasn't trained or knowledgeable enough to know that yet, because he was so young, so he collected the little that he knew was Sith and left. The biggest indicator that it was Sith was that over the years, since the beginning of the Rule of Two, the Sith simplified their teachings. It was because they were forced to survive and pass down their knowledge, so it was much harder to learn an entirely different language. What the Bane-era Sith did was reverse Galactic Common. It didn't mean that Jedi could easily discover it, but the Jedi were so arrogant so they wouldn't do anything about it even if they did find it. Mace waited eagerly inside the T6 shuttle, where he contacted Master Dooku about the developments, and he told him that he would be there soon. Qui Gon was busy working with the Queen and her council on some other political endeavor. By the time Dooku arrived, Qui Gon had confirmed Mace's suspicions, proving that there were indeed Sith involved here. If not a Sith, then someone trying to learn their abilities and restart the religion. It was clear because there were ink notes on the book. Notes written in common, and they were new notes. There were other notes made in the book. ones that were way older, which made it easy to contrast. Plus, Palpatine had very neat handwriting. It was like calligraphy, and it was very meticulous with large swoops and curves. They could cross-check this writing with his public writing. The Jedi had their in, and despite them doing this undercover, Palpatine noticed immediately. He informed his master that someone stole his book, so Plagueis told Palpatine that he was foolish enough to leave a trail. He needed to cover it up. The Sith had been covering their tracks for centuries, whether it be killing Jedi to grab their Kyber crystals or even Darth Bane's student walking through the front gates of the Jedi Temple without a soul noticing. They had gone unnoticed. Palpatine was simply instructed to fix this issue, so that's what he would do, giving the Jedi the extra incentive to following him, and by the end of the week, after Qui Gon and Palpatine had an odd encounter, they placed a tracker on his vessel. Palpatine was making it less obvious, but he forced the Jedi into awkward encounters. As a politician and as a Sith, he understood that for the Jedi, they couldn't just pounce on him publicly, so he invited them to state dinners at reserved halls. He would get them with a bunch of his political buddies and take them out across the city. He actively put them within his vicinity because if they took him away, the people could blame the Jedi first. It was masterful. They couldn't reject these offerings because they were made pretty openly, and so the Jedi had to wait for their opportunity. On the last day of the week, Palpatine left. Thanks to his master, he had a place to bring them. Plagueis made it exceedingly clear to Palpatine that he would not be present for this, because this was a test to prove himself as a worthy apprentice. If he killed the Jedi and covered it up, then he was truly going to be a lifelong Sith. If not, there'd be issues. Plus, Plagueis had some more important business to cover at the same time. Dooku and Qui Gon had been trying to inform the High Council of this endeavor, but they were focused on something else. While the Council took the cause, Ki-Adi-Mundi saw this as nothing more than child's play. A game of imagination, dark users, Sith texts. What good did it do? They had been gone for a millennium. The Council was more concerned with a piece of legislation that was being moved through the Senate. It would essentially revoke every Jedi from being anywhere but Coruscant long term. Their enemies in the political arena had doubled and even tripled, so they no longer had the backing of politicians that were meant to be allies. Due to the negligence of the Council, the trio were in on this alone, though it shouldn't be a big deal. Dooku was 45, Qui Gon was 23, and they had a 15-year-old prodigy. They believed that Palpatine was 27 or so it should be pretty easy to just cakewalk it if it ever came to violence. Thanks to the tracker, they were able to follow Palpatine to Kashyyyk, where his ship vanished into the forest, so they went in after him. They were hopeful that Palpatine was going to his master, but that was not the case. The three Jedi bumbled through the trees, vines, and brush before they found an opening. They'd been following footsteps and they vanished right there. It was odd. Mace asked what it was as Dooku looked up to the sky and closed his eyes. Something was coming. From behind them came a Sith howl, and Dooku shoved Qui-Gon into Mace before igniting his lightsaber and blocking a nearly lethal strike from a dark-robed figure. Their blades clashed in the opening as Dooku quickly used his skills to defend himself. Palpatine's strikes were fierce, but clearly adolescent. He had been well trained, but he was eager. The bloodlust of a young Sith was unmatchable, as Qui-Gon and Mace ignited their weapons and moved in to support the Jedi Master. Palpatine blocked each strike Dooku threw at him, before blasting lightning at Qui-Gon who blocked it, and Mace leapt into the air. Sidious spun back, kicking dirt into Dooku's eyes before using the Force to launch Windu into a tree, where he slammed down and dropped his lightsaber. Palpatine with speed drove his blade towards Qui-Gon, who blocked the strike quickly, avoiding every move made by the Sith assassin. The Jedi Knight and Master focused all their strength on their opponent, as he ducked under their strikes and used a single blade to keep the Jedi at bay. He spat back and released himself from the fight, as he rolled his blade in his hands. Sidious pushed forward, dragging the root of a tree from the ground and lobbing it at Qui-Gon, who used both of his hands to stop it, but he didn't do so soon enough as it wiped him off of his feet. Mace looked up and saw his master roll across the ground. Sidious pushed Dooku back and moved for Qui-Gon, as Mace used force speed and launched himself from the ground and ignited his lightsaber. Palpatine's blade struck and ripped Mace's clothing into shreds, but not hitting his chest. He turned back and elbowed Palpatine before eating a fistful of electricity and getting launched over a fallen tree and sliding across the dirt. Qui-Gon got back to his feet and attacked. Sidious was in his element. He loved when the odds were against him. He bounced between his opponents as he interlocked with Qui-Gon, grabbing his wrist and twisting it until there was a snap. He lifted his robes in a flare of dramatics, distracting Dooku as he spun around the Jedi Master and grinned. The two Jedi looked over as Mace climbed up from the fallen tree. Dooku stepped forward and moved in first. Palpatine defended, stepping back and power stepping into Dooku's space before spinning back and allowing Dooku to cut hair off of Qui-Gon's neck, nearly killing his own apprentice. Windu got involved, as the youngest, trying to help out. Palpatine saw the inexperience and he allowed Mace to join, before he turned the apprentice around and slashed him across the shoulder and kicked him to the ground. Palpatine blocked Dooku once more, and as the Jedi Master looked down with strength, Sidious ignited another lightsaber into Dooku's abdomen. He wheezed for a moment before Sidious spun around, blocking a strike from Qui-Gon and swinging his free hand to decapitate the Jedi Master. Qui-Gon was completely distracted by this as he cried out his master's name. Sidious used this moment to press forward with all of his strength. His blades rounded Qui-Gon's body, and as Mace saw Dooku's body, he could hear the sizzling of his master's skin. The ground rumbled, like the planet was dying, and Mace watched Qui-Gon, who saw his shocked student, and he mouthed the word, "Run." He didn't want Sidious to know he was here. Mace turned back slowly and took off towards the Jedi shuttle. Behind him, there was a terrible, beastly scream, but it wasn't the Sith. It was the giant Torrent attack. Palpatine's little duel was infiltrating the beast's home, and so after killing all 3 Jedi, he thought he'd be safe. It wouldn't be until he killed the beast that he realized Mace survived and escaped. Palpatine's skin crawled at the thought of his master learning this truth. Mace powered up his shuttle and abandoned Kashyyyk as tears flooded his eyes. The Council needed to know, but what did he just face? It couldn't be real. The wound on his shoulder and the missing instructors were all he needed to prove this happened. When he returned to Coruscant, he barged in on a very despondent Jedi Council. Firstly, he wasn't supposed to enter without permission, but even more than that, they weren't in the mood for childlike games. If there was something important to be said, then it better be good. It wasn't. At least, not in their minds. Mace showed off his robes and the wound on his shoulder and told them that there was an attack made by the Sith on Kashyyyk. The Jedi were firstly disenchanted with this idea, because why was he and Dooku and Qui-Gon on Kashyyyk when they were supposed to be on Naboo? Secondly, how did he know it was a Sith? It couldn't be. Mace told them everything, and then they told Mace that he was making up stories, just like his instructor would and his master before him. Such a shame. Many of the collective quietly thought to themselves, Mace had great potential and it was squandered by Dooku and his boy. Surely that would come back to bite them in the future. The Council didn't believe there was anything important to note, but in an effort to see if Mace was telling a fib, they sent Kashyyyk native, Master Tyvoka of the High Council, and his student to go investigate. Mace couldn't believe it. He tried to explain to them that they needed more, but they didn't budge. The mission went completely different from how Mace thought it would go. He assumed they would come back and find the Jedi bodies, proving everything he had said inside the Council chambers, but instead, it was even more unnerving. The bodies were gone. There wasn't even a hint of a contest between sabers. Even more than that, the massive beast that attacked wasn't there, even though it was killed in the same place. Tyvoka and Plo did take a genuine look around, but there was nothing to prove that there was a fight here. It seemed like Dooku and Jinn left the order and Mace was trying to explain it away. Tyvoka apologized, but informed Mace that the Council told him if they didn't find any evidence, then he would task him with his next assignment. Despite Qui-Gon believing Mace to be ready for his trials, Mace would have to wait until his next instructor signed off on that. They were going back to Coruscant so Mace could face punishment for such a lie. Lord Plagueis tortured a student for failing, but luckily, the Council wasn't paying attention. They never did. But according to Plagueis' scouts in the forest, which were old Sith hunters, they were able to inform him that the Jedi didn't have any lead, and the individual that was at the battle was being punished for seeing the reality of the situation. Plagueis sent Palpatine back to Naboo and told him to warn him if this Jedi or any other showed themselves in his proximity. Mace, on the other hand, returned to the temple to begin his instruction with his new teacher. This was devastating to him. He spent 3 years with Qui-Gon and he lost both his master and the teacher above him, and no one cared. Dooku and Qui-Gon taught him everything for the last 3 years. They gave him insight on how to use Vapad, and now both of them were gone, and he was stuck with a Jedi that didn't want to understand why he was so upset. Mace struggled with his inner self. He couldn't help but remember the lifeless gaze of Dooku and the terrified expression of a boy not more than 8 years older than him. They were both too young to die, and the Jedi couldn't care less. They were consumed with their desire to keep up with the Republic. After a day and a half with his new instructor, Mace decided that he just couldn't let this pass by. He needed to prove that Palpatine was who he said he was, and he planned on exposing everything. Mace rotated his shoulder. It was still sore. Luckily for him, he could maneuver. Was he nervous about this? Yes, very. But Mace understood a couple things. If he did what he planned on doing, it would expose the Sith openly if they reacted. If not, it would force the Council to intervene. So in the middle of the night, he left Coruscant. His new instructor was very wary of this, and so he immediately informed the Jedi Council that Windu took off during the night. The new instructor noticed that Mace was acting almost rebellious, and so he checked on him after their second night as Master and Apprentice, and he was gone. The Council elected to send Yaddle and a task force of 8 Jedi to find Windu and capture him. They couldn't allow him to do whatever it was that he was planning. Due to his entire case about quote-unquote Sith being a connection with Palpatine, Yaddle and her squad were sent to Naboo. In the morning, in a live broadcast, one that Master Yariel Poof was watching, Mace Windu snuck up behind a crowd and moved behind the representative pod, and he wrapped his arms around Representative Palpatine's neck and dragged him away. Despite the Council already sending a squad to Naboo, Yariel ran to the Council chambers, and they dispatched Tyvoka, Kiadi-Mundi, and Yoda to handle the situation. Inside the city of Theed, Mace carried Palpatine away as he was trailed by royal guardsmen. Palpatine couldn't believe the Jedi would act so erratically. It would surely expose their complacency to the galaxy, and show the Republic that they were too deadly to keep around. Palpatine threw his elbow into Mace's stomach, and the young Jedi let him go, as he used the Force to launch him from his feet. Mace tumbled as royal guards ran around the corner to see the representative running into a speeder and launching off. Mace ignited his lightsaber and blocked shots from the guards before slipping into another speeder and shooting off after Palpatine. In the air, there was a T-6 Jedi shuttle flying over. They were contacted by the royal guard and given coordinates to find the Jedi. Palpatine sped away from the city, being that there was nowhere safe inside the city for him to go, aside from wherever he and his master agreed on. Mace followed closely as the T-6 released speeders and 2 Jedi dropped off behind Mace and Palpatine, as the ship's loudspeakers told Mace to pull over now and leave the representative alone. He didn't listen, as he used his piloting skills to maneuver away from the incoming Jedi. Despite just being a politician, the pilot of the ship couldn't help but acknowledge how talented Palpatine was on his speeder. The chase continued across the flats as the Jedi ship tried to do anything to stop Windu, even sending another Jedi down to his speeder, where the young prodigy used the Force to launch the Jedi off of it. He didn't hurt the Jedi, he threw him specifically at another speeder. As they sped through the open flats, the Jedi notified their reinforcements of their location. Palpatine drove into the swamp of his home world, as Mace dismounted outside of them and shut his speeder down. The T-6 landed behind him as the Jedi rushed out to stop him. Mace looked away from them as he felt a hand run along his back and grab his wrist. Mace jolted back and told the Jedi to stand down. This was a Sith. They needed to be vigilant. Windu stepped gently ahead as Yaddle tried to get him to stop, but he didn't pay any attention. Another Jedi tried to forcibly stop him, but that didn't work either. There were rustlings in the woods, and Mace called out to the slime who murdered his instructors. The other Jedi believed he was losing his mind. The royal guard was sending reinforcements to this area, and the Sith had a plan for how they would execute this and make it work. Windu walked in as he kept his eyes peeled, but it was hard. A thick fog covered the arena of battle. The other Jedi lost sight of Windu as 2 lightsabers ignited, purple and red, as Mace defended himself. His blade was quick, but Palpatine had him on the defense. It didn't matter how much he learned, he was out of his element against a fully adult Palpatine. The Jedi ran in, igniting their lightsabers and chasing after the Sith. Using the fog to his advantage, Palpatine kicked Mace back and ducked away as another red lightsaber dropped from the sky in the middle of the Jedi, dispersing them immediately. The Sith moved in as Mace and Sidious engaged again. Their blades were fierce and Mace could see the face of his enemy. They locked again and his face scrunched up, and Palpatine mocked him, asking if he would fall into darkness so that he could avenge his master's death. Mace focused on the Force and shoved back, their blades growling at each other as they glided against the fiery surface of the other. Mace spoke with deepness in his voice, telling Palpatine that he would destroy him and make sure everything his legacy stands for is peace, light, and life, so that the memory of the Sith died with something positive. He shoved forward, knocking Palpatine backwards as the Sith apprentice deignited his lightsaber and vanished into the shadows. Mace looked over and watched a tall creature move amongst the members of the crew sent here to stop him. Their blades met his, as he palmed the Jedi's face and gutted them before throwing Yaddle backwards, speeding between his victims. Mace ducked as Sidious struck at him, their blades locking once more. This fight was personal, and the balance of everything rode on the victor being a Jedi. Mace shoved forward and tried to focus on his harmony. So much of what Qui Gon taught him came to the forefront of his mind as he balanced himself against his opponent. Outside the sound of the other Jedi being slaughtered, the sound of a ship landing could be heard. Men came running into the brush as Mace looked over and watched electricity flee the Sith Master's fingers and fry the Naboo guard, as the other hand decapitated another Jedi Knight. Yaddle and the remaining Jedi got to their feet and continued their war against the Sith. Palpatine grinned, seeing the pure awe in the eyes of his opponent. He told Mace that he could have so much more if he gave over to the darkness. Mace nodded his head. He could, as he trusts himself. For the first time during this fight, he used a form of lightsaber combat that, while he was learning, he wasn't his best in. During spars with Qui Gon and Dooku, Mace used Form 4. He never used Form 7 when training with them. He did use it in other training regiments, but in a duel like this, it was his least comfortable position to be in. Mace teetered towards darkness as he shoved Palpatine back. But there was something else. He could feel control. The 27-year-old Sith apprentice saw the boy mellow out. He was no longer stressing out on the battle at hand. He was only locked in to this moment. Like the younglings did during their basic training, Mace was acting as if there was no field of vision around him. He drove his blade forward and Palpatine tripped, losing control as he flipped forms and tried to counter. On the other side of the battle, Yaddle looked over to see the young Jedi holding his own, but her peers weren't. The Sith Lord was too much as she tried to keep him at bay. Plagueis picked another Jedi up and lobbed him at a tree, cutting through their body and knocking the tree over in one strike. Another worthless life destroyed by the Sith Lord. As he was fighting them off, the sound of lightsabers igniting caught his attention. Yellow, blue, and there was a third one that he didn't see. Plagueis ducked as a third green lightsaber lunged at him. 4 council members, an unlucky knight, and the Sith Lord engaged in a contest of the ages, as the young Jedi prodigy struggled against Palpatine's counter. Mace ducked away as he cut a tree down to disperse Palpatine, who leapt over it and swung down. Mace jabbed his foot onto Palpatine's hand after he missed the strike, before stepping back, where Palpatine drove his second lightsaber up, narrowly missing Mace. The Jedi apprentice ducked and spun around, driving his blade forward and catching Palpatine and then swinging down to destroy the other lightsaber still on the ground. Sidious struck at Mace, but he ducked away and kicked Palpatine back, defending from another strike before throwing his blade forward and catching the Sith apprentice in the stomach. Plagueis felt his student's death immediately. He turned back and saw his student fall lifelessly to the ground. Plagueis dodged a strike before parrying Yoda and throwing Ki-Adi-Mundi to the ground. Mace turned over as the Jedi Knight still standing was cut down, as Yaddle lost her foot and was thrown into the brush. Tyvoka charged Plagueis and used his raw strength to lift him off of his feet, forcing both users to drop their lightsabers. Tyvoka swung his fist into Plagueis' jaw repetitively, and tore one of his arms off as the Sith Lord electrocuted the Wookiee Jedi. Yoda lunged in, as Plagueis pulled one of Palpatine's blades into his hands and defended himself. Mace wanted to help, but Mundi stepped in, using Yoda to his advantage and cutting at the Sith Lord. Plagueis, despite losing his arm, avoided these strikes as a lightsaber was thrown into his back. He didn't falter though. He stepped up and countered every strike made at him, until he decapitated Yaddle, whose blade was still lodged in its back. And then, he lost his life to Mundi and then Tyvoka. Plagueis' last breath was one of fear. The Sith had failed, and it was because of them. Mace called over and asked if they were alright. The Jedi looked warily. Yoda raised his hands and the fog around them moved out of sight for a short moment, revealing the bodies of the Jedi dead. 12 came into this forest and only 4 would be walking out. Mace stumbled over him. His face was still that of a young man, one who was horrified by what he had just seen. He panted as Tyvoka patted him on the back gently. Yoda looked at Tyvoka, who nodded and guided Mace from the wreckage. It would take explaining to the Republic, but what wouldn't be done was the Republic listening. The Battle of Naboo would be an era-defining feat, because while Mace may have ruined political ties with the Naboo and even the Republic, they were able to make a generational change for their order. The bodies of the fallen Jedi would be remembered as those who brought an end to the Sith, and ended an era of complacency, one now seen with the negative impact the Jedi were facing politically. There was no way around it. What happened at Naboo got galactic headlines, a Jedi kidnapping and killing a young representative. The Jedi did call the word Sith to attention, but the people did not care, even if the Jedi lost 8 members, including a council member. Despite the Jedi losing their respect publicly and being forcibly removed from Coruscant, it would be for the better. Mace would ascend to the High Council shortly before his 16th birthday, and despite his ascension coming on a different planet, inside a different temple, it was still a high honor. The Jedi lost all respectability within the Republic, and despite the Senate turning on them, the people had not yet. There was still hope in the galaxy that the Jedi would be the good guys, and do the right thing. It was at this point where the Council decided that it was time to focus on the people of the Republic and not the Republic itself. If they spent all their time focused on the Senate, like they had been, then they might lose the most important thing to them, the faith of the people. Mace was still down on himself about losing Dooku and Qui Gon, but in their honor, he would read through the lesser-studied aspects of the Jedi way, and would allow those stories to influence him. The lessons of the Jedi of old were really an inspiration to what he would suggest to the Council. Despite the Jedi Order now operating out of a lesser-known location, it was agreed upon that with their exile from the core, they should focus on building connections in the Mid and Outer Rim. If the core or the Republic weren't going to take care of the people, then why should they continue to suffer? In a weird way, the public reaction to Mace's incident on Naboo was the motivation the Jedi Order needed to actually do what their duty was. It would take years for them to actually earn public trust back, but once the Jedi showed the initiative to make change in the galaxy, it came back immediately. As the decades went by, Mace would rise to the rank of Master of the Order, and the lessons and stories he brought back into the regular view of the Jedi Order brought generational defining change. The Jedi returned to their roots. While they weren't done Ahch-To, the Order was spread out across the galaxy, and they were able to eventually use a coalition of peace activists, started by the young Duchess Satine, to begin working on the second Starlight Beacon. The Jedi in the decades since their return from negligence were able to sow terror into the crime families, and now with official support, they'd be unstoppable as a force in the Outer Rim. Thanks to the lessons instilled by Qui Gon and Dooku, Mace Windu would be able to bring forth an era of change that would define a galaxy, one sowing change despite the corruption of the Republic.
Our story begins deep inside meditation on the steps of the Jedi Temple. Qui-Gon Jinn was tired, restless even. Sleep hadn't been the same since he lost his sight. He didn't have the privilege of seeing colors nor silhouettes. It was a complete blank slate of darkness. It engulfed his sight in a world of nothing. He didn't hate it, nor did he resent his failure. He just wished to understand it. His promise to young Skywalker still had to be fulfilled, but how could he be a teacher again if he didn't even understand himself? Qui-Gon remembered how it all happened, as his body twitched on the ground now. His old knees were firm in their place, but his shoulders tensed, remembering the very last seconds of sight. It flashed inside of his mind's eye, and he reflexively pulled back, opening up his eyelids to nothing. Coruscant's vast and beautiful cityscape sat just before him. With his natural senses, he could hear the sound of evening traffic, people all going home to enjoy the night with their loved ones before beginning the trek to work the next day. The buzzing of shuttles always tickled the right part of his brain. Being that Qui-Gon was from Coruscant, all of these sounds were homey and familiar to him. He could feel the wind brushing against his face and through his hair. The soft touch was just enough for him to release the tension building in his brow. Qui-Gon continued, letting the natural industrial smells pour into his soul. He was born far below the surface of Coruscant City. He knew many worse smells than this. His past led him to enjoying the smells on the top side of the city far more than most people ever would. Even though he couldn't see the skyscrapers and the buzzing traffic or the people floating by to their individual destinations, he could still imagine it. How many times had he, as a Padawan, knight, or master, returned to this very spot to find peace? It wasn't easy getting here, though most things hadn't been easy in the 3 weeks since he lost his sight. Qui-Gon was still trying to get a grasp on walking, let alone the lack of sleep from the waking night terrors. He no longer had the responsibility of training Obi-Wan. His student was a knight now. So it left Master Jinn with a frustrating question. How could he, the blind Jedi Master that he was, instruct the Chosen One? The High Council awarded him with the opportunity because he managed to help apprehend the Sith Apprentice. Though any chance for gaining information out of Maul was gone, he suffocated himself in an attempt to escape the temple. By the time guards got the cell open, the Zabrak warrior was long dead. It was a choice of Maul's, not an order from Sidious. Jedi on the council wondered if his master instructed him to asphyxiate himself, or if it was an act of fear. They worried that Maul was so scared of his teacher that he willingly put himself out of any potential future misery he might face from him. It left the case of the return of the Sith even more cursed. Maul didn't wait to be rescued. He spent 72 hours contemplating the choice he wanted to make, and then he acted. The Jedi were going to try and save him too, but that was too late now. Qui-Gon could feel the agony in the decision. It wasn't easy for the 22-year-old Maul, and that was what broke Qui-Gon so much. He knew that Maul regretted considering it, but he still went through. There was a weight around the temple, and Master Jinn wasn't sure if that came from his own personal loss of sight, or the knowledge that the Sith did what he did to himself. Regardless of the case, Qui-Gon could feel it, some sense or edge of darkness that rippled through his peers. Jinn pressed his hands to the ground, where a small wooden crane sat. It was his walking stick. He was still struggling to even sense his surroundings. The violence of the moment kept him from truly embodying the light he preached so heavily about. Qui-Gon was realistically stuck in the same place he lost his sight. He was only here on the steps of the temple, every day, trying to reconnect with the Force as he had taught it to Obi-Wan. Of course, Kenobi was considerate of his master and frequently around him, but Jinn told Kenobi to free the boy's mother. With Anakin permitted inside the Order, and understanding that Qui-Gon might need space, Anakin stayed with the other younglings. This gave Obi-Wan a chance to establish a connection with Anakin by doing something that would positively impact his life. Qui-Gon knew he just needed to suck it up, deal with it head on, and try to face these demons. His hands stretched out across the ancient grounds of the temple's front walkway, and he committed himself to the Force. The Grand Master, not too far from his position, stopped and watched, sensing the great irritation from such a commonly calm mind. Master Jinn fell into the Force, feeling back to the moment he couldn't let go of. He foolishly trapped himself in a corner with Maul, and their lightsabers slapped away. He was holding on, but growing continuously tired. Qui-Gon tried to make the appropriate counter, and it didn't feel like he did. Yet the tragedy is, the only reason Qui-Gon was alive was because he sacrificed his vision. Maul blasted the hilt of his lightsaber upwards, and Qui-Gon rolled his weapon around, blocking the stab. The other side of Maul's saber sliced upwards across Qui-Gon's cheek and across his eyes. He remembered seeing the crimson blade, and when it felt like it was over, he heard Obi-Wan's lightsaber ignite. Maul took just a few seconds too long to kill the Jedi Master. Qui-Gon still kept himself protected from his opponent, just long enough for Obi-Wan to engage and defeat the Sith apprentice. Nothing mattered beyond that point. His vision was gone, and he couldn't be okay with it. Before Jinn could abandon the temple steps, Master Yoda approached him. Because so rarely did a Jedi lose their sight like Qui-Gon had, but Yoda had seen many before who experienced the great loss. He promised Master Jinn that with time it would become easier. Yet while he might feel like this is a limitation to his path as a Jedi, it might instead provide a clearer direction in life. Yoda was trying to be as accepting of Anakin as he could be, and he expressed that here, by telling Qui-Gon that perhaps young Skywalker needed a master who could see him wholly. Qui-Gon had already done an exceptional job at that, but training is more than just seeing the potential. Anakin might need to be seen by a blind Jedi, more than heard by seeing one. Yoda recognized how hard this might be for Qui-Gon, but he was among the best of the Order. If his words didn't help, then Jinn would find another source of inspiration. The Grand Master continued on his walk, and before he could get further than a couple feet, Qui-Gon, with a few tears slipping down his cheeks, thanked Master Yoda for understanding. The little green Jedi smiled and simply continued on his walk. While Anakin's time with the younglings would continue, and his mother found residence inside the capital thanks to Obi-Wan, it didn't mean things got any easier for Qui-Gon. He was simply crossing things off his list that he knew needed to be completed. Shmi and Anakin's training were his priorities, which meant he couldn't truly face what he needed to, himself. Qui-Gon had to face the demons within, and it started by accepting the reality of his situation. He was blind. He couldn't just fix that. He was a Jedi. He needed to find harmony inside the Force and use his gifts to find success. Jinn spent more time than he ever did before meditating in consecutive sessions. whether it be inside the botanical gardens, outside of the Tree of Life, near the steps with another teacher, or elsewhere in public. It didn't help him. He was almost resentful that he failed to this extent. It never should have gotten to a point where Anakin's future was directly impacted by his failure to win a battle. The complacency of the Jedi Order to not see the return of the Sith irritated him. Things that weren't even related to his failure got under his skin, and it broke the foundational values that separated Qui Gon from so many of his peers. He was disappointed in so much, and it was cutting him off from not only the Force and his connection to it, but himself. This wasn't a conscious decision. His bubbling over frustrations were causing the disconnect. It upset him greatly. He knew he was better than this. He was Jedi Master Qui Gon Jinn, apprentice to Dooku and Yoda, master of Obi-Wan and future instructor of the Chosen One. He was saddened that he had to make up excuses to forgive whatever he was upset at. His focus determined his reality, and because his mind was so chaotic, so was everything else around him. In the span of a month, he went from teacher to student again. Obi-Wan's continued help made a sizable difference, but if Qui-Gon wanted to see change, it needed to come from within him. He had to accept that he failed, that he lost the lightsaber duel to Maul, yet he also needed to realize that no one is invincible, not even a Jedi. He had to accept what his reality was, and that everything he preached about the Force was the basis of his existence now. He couldn't blame anyone or anything. Qui-Gon could feel what he needed to change, but it still felt impossible. And it hurt him greatly that everyone could be there for him. Everyone but his own master. From Master Windu to Anakin Skywalker to Jocasta Nu or Terrace Danube, there was always a Jedi trying to help him. Again, no one could do the hard work for Master Jinn, so he needed to find the answers himself. On the other hand, was the individual who should have been there for Qui-Gon. Dooku, without mourning the loss of his student, still went to Sidious's lair to prepare for their plan to move into action. With Plagueis and Maul dead, it was Tyrannus who took the position of Sith Apprentice. His role had become irreplaceable, and he knew that. Dooku went to his master after being trailed by a curious Master Yaddle, and killed her as Sidious instructed. Tyrannus was not prideful in this, but he was making the sacrifice for the greater good of the galaxy. He bought into a lie, and even though Qui-Gon was alive, Dooku believed he could turn his former apprentice to the dark side. This meant that for multiple weeks into months, that Qui-Gon suffered in the isolation of the Void. His master was going out and starting up a confederacy. Since Palpatine had become Chancellor, it was Dooku's turn to hold up his end of the deal. Yet, he'd be lying if he said that he wasn't thinking about his former student all the time. Qui-Gon meant a lot to Dooku. He was like a son to him in many ways, and here he was, doing absolutely nothing to help him. Dooku from Sereno would make quiet dispatches for Qui-Gon, but they never received any responses. This wasn't Qui-Gon being mad with his master, because he simply stopped using his communicator after he lost his sight. Dooku didn't know that, so he just assumed that Jinn had become disgruntled with him. It was hard for Dooku to be separated from Qui-Gon in this capacity. They'd always been so close, even though Dooku never had the chance or gave time to meet the Padawan Obi-Wan Kenobi. Despite now Count Dooku trying to make contact with his apprentice, Qui-Gon never caught wind of any of these attempts. He was determined to change his reality, and it started with the least likely of methods. Qui-Gon loved to instruct. It was one of the things he loved most about being a Jedi, so he went to the boy, Anakin, to teach him when he wasn't in session with the other younglings. Anakin was obviously very grateful to Obi-Wan for saving his mother. It changed his entire perspective of the Jedi Order, but he was still a little disappointed that he didn't see much of Qui-Gon. Anakin knew that he needed to be patient because of Qui-Gon's new injury, but he still wanted to be around someone he trusted. That's where these after-class sessions came in. Master Jinn was destined to become Anakin's teacher, no matter what, so he would get a jumpstart on their master and apprentice relationship. It'd be important for Anakin to form a stronger connection with his future instructor. Skywalker had a hard enough time adjusting as it was, so there was no need to make things any more challenging by not being present. As Qui-Gon hoped, these sessions would be very cathartic for him. Similar to how he was like Dooku's son, Anakin became like his own. It wasn't always like that with Obi-Wan, despite how much Qui-Gon cared for him. But Anakin needed someone like Qui-Gon far more than Obi-Wan did. Kenobi was always trusting of the Jedi path, and would always succeed inside of it, regardless of what Jinn taught him or didn't. Anakin really needed a strong father-like figure in his life, which is what Jinn was. Though it should be said that because Qui-Gon didn't want Obi-Wan always worrying about him, and due to Obi-Wan not being Anakin's future master, there were some other changes for Kenobi's fate that also benefited Skywalker. Thanks to returning to Tatooine to free Shmi and bring her back to Coruscant, where she currently resided, Obi-Wan developed a deep desire to make change on Tatooine and in the Outer Rim. He understood how they couldn't technically fix everything, but he still wanted to try. It was impossible to remain idle when he saw the conditions in person. When he was last there, it was just like any other case of slavery, but as a Jedi, he needed to be less cold about it. Due to the Council maintaining a high respect for young Kenobi, they willingly dispatched one of their own to accompany him, and a dozen knights to Tatooine. Master Yariel Poof wanted to participate in the liberation of slaves inside of Hutt territory, and especially since Yaddle had gone missing, it was important for the Elder Counselor to try and bring hope back to the ranks of the Elders. Main point being that Anakin saw the Jedi going back to Tatooine to make an impact, and sure, he may have not been permitted to be with his mother all the time, but he could still visit her per Qui-Gon's word. Though, all of this didn't directly change how Master Jinn felt internally. Teaching Anakin, giving him time with his mother, giving him important lessons on the Force or using a broken stick or the Jedi path may have felt good, but his mind was still a chaotic mess. He couldn't get past it. There was a block in his head, something simply preventing him from letting go of his vision. It felt so selfish when it never was. For Master Jinn, it was a continuous cycle, one where he blamed himself for losing, remained frustrated that he couldn't harmonize properly, and then he would gaslight himself in various ways that led to even more internal agony. He'd always been so close to the Force, and he felt so cut off from it. This was the first time he was challenged like this, and he just wished he could feel the Force how he always had. It wasn't just the frustration of losing that connection, but also the sheer despondency that came with it. As the Separatist movement formed with systems showing interest in Dooku's propositions for a confederacy, he also grew increasingly worried for his student. He was a Sith now. He killed a Jedi Counselor, so he shouldn't be showing interest in the Jedi, but his apprentice was his boy, and he hadn't heard from him. He worried if he had come to really accept that Qui-Gon needed to die with the Jedi Order. That was unfathomable to Dooku. Not even he was sure if he could go through with the Sith plan if it meant that Qui-Gon would die for it. He just couldn't picture watching his student die to clones in the coming decade. So without informing his master, he quietly, using an unregistered vessel, departed from his castle. Thanks to some droid aides inside of his home, it wouldn't ever appear that he left Sereno. When Dooku cautiously returned to the Jedi Temple, he searched for his student. It was nighttime, middle of the evening even. The Coruscant summertime winds were beating across the side of the temple, leaving audible humming and a creaking throughout the exterior corridors of the structure. When Dooku eventually found his apprentice, his heart sunk. Qui-Gon was standing alone, without his walking stick, at the edge of the temple. He was outside, on the walkway that went around the building, in front of a 100+ story drop. The Jedi only wore his basic bedtime sleeping tunic. He was unable to sleep again. His memory, as it had been for months at this point, continued to replay the loss he experienced on Naboo. Now, to clarify, Qui-Gon wasn't gonna hurt himself. He wasn't that despondent, but he was desperate for connection to the Force. He was teaching Anakin, and the more he taught, the more he felt like he forgot. It was so hard for him to feel this growing power beside him in Anakin, becoming more invested and interested in the Force while simultaneously feeling like he was losing his own grip on it. Qui-Gon was not a controlling man or an envious one either. He knew that he had no control over the mystical power that held the galaxy together, but he felt wrong. Dooku immediately asked Qui Gon what he was doing, startling the Jedi Master. Jinn jumped a little, before turning back and asking his master where he had been. A white cloth circled Qui Gon's head, covering his damaged eyes from being visible to anyone else. But the scar left behind by Maul still slipped down the side of his wrinkled face. Dooku winced when he looked at it, but he didn't say anything. He told his apprentice that he'd been trying to contact him, asking if he was doing alright. Qui Gon nodded, simply confirming that he just wanted to reconnect with the Force. It'd been difficult since Naboo. Everyone moved on. Obi-Wan was a knight, working on Tatooine. Anakin was studying hard inside of his classes and actually making friends. The people of Naboo memorialized their fallen and started to rebuild, and here he was, frustrated and lost in the echoes of his own mind. His brain was a prison made up of his own limitations. Dooku's mouth hung open for a moment, and he could feel his eyes creasing to a dissatisfied squeeze. He abandoned Qui-Gon to this fate. Dooku would willingly make the galaxy wait to make sure his apprentice was alright. He walked a little closer to Qui-Gon and put his hand on his shoulder, and he apologized for not having been there for him. Dooku's mind flashed back to Yaddle's dead body on the ground, Sifo Dyas's ship burning up in the atmosphere, and the hiring of Jango Fett. His apprentice was suffering, and he was adding to the pain in the galaxy. He promised Qui-Gon that he wouldn't abandon him again. His apprentice displayed a weak smile. He told Dooku that he didn't need to promise that. He understood that there were other responsibilities. Dooku responded with a very frail acceptance of such mentioned other responsibilities. So instead of trying something else or taking Qui-Gon from Coruscant, he suggested that they meditate together, and Jinn really liked the idea of that. The two of them knelt, facing the city, and slowly walked through a meditation together. Dooku took the charge because Qui-Gon's focus still hadn't recovered. Yet there was a problem. Despite making the attempt to help his student, Dooku layered his meditation with dark-sided theories and concepts. All of his recent instruction with Sidious seeped through, and it didn't make anything better for Qui-Gon. As is the way of the dark side, it is easier, more seductive. To a struggling Qui-Gon Jinn, it was like a burst of life. But even Jinn didn't know that his master was intentionally misleading him. He could tell something was wrong with meditation. It didn't feel genuine. It was just something off, something missing. And while this didn't turn apprentice against a master, it certainly contributed to Qui-Gon's constant gaslighting of himself. How could he just ignore this spike of darkness trying to enter his heart? Did he truly lose himself when he lost his vision? What had he become? Once the meditation was over, Dooku returned to the interior, and Qui-Gon didn't leave the side of the structure until morning. Tyrannus thought he was making a difference, and instead, he was pushing his apprentice closer and closer to fully cutting himself off from the Force completely and intentionally. For weeks, Dooku would cycle on and off of Coruscant. He continued to work on the Separatist movement. The further into the dark side he got, the grayer and whiter his hair turned. He was looking older by the week. Sometimes his hair would just simply fall out. It was still slick and black, even in the 70s, but that color was fading quickly. He was working hard to turn Qui-Gon to the dark side, but Master Jinn was noticing habits and traits. These things weren't common from him. Sure, there were flashes throughout his life, but never such consistent insistency. It made the blind and vulnerable Qui-Gon uncomfortable with Dooku, but he remained focused on being there for Anakin. Then, after every check-in, Dooku tried to ask Qui-Gon to come back with him to Sereno. It might offer him a healthy chance to reconnect with nature. The vast jungles and fields of the planet were intertwined with the very Force itself. Maybe that could provide Qui-Gon a chance to experience life through a different lens than on Coruscant. At this suggestion, Qui-Gon requested for Anakin to be able to come along, with Obi-Wan too. It wasn't something Dooku was willing to allow, but he had to, so that he wouldn't drop any suspicions. Not for nothing, Tyrannus had become quite impressed with the young Jedi warrior named Kenobi. They were of the same lineage, but they never met. Qui Gon thought that since Kenobi returned from Tatooine as a Jedi hero, that it might be beneficial for every member of their lineage to have time together, to reunite and meet. Dooku definitely could use the connection with his student and his grandstudents. To Tyrannus though, this was frustrating, but there really wasn't anything he could do about it, because he opened his home up. Perhaps there was an opportunity to turn all three of them to the dark side. Sidious wouldn't be pleased obviously, but hopefully this entire situation could fly under the radar. Dooku already mentioned offhandedly, multiple times, that he wanted to bring Qui Gon into the Sith to Sidious. The Sith Lord understood the sentiment, but everyone needed to have a purpose. Before Tyrannus existed, Maul and Plagueis each had a purpose. Their roles were defined, and a blind Jedi wouldn't offer the Sith much unless he actively hurt the imagery of the Jedi Order. Until there was something effective for Qui-Gon to do, Sidious remained hesitant on the surface, but resentful underneath it all. The Sith Lord considered a very likely scenario where he had to accept Qui-Gon into their ranks, and then have him killed within a month or two, just to push Dooku further to the dark side. It was a necessary sacrifice to ensure Tyrannus' future loyalty. Sereno was peaceful. Anakin enjoyed getting out of the stuffy Jedi Temple. Obi-Wan relaxed by reading reports on a holopad, while Qui-Gon continued his struggles with meditation in the courtyard. Dooku tried to remain patient, with the two young ones running around, but he was irritable at best most of the time. He continued his conversations with representatives interested in secession, and maintained a solid rapport with longtime Sith allies inside the Federation. It was a hard workday, and he brought Qui-Gon here because he was willing to put in the extra time to turn him to the dark side. Though, just because Dooku was trying to save his student from the same fate as the Jedi Order, it didn't mean that Sidious wasn't aware of what Dooku was doing. There were hidden cameras all around the castle, and Sidious saw the other Jedi. He was also aware of Dooku's decision to sneak out of his own castle every now and again. His suspicions about Tyrannus were correct, though with Anakin Skywalker present on the planet, maybe this could be twisted to favor himself. Anakin was extremely vulnerable at his young age, and he could be swayed into darkness very easily. Palpatine just watched from afar, monitoring Dooku in secrecy to see what it was that Tyrannus intended to do. To Sidious's surprise, the Count genuinely wanted to save Qui-Gon by turning him to the dark side. Obi-Wan and Anakin weren't really of any concern to him, but their presence made working with Qui-Gon especially difficult, and the truth is, despite him trying to do what he thought was best for his student, it was realistically selfish. He may have thought that he was protecting Qui-Gon, but he was just trying to control him, which wouldn't solve any problems. Though because of the vast openness and vibrancy of life around them near the castle, Qui-Gon started to reconcile with the Force itself again. It was simultaneous. Dooku tried to coax Jinn into the spell of the dark side, while Qui-Gon fell into the arms of the living Force once again. This really was a battle between master and apprentice against the influence of the Force. It was so quiet and secretive too, which was the craziest part about all of it. No one aside from Dooku knew this was happening. He was just trying to influence Qui-Gon, and he, finally free from Coruscant, was finally finding the piece of him that he lost. What made matters even more funny was Obi-Wan and Anakin on the planet too. Young Kenobi took time to train Anakin with, yes, real lightsabers, per Qui-Gon's request. So when Obi-Wan wasn't on his data pad, he was inside the forest, working with Anakin on obstacle training and combat exercises. Younglings weren't supposed to get super involved with this, but Qui-Gon allowed it because Anakin really wanted to. It was a deal between the two of them. If Anakin performed well in his youngling studies and classes, then he could train with a lightsaber. If those grades slipped though, he would lose access to the saber. Additionally, for the iPad kid himself, Kenobi, he was always on his datapad for a singular reason. Master Yariel Poof and himself built up a really strong relationship during their Tatooine missions, and he wanted to keep a close eye on the continued developments. Thanks to Master Poof, the Council was now closely monitoring the situation in Mos Espa and with Jabba the Hutt. There was a clear sign that the status quo had been interrupted, but ironically, the Hutts had no clue the Jedi were there. This wasn't the typical diplomatic approach of the Jedi Order. They were acting like mercenaries. They snuck around, took out Hutt sentries, slavers, and freed anyone they could. These were blood-pumping, high adrenaline missions, something that fed Obi-Wan's young soul after he defeated Maul and saved Qui-Gon's life. It's part of the reason why he was so light inside of his mind. The burden of failing his master didn't bog him down. He knew Qui-Gon didn't blame him for the blindness, and he did whatever Master Jinn needed. So Obi-Wan was very happy-go-lucky about everything. That also irritated Dooku, but it provided a better relationship for Anakin to rely on while Qui-Gon was going through his bad days. Eventually, after a couple of weeks on Sereno, something clicked for Master Qui-Gon. It was another one of his sleepless nights, and he walked out of his bedroom, through the courtyard and into the forest. Naturally, his lightsaber found his hand, as he, for the millionth time, relived his duel on Naboo. Maul approached him through the underbrush, and their sabers connected. Qui-Gon could see every move, just as he had before on Naboo. And as the moment came, as he approached his last few seconds of sight, he for the first time let go. His saber, mid-swing, deignited and fell to the forest floor. Maul swept forward and it was over. Qui-Gon felt the burning heat pass through his body and out of his back. Finally, after holding on so desperately to the mistake he made, everything connected. For the first time since becoming blind, did he not blame himself. A few tears even slipped from his eyes as he realized the truth about his actions. If Qui-Gon didn't defend himself the way he had, he wouldn't even have a life to begin with. Not to say that he was grateful for being blind or that he should be, but it was a gift of life. He gave himself a second chance by deflecting the saber the way he had. Without it, he would have been dead. It was like a curse left his body as he made that connection. No longer did he only see darkness, he could feel shadows around him. Slowly, Qui-Gon pulled the white band from around his head off and opened his eyes. What he felt was real. His focus determined his reality, and it was proven right here. Qui-Gon couldn't see, of course not, but through the Force, he had insight. There were silhouettes and auras that he connected to. The trees, bushes, wildlife, and everything in between could be seen under the scope of an endless scape. He no longer was totally blind, and as it had been before, every single one of his friends could help him or try to at the very least, but he needed to be the one to do it for himself. Qui-Gon smiled faintly for a moment and thanked himself. He preserved his own life. He extended it so that he could instruct Anakin and enjoy the stories of Obi-Wan's life as a knight. This was a gift, the greatest gift he had ever been given. No longer could he judge the Council for their actions because he now understood how deafening blindness could be. Not only was the physical turmoil he endured a metaphor of the actions of the wisest in the Order, but that of his own master. Though this didn't become apparent to Qui-Gon until after his first full night of rest since before the blockade of Naboo. In the morning, Qui-Gon rose, with his sleepwear tunics on. He joined Anakin and Obi-Wan for their morning training session. Skywalker was eagerly waiting with his saber, and Obi-Wan, still practicing Form 4, excitedly engaged with another training weapon. Qui-Gon stood with his arms crossed and watched the silhouettes bounce across his vision. He was elated. Not only could he see his two students training together, but their auras were vibrant, bright and beautiful colors that perfectly embodied both of the students and where they were and what they felt. Obi-Wan with his blue lightsaber embodied an orange hue, representing his confidence, friendliness, and courage. All of these were felt just by being around him. Anakin, while using a green training saber, since he hadn't retrieved his own kyber crystal yet, was covered by a blue aura. Just like the accuracy displayed with Obi-Wan, Anakin's was tranquility, security, trust, and loyalty. His mother was free from slavery, and he had his blind master and inspirational older brother-like figure in Obi-Wan helping him out. They continued to train, with their sabers bashing away. Qui-Gon's peace, though, was disrupted by the arrival of something different. Obviously, since he'd been blind both physically and spiritually, he never really picked up on Dooku's change. But now, it was visible. He turned to greet his master, who he sensed for the first time from behind him, something he hadn't done since before the duel on Naboo. Dooku was taken aback a little, but not as much as Qui-Gon was. There were meshing hues, all of them displaying something darker and less recognizable from who he knew Dooku to be. There were hints of yellow, red, and purple, all identifying different negative traits of his master, such as instability, danger, and mystery. His master changed, and then he saw it, the ray of black that hid behind everything. It meshed with the darker sides of Purple's negativity, which was mystery, but depicted another layer of evil and death. Something about Dooku was different, and everything clicked. All of their joint meditations had been down the easy path, the one of darkness. Qui-Gon naturally was rejecting of these because he refused to embody the darkness, but his master was trying to force it onto him. Qui-Gon immediately reacted, no longer hiding behind the shroud of confusion nor blindness. He asked Dooku why he lied to him. Obi-Wan and Anakin continued to slash away at each other, not catching on to the confrontation behind them. Tyrannus' eyes flickered, as if something activated, a defense mechanism he'd been using since he was selected by Plagueis and Sidious. The Sith apprentice remained blissfully confused, playing the exact part he wanted Qui-Gon to believe him as. But after being blind for so long, Qui-Gon had no intention to close his eyes and pretend it wasn't real. That wasn't who Master Jinn was, and if he had to expose one more Sith apprentice so that the last of the Sith could be revealed, then he'd make the necessary sacrifice again. The Jedi didn't mince his words when he explained to Dooku that he now understood the truth. All of their joint sessions had ulterior motives. He couldn't see it before because he was so desperately looking for an answer. But it wasn't until he let go that he realized he had it the entire time. He questioned because he didn't want to assume or accuse. Why did Dooku try and coerce him into the dark side? What did he have to gain from that? Surely Dooku knew better. Even if he disagreed with the Jedi, they were the closest to the light. They were the good guys. Dooku's jaw stiffened and a hint of yellow appeared behind his eye. Just like the aura, the yellow depicted a state of instability, of darkness. Tyrannus reminded his apprentice that the Jedi used the Force as a crutch to explain away all their hubris. They were a corrupt order that abused the concept of religion to remain in close contact with Republic leadership. If only he could see the truth. If only he listened, he would know why the Jedi were doomed. Dooku was simply trying to save his soul, and if Qui-Gon wanted no part in that, then he'd be removed from Sereno and never speak to him again. Jinn's smile, the one he gained from finally obtaining sight, vanished instantly. His heart ached, and the silencing of lightsabers behind them only told him that Obi-Wan and Anakin heard this too. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. What did Dooku mean by that? Why was he being so hostile towards his own student? That wasn't the Jedi way. Anakin called it out immediately, and Dooku silenced the boy, telling him that this was a conversation between master and apprentice, not some child who didn't belong. Obi-Wan put his hand in front of Anakin and placed himself just a step ahead. Dooku scowled at Kenobi, telling the boy to put his ego down for a moment and listen. He was trying to save them, and they were all ungrateful for his attempts. They constantly rejected the darkness. They constantly made his work harder, and there was nothing he could do to save them now. Obi-Wan turned towards Qui-Gon, who just sighed. All of his hard work for naught? Dooku's hard work was selfish. It reeked of the Sith. What happened to him? He was the pride of the Jedi Order, and now he was a jaded shadow because he disagreed with members of the High Council. He asked his master, Qui-Gon that is, if he really thought anyone disliked him, because no one did. People thought highly of him, of his opinions, and he trotted around like there was some imaginative target on his back. It wasn't just pathetic, it was frail. Qui Gon told his master that the students would be returning to the temple, so that he could stay here in the silence and be miserable alone. The words cut deeply, and the wounds were really only visible on Qui Gon. He regretted having to say that to his own master, but it was true. Dooku needed to hear it from someone he respected and thought highly of. Now he had, and it was up to Dooku if he wanted to do something about it. Upon their return to Coruscant, Qui Gon would face the High Council and retell his scathing tale of Count Dooku of Sereno. He told the truth about a Jedi Master falling from grace, one trying to seduce his blind apprentice to the dark side and corrupt the Chosen One. These were offenses not punishable by death, but at the very least expulsion from the Jedi Order. The Council listened with disappointed ears as the full story was explained to them in great detail. At that, though, Qui Gon would confess to his own slips into darkness. Due to Dooku, he felt the draw, and he understood the ease and seductiveness of the dark side. But Qui Gon did not let it in. He remained strong and he persevered. The Council was very prideful of Qui Gon because he had always been an exceptional student of the Force. His concentration on rebuilding himself from the ground up is why everyone thought so highly of him, because if any Jedi could do it, it would have been him. This solidarity with the Force found within himself proved to be one of Qui Gon's greatest feats in their minds. Though there was something that Master Jinn was unaware of. He was a little late. The story was true, and it provided insight into the tale of their fallen comrade Count Dooku. But there was a missing piece. Tyrannus, betrayer of the Jedi Order, executioner of Master Yaddle, had confessed his sins. If Qui-Gon or Obi-Wan challenged Dooku to a fight, they would have lost and probably died. But they turned around and left him in the silence of his own mind. He wanted so badly to be a Sith and to make the galaxy feel right, but Qui-Gon proved through his actions that the darkness would never be enough to save the galaxy from itself. The dark side was simply easier and nothing more. Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, and Anakin avoiding that fight didn't just destroy Dooku's morale, it made him realize that all of it was for nothing. So Dooku, in his shame and regret for having deceived Qui-Gon and betrayed his students' trust, did what he could to make things right. He exposed everything. The plot to destroy the Jedi with a clone army, the death of Sithodius, the murder of Yaddle, and Dooku's betrayal of self. It was hard for the Jedi to even refer to him by his name, because those were the actions of a different man, one named Tyrannus. The Dooku that everyone inside the council knew could never be so cruel. At this current moment, as was explained by Yoda, Tyrannus and Sidious were being shipped separately to the Spire at Stygeon Prime, beyond the Outer Rim. Unlike Maul, they would be withheld from self-officiation and forbidden from communication. Though Yoda told Qui-Gon that if he wanted to speak to Dooku, he'd be permitted to do so. Qui-Gon held his hands together in front of his torso and shook his head with a shameful look. He knew it wasn't worth it. He understood that Dooku's last actions were everything he needed to hear and see. The fact that, through the darkness of Tyrannus, Dooku found himself, reassured him that his master would find peace. That's all that mattered to Qui-Gon. As long as, in the end, Dooku died as himself, the Jedi Master that instructed Jinn, and loved and cared about the Jedi Republic and people of the galaxy, then his transformation into the Force would be peaceful. It also meant that, when the time came, Qui-Gon and Dooku could reunite in the netherworld of the Force, the way they had always been prior to the invasion of Naboo. The raid on the Chancellor's office became a huge mystery to the Republic, but it didn't stomp out all the turmoil. Tension grew into frustration. There were planets that seceded, but not enough to build a separatist coalition out of. The Republic prevailed without war, and thought of a total galactic conflict never really came to people's minds. It was only a theory within HoloNet circles, but nothing else. After all of his struggle, Qui-Gon, as a fresh man, set his sights on training Anakin to the best of his abilities. And maybe Qui-Gon couldn't see Anakin with his own eyes, but he never needed eyes to see his apprentices. He fully understood his students, and Skywalker, as a result, had a remarkable development under Master Jinn's instruction. He and Obi-Wan would remain close through the years. Anakin even became close with Kenobi's students once he took on his own Padawan. As for Master Qui Gon Jinn, he finally accepted the calling to join the High Council. He didn't believe in the path before, but with his eyes more opened than ever before, he realized where he needed to be was with them. Qui-Gon had single-handedly removed the Sith from existence. Obviously he had some help along the way, but at the center of all of it was him. And thanks to his instruction, he prepared the leader for the next generation of Jedi greatness. Qui-Gon spearheaded its beginning, but Skywalker, with full development, no Clone Wars, and no Sith, could truly unite the Jedi and bring long and established balance and tranquility to not only the Order, but the Force as well.